Chapter 1924, Foundation Investigation. Frost Rain suddenly felt a chill enveloping his entire body at the old man's words. He immediately retold the battle, careful not to miss out on even the slightest detail. I see. The old man narrowed his eyes as he caressed his white beard. A guild from Starmoon Kingdom, is it? An outside guild dares meddle in the matters of our Death God workshop. Chief, why don't I bring a team to take care of them? A 2.5-meter-tall bearkin berserker said suddenly. The bearkin's suggestion stunned the other commanders present. Among the 8 commanders of the Death God workshop, the bearkin berserker ranked number 1. Titled the Heavenly Spear by the Secret Pavilion, he was one of the 2 true pillars of the Death God workshop. While others might not know, it was entirely due to the first commander and chief commander's existence that the various superpowers chose to ignore the Death God workshop's antics. Otherwise, with the strength the various superpowers possessed, they would have long since taken care of the Death God workshop. Yet, now, one of the Death God workshop's pillars was proposing to take action himself. The other commanders present were naturally surprised by this situation. Forget it. We'll stop harassing Ninth Heaven temporarily. We'll decide how we should proceed after we have conducted a thorough investigation of Zero Wing, the old man said, shaking his head. Moreover, even if we don't take action, Zero Wing will still encounter a lot of trouble from this point onward. The waters of the fairy country are much deeper than they think. Meanwhile, the Death God workshop's lack of response to its crushing defeat fueled Zero Wing's fame to greater heights in Forest City. In just one day, a large number of players already wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, as Zero Wing had no intention to establish a branch guild in Forest City at the moment, these interested players could not help but sigh in disappointment. However, the businesses Zero Wing had set up in the 2 shops Melody had traded were booming with popularity. Many of the potions and engineering tools sold by the Candlelight trading firm were very much welcomed by Forest City's players. For example, the exotic stamina potion. As there weren't many towns and cities in the fairy country, there were very few teleportation points. Meanwhile, with the guilds occupying most of the nearby resource areas, independent players had no choice but to grind in distant maps. Due to these factors, independent players had to expend a lot of stamina just on travel, a situation that further increased the demand for the exotic stamina potion. In addition, as Zero Wing held exclusive rights to the exotic stamina potion, Candlelight's shops were the only source of the potion, which the independent players and guild players of Forest City were frantically purchasing. As for the selling price, it was much higher than that of the potions sold in Starmoon Kingdom. In just one day, after deducting material costs and labor costs, the 2 shops set up in Forest City earned Zero Wing over 5,000 gold. Candlelight's shops here were much more profitable than those in White River City. Melody also found the exotic stamina potion very tempting, hence, she asked to purchase the potion in bulk from Zero Wing. However, as the Candlelight trading firm could produce only a limited number of exotic stamina potions each day, even if Zero Wing wished to sell the potions in bulk, it couldn't. In the end, after Ninth Heaven negotiated with Melancholic Smile, it was decided that the Candlelight trading firm would supply the guild with a fixed number of exotic stamina potions each day. In exchange, Ninth Heaven would supply Zero Wing with materials unique to the fairy country. A few examples of materials unique to the fairy country were fairy fruit and fairy wood. Both were extremely rare materials. Fairy fruit could be used to make all kinds of beverages. Not only could fairy fruits enhance the taste of a beverage, but they also provided a sobering effect, which allowed players to focus better when working. To lifestyle players, beverages made using fairy fruit were akin to wonder drugs. Fairy wood was even more special. It could be used to make furniture and ships. Furniture made using fairy wood carried mana, which, in turn, increased the mana density of the furniture's surroundings. Meanwhile, when used to produce ships, fairy wood would increase the ship's durability. These 2 materials might not be particularly useful to current players and guilds, but as players reached higher levels, these 2 materials would likewise appreciate in value. This was especially true for furniture made using fairy wood, which was something all lifestyle players sought. Although such furniture would not improve the production success rate, the increased mana density would help lifestyle players concentrate better. This was also the main reason why Feng had tasked Fire Dance and the others with setting up shops in Forest City, to purchase a large amount of fairy fruits and fairy wood. Now that Zero Wing had Ninth Heaven's help as well, the collection of these materials would proceed even faster. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked players suddenly arrived in Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing City. These cloaked players had thoroughly hidden their appearances. However, the fierce aura they radiated still made other players avoid them like the plague. If a player with a high-ranking identification skill were to inspect these players, they would definitely be very surprised because these cloaked players were not part of the human race but of neutral races. In total, there were 50 players in this group, every one of them a Tier 2 player. This was almost as many Tier 2 players as a first-rate guild possessed at this stage of the game. The one leading this group of neutral players was a level 58, Tier 2 Tigerkin Ranger. Meanwhile, moving alongside him were a male half-elf and a female Tigerkin. The latter two were none other than Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, commanders of the Death God Workshop. So, this place is Zero Wing City. The mana density here is so high. Why are there so many players here? The Death God Workshop's members were filled with surprise as they observed the crowded streets of the city. Although they had seen NPC cities with much higher player populations, this was their first time seeing a guild town or city with so many players. Moreover, a considerable portion of these players were experts. There were also plenty of Tier 2 players roaming about the city. The situation here was completely different from any guild town they had visited before. However, the most surprising aspect of Zero Wing City was still its mana density, which greatly surpassed even the fairy country's most mana-dense area. Alright, enough sightseeing. Our goal here isn't to tour Zero Wing City, the Tigerkin Ranger said in a cold voice. We only have one goal this time, and that is to get a clear idea of Zero Wing's strength. The Chief Commander has also stated that, if need be, we should exhibit a portion of our strength to let Zero Wing know that the Death God Workshop's reputation is not for show. Frost and Axe, that goes double for you too. If you don't perform well, you should know what kind of person the Chief Commander is. When Frost Rain and Chopped Axe heard the Ranger's words and thought about the Chief Commander's means of doing things, their bodies shuddered involuntarily. They couldn't offer any rebuttals to Light Cloud, the Tigerkin Ranger. While part of the reason for this was the intense aura he gave off, another part was him being the second-ranked commander in the Death God Workshop. In terms of combat standards, Light Cloud far surpassed the two of them. The other Death God Workshop members also nodded silently and sorted out their emotions. They immediately followed Light Cloud to investigate Zero Wing's residence. When the group arrived on the top floor of a high-class restaurant adjacent to Zero Wing's residence, Light Cloud used a high-ranking identification skill to observe the situation inside the residence. However, the moment Light Cloud did so, he fell into a daze. This was because 500 Tier 2 players stood in the residence's front courtyard at this moment. Meanwhile, even the weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 50 fine gold rank, while the majority of these players sported level 50. Dark gold equipment. Currently, these 500 Tier 2 players were standing at attention before a man. When Light Cloud tried identifying this man, he could not see any information about him aside from his name, Black Flame. Even so, he could distinctly feel an indescribable sense of danger from the man even from several hundred yards away. Cloud. What's the situation inside Zero Wing's residence? Frost Rain and Chopped Axe could not help but ask curiously after Light Cloud remained silent for a long time. Chapter 1925, Frightening Numbers. Despite hearing Frost Rain and Chopped Axe's question, Light Cloud remained completely silent as he stared at the rows of Tier 2 players inside Zero Wing's residence. How is this possible? Is Zero Wing really just equal to a first-rate guild? This thought echoed continuously in Light Cloud's mind. 500 Tier 2 players. To the current first-rate guilds, this number was beyond impossible to achieve. Even the Death God Workshop had only a little over 60 Tier 2 players right now. If the workshop started a fight against Zero Wing, just the numerical advantage alone would let the guild run roughshod over the Death God workshop. In the fairy country, although the various first-rate guilds each had more tier 2 players than the Death God workshop, the difference wasn't much. Hence, the Death God workshop was not afraid of conducting guerrilla warfare against them. Including experts like the 8 commanders, the workshop held a considerable advantage when fighting out in the fields. However, the methods the Death God workshop employed against these first-rate guilds would be absolutely useless against Zero Wing. After all, the disparity in the number of tier 2 players each organization possessed was nearly tenfold. Even if Zero Wing divided its tier 2 experts, the guild could still form sizable groups that would pose a formidable fighting force. Not to mention, unlike the various first-rate guilds, Zero Wing had experts that could rival the commanders of the Death God workshop. If the Death God workshop really started fighting against Zero Wing in the fairy country, even with the home ground advantage, the workshop wouldn't have it easy. Frost, Axe, you two stay here with me. Everyone else, return to base, Light Cloud commanded after giving the matter some more thought. Only the 3 of us are staying behind? Frost Rain was confused as he looked at Light Cloud. The chief commander specifically sent these people to help us. If all of them return, what can the 3 of us possibly achieve here? Aside from scouting out Zero Wing's strength, the chief commander had also implicitly suggested they make trouble for Zero Wing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched so many tier 2 experts for a simple reconnaissance operation. The other Death God workshop members agreed with Frost Rain's words. They all expressed their confusion over Light Cloud's decision, unable to understand why they had to return to base shortly after arriving in Zero Wing City. With their group of tier 2 experts, they could cause even more destruction than a large guild's 1,000-man expert legion. Do you know how many tier 2 experts are currently in Zero Wing's residence? Light Cloud asked as he shifted his gaze to Frost Rain. Tier 2 experts? Seeing as this is Zero Wing's main headquarters, there should be a couple of dozen, I guess. Frost Rain replied after giving the matter some thought. Currently, even first-rate guilds had only a little over 100 tier 2 experts. Meanwhile, having half of this number stationed in the guild's main headquarters could already be considered excessive. A couple of dozen. Light Cloud stared at Frost Rain in disdain upon hearing this answer. If there were only a couple of dozen, do you think I'd order a retreat? Could there be over 100? Chopped Axe asked, somewhat surprised. Wrong. It's 500. Light Cloud replied as he spread his right hand wide. 500? How can that be possible? Isn't Zero Wing just an equal of first-rate guilds? Did you see wrong? Frost Rain instinctively rejected Light Cloud's statement. This number was no laughing matter. If Zero Wing really had 500 tier 2 experts, it could already rival some of the weaker superpowers. I wish I had seen wrong, Light Cloud said, a bitter smile appearing on his face. However, I have already used my identification skill to double-check several times. All 500 of them are indeed tier 2. Didn't they say that Zero Wing doesn't have any backers? Chopped Axe said, horrified. If Zero Wing had 500 tier 2 experts, then taking care of their team of 50 tier 2 players would be child's play. Most likely, aside from the 3 commanders present, everyone else would die if they tried fighting against 500 tier 2 experts. She found it truly hard to believe that Ninth Heaven, a second-rate guild that had no backers whatsoever, had managed to partner up with a titan like Zero Wing. With this, the Death God workshop really had to consider carefully whether to continue targeting Ninth Heaven or not. We're changing plans. From now on, the 3 of us will continue scouting out Zero Wing. Try to avoid butting heads with Zero Wing as much as possible, Light Cloud said. I'll also personally report this matter to the chief commander, so everyone else should return to base now. Obedient to Light Cloud's instructions, the other Death God workshop members scattered and returned to the fairy country. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Forest City, Silent Autumn, the Death God workshop's chief commander, who was currently holding a meeting with the workshop's various commanders, received a report from Light Cloud. 500 tier 2 players. Silent Autumn, who was caressing his beard, froze when he read the contents of the report. Although he had long since expected Zero Wing to be extraordinary since the guild dared to intervene in the Death God Workshop's affairs, he had never thought that the guild would be extraordinary to such an extent. It seems we'll have to shelve our plans for the moment. Chief Commander, what about our partnership with those people? The several commanders seated before Silent Autumn asked worriedly. Those people won't stop their plans just because of us. If we miss out on this opportunity, there is always money to be made. However, oftentimes, one wrong move could potentially end our lives. Silent Autumn replied, waving his hand. He still decided to play the spectator in this matter for the moment. Notify the ones below to maintain a low profile for now. We can also use this opportunity to determine whether Zero Wing has the ability to set foot into our territory. I believe it won't be long before we find out one way or another. There's no need for us to grow anxious. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, Feng remained ignorant of the fact that his gathering 500 Tier 2 members to raid Kama Island had prompted the Death God Workshop to abandon the thought of taking revenge on Zero Wing and even some of its development plans. Guild leader, all manpower and resources are gathered. On Thunder Island's side, the Phoenix Pavilion has already made all the necessary arrangements. We can set off at any time, Aqua Rose reported as she approached Feng. Nodding, Feng said, all right. Have everyone teleport to Thunder Island now. Traveling to Kama Island was not an easy task. The island's location in the Sea of Death's inner area meant players would come across many dangers on the way there. Even a small mistake could be fatal. Moreover, although Feng knew that Kama Island housed a manatite vein, he had very little understanding in regard to everything else. Hence, he needed Phoenix Rain's forces to guide him there. After all, Phoenix Rain had been operating in the Sea of Death all this time. Her familiarity with the Sea of Death was definitely superior to his. She would help him avoid many unnecessary dangers. Following which, Zero Wing's members started teleporting to Thunder Island using a guild transfer scroll. Upon arriving in the city on Thunder Island, Zero Wing's members could not help but gasp in shock. Their reaction was because the city on Thunder Island was like heaven on earth. Not only was the scenery here mesmerizing, but there was also a frightening number of players in the streets of the city. Even imperial capitals could not compete with this city in prosperity. Level 56 players and above could be seen roaming all around. Many players here had even reached level 58 already. Even Feng was somewhat surprised by this situation. He had never thought that Thunder Island had already developed to such an extent. Meanwhile, under Blue Phoenix's guidance, Zero Wing's members soon arrived at Thunder Island's harbor. Currently, thousands of speedboats and warships could be seen docked there, the scene simply jaw-dropping. Just as Blue Phoenix was about to bring Zero Wing's members to the speedboats she had prepared for the trip to the Sea of Death's inner area, a Dragon Phoenix Pavilion member suddenly ran over. Big Sis Blue, bad news. The Pavilion Master found the legacy left behind on Savage God Island, but information about it got out somehow, and her team ended up surrounded by Miracle's forces. Currently, Miracle has already blocked off the entire island. Although we immediately tried to deploy reinforcements, 9 Dragons Emperor's people are deliberately making trouble for us, preventing us from using the guild's warship to save the Pavilion Master. Damn it! 9 Dragons Emperor must have leaked the information to Miracle to spoil our plans. Upon hearing her subordinate's report, Blue Phoenix could not help but frown in anxiety. The terrain on Savage God Island was slightly unusual. Players could use neither return scrolls nor instantaneous movement scrolls on the island. Meanwhile, entry to the island was possible only by ship. If the entire island was blocked off, the only way out was by carving a path of blood. Meanwhile, the members Phoenix Rain had brought to Savage God Island this time were all experts of the Phoenix Pavilion. Their annihilation would deal a severe blow to the Phoenix Pavilion. Guild leader Black Flame, due to this emergency, I'll have to postpone our trip for now. I need to quickly organize a fleet and head over to Savage God Island. I hope that you can understand, Blue Phoenix said anxiously as she looked at Feng. Something happened on Savage God Island? Feng was startled by Blue Phoenix's words. As far as he remembered, Savage God Island was not something that should appear at this stage of the game. He nodded and said, since the Phoenix Pavilion Master is in trouble, it is only natural to postpone this matter. As allies, is there anything we can do to help? Chapter 1926, Hell Has No Doors. Guild leader Black Flame is willing to help us. Wonderful. Blue Phoenix rejoiced when she heard Feng's offer. Although Zero Wing had not focused on its development on Thunder Island and had only conducted some business there, the naval forces the guild possessed still should not be underestimated. The one-horned sailboat, in particular, a bronze small sailboat that Zero Wing revealed during the struggle for Thunder Island, was something that the various superpowers still sought to obtain even now. After all, although the superpowers' naval forces had improved a lot since the struggle of Thunder Island, the one-horned sailboat remained a force to be reckoned with. Following which, while organizing a fleet to head towards Savage God Island, Blue Phoenix filled Feng in on their rescue operation this time. In order to monopolize the legacy ruin on Savage God Island, Miracle had dispatched 3 of its fleets, each of which had over 100 ships. With the 3 fleets, Miracle was able to surround Savage God Island and seal off all possible exit points. Originally, with the naval forces the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had developed during this period, it would have been very easy to break through a blockade like this. However, due to 9 Dragons Emperor's interference, Phoenix Rain couldn't mobilize the common warship the pavilion had recently acquired after much difficulty. Although warships were no match for speedboats and sailboats in terms of speed, they were specialized for combat, their combat power far superior to even that of sailboats out at sea. This warship was the reason why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion succeeded in stabilizing its position on Thunder Island. With the current predicament happening so suddenly, most of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's fleets were out of position, off doing their own quests very far away from Savage God Island. Even if these fleets were to head over to Savage God Island now, by the time they arrived, Phoenix Rain's group would have long since been killed by Miracle. The only fleet they could mobilize was the one the pavilion had stationed to garrison Thunder Island. Guild leader Black Flame, I hope that you can help us distract a part of Miracle's forces. You don't have to fight them head-on. It is fine so long as you can distract 1 fleet's worth of ships. With that, my side will be able to break through the encirclement and rescue the Pavilion Master's group. Blue Phoenix briefed Feng on the plan as she took out a sea map. As long as they could group up with Phoenix Rain's forces, Miracle would have a hard time doing anything against them. Then, all they would have to do was buy time until the pavilion's other fleets arrived. At which point, Miracle would naturally give up on targeting Phoenix Rain. After all, if the fleets of their 2 superpowers truly started a fight with each other, all they would achieve was harm to themselves, benefiting the other superpowers occupying Thunder Island. My side only needs to split one of their fleets away. After giving the matter some thought, Feng nodded and said, that won't be a problem. We'll do our best to keep them busy for as long as possible. The appearance of Savage God Island was a huge event. He naturally had to go and take a look. During his previous life, he had only heard about Savage God Island. Savage God Island was both a secret land and a drifting island. Rumor had it that there were legacies and treasures left behind on the island. Reality had indeed proven these claims true. Regardless if it were legacies or treasures, both could allow a guild's strength to skyrocket. However, Savage God Island had only appeared for a short period in the past. By the time the various large guilds had shifted their focus to the sea, Savage God Island had long since become a legend. In the end, only the superpowers back then had managed to gain some harvest from it. I'll have to trouble guild leader Black Flame, then, Blue Phoenix said sincerely. By the time Blue Phoenix was done hashing out a rescue plan, her fleet was also ready to set off. She immediately commanded her fleet to depart for Savage God Island. The appearance of Blue Phoenix's fleet stunned many of the adventurer teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island. Her fleet had 100 ships in total. Among them, more than 50 were advanced speedboats, 8 were bronze speedboats, 2 were mysterious iron speedboats, and 2 were common small sailboats, a very powerful fleet even in the Sea of Death. Compared to the fleets the adventurer teams normally came across, the difference was like heaven and earth. The usual fleets only had 5 or 6 bronze speedboats and 30 or so advanced speedboats, with the rest being ordinary speedboats. In reality, the adventurer teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island weren't the only ones surprised by the fleet Blue Phoenix prepared. Even Feng was surprised at this sight. He had never thought that Phoenix Rain had already expanded her naval forces to such a level. Moreover, this was only one of several fleets under Phoenix Rain's command. Of course, a fleet used to garrison Thunder Island naturally needed to be excellent, as this was a show of the guild's strength. At the same time, this garrisoned fleet could be used during emergencies. Even so, from looking at Blue Phoenix's fleet, Feng could already tell just how frightening the naval forces Phoenix Rain currently possessed. Upon seeing Blue Phoenix's fleet leave the harbor, Feng took out the Swift Dragon speedboat, 2 bronze speedboats, over a dozen advanced speedboats, 1 common sailboat, and the one-horned sailboat to ferry the 500 Zero-Wing members he brought with him. Although the number of ships in his fleet was far from a match for Blue Phoenix's fleet, his fleet's overall combat power was still enough to make the various adventurer teams wandering around the harbor gawk at his fleet enviously. Zero-Wing's fleet is amazing. Big Sis Blue, this is wonderful. With our strength and 0 wings, we'll have no problem breaking through Miracle's encirclement. A level 57, tier 2 female cleric on one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's common sailboats exclaimed in surprise and joy when she saw 0 Wings' fleet. This is only natural. Back during the struggle for Thunder Island, 0 Wings' fleet was already something that the various superpowers envied. Although 0 Wing is currently unable to focus on its naval development due to a bunch of matters, its naval strength is still not to be underestimated. Blue Phoenix nodded. This was also the reason why she was so happy that Feng was willing to help them out. After traveling for a little over 3 hours, Blue Phoenix and Feng's group finally saw an island enveloped by dark fog on the horizon. This island was none other than Savage God Island. Currently, the entirety of Savage God Island was surrounded by a large number of ships. However, after Blue Phoenix took a rough glance at these ships, her complexion darkened immediately. How is this possible? Her expression turned incomparably gloomy when she saw the ships anchored at Savage God Island. Miracle only dispatched 3 fleets. That was an outright lie. At this moment, there were more than 500 ships around Savage God Island. In other words, a total of 5 fleets were present. Moreover, just the small sailboats she could see from this distance numbered as many as 7, with mysterious, iron speedboats numbering more than 10. Even Miracle's Pride, the giant crocodile warship, was here. Meanwhile, after noticing the appearance of Blue Phoenix's and Feng's fleets, these ships quickly went into action and started forming an encirclement around the 2 fleets. Vice Guild Leader Miles, just like you guessed, the fleet the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion used to garrison Thunder Island has arrived. However, according to the report we received, it would seem that 0 Wings' fleet is also participating in the rescue operation this time. 0 Wings' fleet has 2 sailboats and several excellent speedboats. A Tier 2 Ranger, the captain of one of Miracle's small sailboats, reported as he looked at Feng's fleet. Should we alter our original plans? 0 Wing. 1,000 Miles smiled when he heard this. This is interesting. Originally, I only planned on damaging and plundering Phoenix Rain's first fleet, but since 0 Wing has also joined the fray, we'll take 0 Wing's ships too. Notify the Water Ghost Legion to start the assault. He was very familiar with 0 Wing's one-horned sailboat. However, after the Thunder Island event, 0 Wing no longer operated in the Sea of Death. As a result, the one-horned sailboat also disappeared from everyone's eyes. Now that the one-horned sailboat reappeared, he could use this opportunity to take it for himself. 0 Wing's naval strength might have been frightening during the struggle on Thunder Island, but times had changed. The one-horned sailboat's combat power was no longer a threat to Miracle. Understood, the Ranger captain said excitedly, his eyes shining with greed as he looked at Blue Phoenix's and Feng's fleets. The operation this time was a huge jackpot. In anticipation of this moment, the Water Ghost Legion he led had been constantly honing itself in secret. Unlike legions that operated on land, the Water Ghost Legion specialized in naval combat. Every member of the Legion had acquired a sea-based legacy. Their combat power far surpassed normal players when at sea. Before them, a ship was no different from a stationary target, including the firepower of 5 fleets worth of ships. Annihilating an expert fleet was a piece of cake. Retreat. Everyone, leave this sea zone as quickly as possible. Blue Phoenix commanded hurriedly upon seeing Miracle's fleet mobilizing. The difference in strength between the two sides was clear for all to see. Fighting against a fleet of such a size and caliber was simply suicidal. The only thing they could do now was retreat. However, in terms of speed, Miracle's ships obviously had the upper hand. Very quickly, Miracle's ships completed their encirclement of Blue Phoenix's and Feng's fleets. Shortly after, a gigantic, dark gray warship stopped a short distance from the sailboat Blue Phoenix rode. The level 58, Tier 2 ranger standing on this warship's deck smiled as he looked at Blue Phoenix and said, "Blue Phoenix, long time no see. Although I lost to you in our previous battle, this time, I'll have you hand over all your ships to me. Or do you want me to slaughter every one of your men before taking your ships? I'm fine either way." Blue Phoenix's expression turned even uglier when she saw this level 58, Tier 2 ranger. The man's name was Wild Aggression, and he was the commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions. Recently, Wild Aggression had obtained a sea-based advanced legacy. Now, his strength out at sea was far stronger than his strength on land. His appearance here also meant that their chances of defeating Miracle's forces this time had become even smaller. "Since you're not willing to make a decision, I'll choose for you." Sending a glance at the Water Ghost Legion members behind him, Wild Aggression pointed forward and said, "Go. Kill them all. But make sure not to damage my new ships. As for the items they drop, finders keepers." Chapter 1927, King of the Seas. Retreat. All ships maintain a distance from the enemy and break through the encirclement with everything you have. Absolutely do not let enemy ships close in on you. Blue Phoenix commanded hurriedly when she saw the approaching bronze and mysterious iron speedboats. The attacks of ships had very long cooldowns. Moreover, while these attacks were effective against sea monsters, they were not as effective against players. After all, the attacks of ships were very monotonous with long preparation times. Expert players could easily avoid them. Hence, if a ship allowed enemy players to get close, it would no longer be able to exert its might. Then, the outcome of the fight would be decided by a fight between the players of both sides. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had received a report stating that Miracle had obtained a secret sea-based legacy and had used said legacy to nurture a large group of experts specialized in naval combat, which was very likely to be the Legion Wild Aggression led. Otherwise, Wild Aggression would have no reason to close the distance between their two guilds' fleets and waste time on a battle between players. Rather than risk dying to random cannon fire, it would be much better for Miracle's ships to simply bombard them with their own cannons. Although doing so would damage the pavilion's ships and reduce the harvest Miracle could gain, this method was comparatively safer. Under Blue Phoenix's command, the pavilion's ships maintained a steady bombardment while simultaneously keeping their distance from Miracle's ships. For a time, the Water Ghost Legion's speedboats couldn't approach the pavilion's ships at all. What a bunch of slippery eels. You sure know how to run away. Whenever the Water Ghost Legion's speedboats got too close, Blue Phoenix's ships would accurately launch a round of attacks that forced the Legion's speedboats to either reduce their speed or swerve to avoid the attacks. This, in turn, opened the distance between the two fleets. You wish to escape? Try it if you can. We have long since set up a magic barrier around this area. Not a single one of you should think of leaving this place alive. Wild Aggression bellowed in rage when he saw that the distance between their two guilds' fleets was not shortening at all. Activate the magic array. Following Wild Aggression's command, walls of ice suddenly started emerging from the ocean surface, blocking off the direction Blue Phoenix's and Feng's fleets were heading. The ice walls were over a dozen meters tall and several meters thick. Moreover, they kept expanding into the surroundings. It was simply impossible for the ships to break through this barrier. The glacier seal. Feng felt a little surprised when he saw the gigantic ice barrier forming a distance away from his fleet. The glacier seal was the product of the glacier orb, a rare magical tool meant for naval combat. However, activating the glacier seal required 100 glacier orbs. Moreover, each activation cost 10,000 magic crystals. Once activated, the glacier seal would lock down a 5,000-yard radius for 30 minutes. Only small sailboats ranked secret silver or higher and warships at mysterious iron and above could break through the glacier seal. All ships gather together. Do not engage the enemy by yourself. Make sure to operate in 2-man units or more. Blue Phoenix understood that escape was already impossible. Now that they had been cornered, the only thing they could do was concentrate their forces and hope for the best. Moreover, players could not use return scrolls while on a ship. Only after jumping into the ocean could they use one. However, return scrolls had very long activation times. If they tried something like that, Miracle's ships would shoot them like fish in a barrel. Hence, their only choice was to fight to the death. Guild leader Black Flame, I am truly sorry for this, Blue Phoenix said, looking at Feng apologetically. Later on, my fleet will delay Miracle for as long as possible, so you should store away a portion of your ships. Once the ice barrier is gone, you can try to use those remaining ships to flee this place. At that time, Miracle will most likely not bother to give chase. After saying so, Blue Phoenix quickly had her ships fall into a defensive formation, separating Miracle's fleet from Zero Wing's fleet entirely. With this, if Miracle wanted to target Zero Wing, it would have to go through her ships first. Do you think our Water Ghost Legion will let Zero Wing's members escape? A level 57, Tier 2 Berserker, who was a team leader from the Water Ghost Legion, sneered. Use instantaneous movement scrolls to break through the defensive line. Prioritize killing all of Zero Wing's members. Let's see what the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can do about it. After this team leader said so, a 100-man team from the Water Ghost Legion immediately used instantaneous movement scrolls after arriving at a location a short distance away from Blue Phoenix's ships. In the blink of an eye, this 100-man team broke through the defensive perimeter Blue Phoenix erected and appeared above Zero Wing's one-horned sailboat drawing their weapons. These Water Ghost Legion members revealed sinister smiles. Meanwhile, the Berserker team leader unsheathed the blood-stained greatsword slung on his back. When he did so, a faint layer of water vapor appeared around it. This was none other than the power of the sea-based legacy he had acquired. Tier 2 passive skill. Flowing Water Blade. So long as the owner of this skill was in a sea zone, the skill would increase their strength by 30%, attack speed by 40%, and attack range by 50%. Zero Wing, it's time to put an end to your game of friendship with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Who'll be the first to die to my blade? The Tier 2 Berserker, Spirit Ox, said, grinning sinisterly as he glanced at the Zero Wing members before him. However, just as the Water Ghost Legion members thought that they would get to watch their team leader start a slaughter and were about to let out a cheer, a faint blue streak of light suddenly passed through the space where Spirit Ox stood. In the next moment, his tall and muscular body split in half, the top half sliding smoothly into the ocean below and disappearing with a splash of seawater. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had frozen over as silence filled the battlefield. The Water Ghost Legion members standing on the one-horned sailboat's deck couldn't utter a single word as they gaped at their team leader's bisected body, their eyes as wide as saucers. Even the level 50 fine gold chest armor their team leader was proud of had been cut through cleanly, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. A short moment later, blood started spewing out from the lower half of Spirit Ox's body, dyeing the entire deck he stood on in crimson. You people sure speak a lot of nonsense. Didn't you want to fight? Come at me together, then. Aqua Rose, who was clad in dark blue robes and held an aqua blue crystalline staff, said with an indifferent expression. Team leader Ox got instant killed? Is she a monster? I didn't even see her chant an incantation. How did she cast such a powerful spell? Everyone, don't be afraid. That kind of spell must be a sure kill spell. She should not be able to use it again within a short while. Besides, even if she is a monster, we're out at sea right now. This is our playing field. If we work together, there is no way we'll lose to one person. Right. Even sea monsters are no match for us. Kill. Let Zero Wing know the might of the Water Ghost Legion. The Water Ghost Legion members present were all experts of miracle. Moreover, they had all obtained a sea-based legacy. Setting aside their combat power on land, they were confident that they could contend against even peak experts with ordinary classes when fighting out at sea. After regaining their fighting spirit, over a dozen ranged players bombarded Aqua Rose with attacks. Immediately, spells and arrows flew at Aqua Rose one after another, every one of these attacks containing power at the peak of Tier 2. A Tier 2 metric tons of the same level would not survive such a bombardment easily, not to mention a Magicka class player. As long as an attack landed, Aqua Rose would sustain heavy injuries, even if she did not die. At the same time, over a dozen melee players started moving toward Aqua Rose from two different sides. If she tried to dodge the ranged attacks, her defense would definitely lapse. They could then take advantage of that opening to kill her. However, Aqua Rose held her ground and simply watched quietly as the numerous spells and arrows flew toward her. Is she suicidal? Doesn't she know that these spells and arrows are buffed by the ocean's power? Just as the approaching melee players were wondering why Aqua Rose was not reacting to the incoming attacks, the spells and arrows actually started disappearing after getting within half a yard of her. It looked as if something was devouring these attacks one after another. A magic barrier? Impossible. The power of those attacks is at the peak of Tier 2. Even if she used a Tier 2 magic barrier, there is no way she can stop all those attacks without suffering any damage. Just as the Water Ghost Legion members were wondering what was going on, Aqua Rose tapped the butt of her staff on the deck. The water barrier surrounding her promptly expanded, transforming instantly into a 10-meter-tall tsunami, which then devoured every Water Ghost Legion member standing on the one-horned sailboat. Even Tier 2 MTs were utterly powerless in the face of the tsunami. After getting devoured by the towering wave, everyone's HP fell to zero in no more than 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, all 100 Water Ghost Legion members were killed, leaving behind a bunch of ownerless weapons and equipment on the deck. Chapter 1928, Tier 3 Combat Power. When the Water Ghost Legion members on the one-horned sailboat were annihilated, the other Water Ghost Legion members, who were fighting Blue Phoenix's forces, could not help but gasp. Isn't the opponent only a single person? How did they get killed so easily? She must have used a powerful spell. Even Tier 2 MTs didn't survive her attack. Did she use some kind of overtier spell? Questions flooded the Water Ghost Legion members' minds as they looked at Aqua Rose. Due to their sea-based legacies, both their attack power and defense were greatly enhanced when fighting at sea. In addition, their combat standards were superior to ordinary experts. Overall, their Tier 2 members should be able to contend against peak experts. However, Aqua Rose had still killed the several Tier 2 members, who were part of the 100-man assault team, instantly. What are you all afraid of? The enemy is just one person. Since fighting her at close range is impossible, then switch to ranged attacks. She is bound to run out of mana and stamina sooner or later. Wild Aggression barked strictly, a slight frown forming on his face. While Aqua Rose's strength did indeed make it more difficult for them to wipe out Zero Wing's forces, they still had an absolute advantage in numbers. The outcome of this battle wouldn't change just because of one person. After Wild Aggression finished speaking, another 100-man team from the Water Ghost Legion teleported to the one-horned sailboat. Obedient to Wild Aggression's command, several dozen ranged players started attacking Aqua Rose from a distance. Although Aqua Rose's spells were powerful, she would have difficulty retaliating when targeted by so many attacks. Moreover, with such a great distance between them, dodging her single-target spells would be much easier. Suddenly, over 100 projectiles flew at Aqua Rose from multiple directions. At this time, however, Aqua Rose completed incanting a spell. Opening her eyes, she said, "Go." Following which, a gigantic ball of water formed above her head, then shot out countless jets of water that struck down every projectile sent at her. Dozens of water jets also flew at the Water Ghost Legion members. The water jets were so fast that they even broke the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, the jets arrived before the Water Ghost Legion members. Tier 2 spell, Rising Flow. Xiao. 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 Although the Water God Legion members tried to block or dodge the water jets as soon as they noticed the attacks, the water jets were simply too fast. In addition, the water jets were so powerful that they even pierced through the ice walls, which a few elementalists had managed to erect in time, and the players standing behind the ice walls. Players struck by the water jets died instantly. When the few surviving Water Ghost Legion members, who managed to dodge the water jets in time, saw their companions collapsing, fear surfaced in their eyes. However, while these Water Ghost Legion members were in a daze, Aqua Rose launched another wave of attacks at them. This time, though, she controlled the movements of the water jets, so they no longer attacked in a monotonous pattern. Facing water jets that came at them from multiple directions, the Water Ghost Legion members had no choice but to defend themselves, as evasion was no longer possible. However, the power of the water jets easily penetrated whatever defenses they raised. In the blink of an eye, the second 100-man team the Water Ghost Legion sent to deal with Zero Wing was annihilated. How is that possible? The other Water Ghost Legion members, who were watching the battle from afar, grew fearful and anxious as they looked at Aqua Rose. In the short span of time since the battle began, 200 members of Miracle's prided Naval Legion had gotten killed already, which was simply a nightmare. Moreover, this nightmare still showed no signs of ending anytime soon, as Aqua Rose used an instantaneous movement scroll and teleported herself between the Water Ghost Legions and Blue Phoenix's clashing forces after killing the second 100-man team. She then promptly started casting a spell. Do you really think you're invincible in naval combat? Wild Aggression could no longer sit still after seeing Aqua Rose appear boldly before him. He swiftly retrieved the aqua blue longbow slung on his back and simultaneously fired several dozen icy blue arrows at her. Die! Every arrow carried power at the peak of Tier 2. Several dozen of them intertwined could heavily injure even a great lord of the same level. Moreover, the arrows also moved faster when intertwined. Like a lightning bolt, they crossed the distance of 80 yards or so almost instantly. When the other Water Ghost Legion members saw this move, they breathed out an involuntary sigh of relief. Their commander was finally taking action. This move was originally only a Tier 2 skill. However, when used at sea, its power would be enhanced significantly. Moreover, Wild Aggression had combined a combat technique with the skill, increasing the skill's power even further. Even Tier 2 MTs of the same level would be killed instantly if they tried stopping this attack head-on. However, just as the arrows were about to land on Aqua Rose, a 3-layered water barrier suddenly appeared before her like a blooming lotus flower. Boom! When the arrows struck the water barrier, they tore through the first layer easily. However, when they reached the second layer, they stopped cold. Along with the appearance of the water barrier, 12 angry water serpents had also surfaced from the ocean around Aqua Rose, each serpent over a dozen meters tall. Like rampaging sea monsters, they let loose a deafening roar. Immediately, the players near Aqua Rose felt an indescribable pressure weighing on their bodies, both their attributes and physique decreasing continuously. Who are you? Wild Aggression's eyes were wide with astonishment when he saw that Aqua Rose remained completely unharmed after receiving his attack. That was a skill enhanced by the power of the sea. How can a Tier 2 player like you possibly stop it? Enhanced by the sea. Indifferently, Aqua Rose said, "Do you think you're the only one who managed to obtain a sea-based legacy? So that's the case. It's no wonder you're so strong." Wild Aggression immediately came to a realization. Licking his lips in excitement and anticipation, he continued, "Originally, I thought that this would be a boring job. But since you are also an expert with a sea-based legacy, I will finally get a chance to stretch my body properly. After saying so, Wild Aggression activated a berserk skill, his aura skyrocketing in intensity. The increased mana flow around his body also roiled the ocean's surface. At this moment, the vibe the ranger gave off made it seem as if he was a primordial sea monster that had just awoken from its slumber, inspiring an indescribable sense of fear in others. The boss is finally getting serious. With this, both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing are dead for sure. The Water Ghost Legion members grew excited when they saw the change in Wild Aggression's aura. The Berserk skill Wild Aggression had just activated was a legacy Berserk skill. Although its duration was very short, when used at sea, the effects of the Berserk skill greatly surpassed those of ordinary Berserk skills. At this moment, the Ranger was not the slightest bit weaker than a Grand Lord of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Not good. Wild Aggression is getting serious. When Blue Phoenix saw Wild Aggression walking on the surface of the ocean, her complexion darkened significantly. Immediately, she called Feng and said, "Guild leader Black Flame, we need to go help her quickly." Out at sea, Wild Aggression is even scarier than some of Miracle's old monsters. She was well aware that Wild Aggression had obtained a sea-based advanced legacy. When he used his legacy Berserk skill out on the open ocean, he was truly invincible against players of the same level. No need. Just leave it to Aqua, Feng replied, shaking his head as he looked at Blue Phoenix's anxious expression. Trying to help Aqua Rose out at sea was simply unnecessary. After all, in a maritime environment, Aqua Rose's combat power was superior to even his own. Moreover, he had given both the Void Robe and Void Gloves dropped by the Void Serpent to her. If it really came down to a battle out at sea against Aqua Rose, even he would have to flee. Right now, her combat power was solidly at Tier 3. Including the effects of the Sea Dragon Staff, a growth-type staff exclusive for Aqua Rose's Sea God's legacy, her combat power was already at the peak of Tier 3, even without activating a Berserk skill. Hence, for Tier 2 players, picking a fight with Aqua Rose right now was no different from suicide. While Feng was saying so, Wild Aggression made his move, firing an arrow straight into the sky. Following which, a twofold magic array appeared overhead and rained countless aqua blue arrows onto Aqua Rose. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Heavenfall. As for Aqua Rose, she controlled the water serpents to greet these arrows. Boom! When the attacks of both sides clashed, the resulting shockwave formed a depression in the ocean's surface and shook the surrounding ships. Meanwhile, when the splashes dissipated, the gigantic water serpents still towered proudly above the ocean's surface, their bodies entirely unscathed. Chapter 1929, Sea God's Wrath. She blocked it. Wild Aggression's eyes twitched when he saw the sea serpents unharmed. Before Wild Aggression could shake off his shock, Aqua Rose waved her staff once more and sent a water serpent snapping its jaws at the ranger. However, Wild Aggression reacted to the attack quickly. Just as the water serpent was about to bite down on him, he leaped out of harm's way. The water serpent's gigantic body made its single-target attack look like an AoE spell. When it crashed into the ocean's surface, the impact created a whirlpool 8 yards in radius and more than 10 meters deep. The power of the serpent's attack had the miracle members present gulping involuntarily. If they were struck by that attack, they would undoubtedly die. Meanwhile, after Wild Aggression dodged the water serpent's attack, he started firing arrow after arrow at Aqua Rose from midair. While this water serpent of yours is good in a melee fight, but it is far from enough to deal with me. As a veteran expert, Wild Aggression quickly understood Aqua Rose's weaknesses after clashing with her for just a short time. While the water serpent was indeed strong, it was considerably slow. All he needed to do to win this fight was avoid the water serpent and focus on attacking Aqua Rose herself. Like shooting stars, the arrows Wild Aggression launched moved so quickly that others could see only streaks of light. For a time, dozens of light blue streaks of light bombarded the water barrier protecting Aqua Rose, raising splashes of water one after another. However, no matter how many arrows struck Aqua Rose's barrier, they got through only the first layer at most. They weren't able to pierce the second layer even in the slightest, much less damage Aqua Rose. The boss still hasn't broken through that barrier even after attacking so many times. She really is a monster. Even if the commander can't harm her, she can't harm the commander either. With the commander's combat standard and speed, that slow water serpent won't be able to touch even a strand of the commander's hair. The players observing the battle between Wild Aggression and Aqua Rose from a distance were mesmerized. The battle between these two players did not look like a battle between players at all but more like a territorial struggle between two monsters of equal strength. No matter how many times these two monsters attacked each other, they failed to inflict any harm on one another. One is not enough. Raising her brow at Wild Aggression, Aqua Rose pointed her free hand at the ranger. Immediately, the remaining 11 water serpents all joined in on the attack. How can she control so many serpents? Wild Aggression's expression turned serious when he saw the approaching water serpents. Dealing with one water serpent was easy enough, as its attacks were somewhat monotonous. However, if all 12 water serpents were to attack simultaneously, the standard of the attack would undergo a qualitative transformation. Originally, Wild Aggression had thought that Aqua Rose could control only one water serpent properly. In that case, he could take advantage of the water serpent's slow attack speed to counterattack her. However, with all 12 water serpents attacking him now, he could only evade. He had no opportunity to attack Aqua Rose whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Wild Aggression was placed in an absolute disadvantage. However, the thing that made him truly fearful was the fact that Aqua Rose's control over the water serpents improved as the battle went on, making it increasingly difficult for him to evade their attacks. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the serpents devoured him. Fire the warship's cannons and kill her. It doesn't matter even if you destroy the ship she is standing on. Wild Aggression commanded, his eyes becoming bloodshot when he saw his depleting HP. Hearing Wild Aggression's order, the Miracle members controlling the giant crocodile warship sprang into action. After they aimed the warship's main cannon at Aqua Rose's position, the cannons started gathering a frightening amount of mana. The shot from the giant crocodile warship's main cannon was the warship's strongest attack. One hit from the main cannon could heavily injure even a Grand Lord-ranked sea monster or instantly obliterate an advanced speedboat. Sensing the dense mana converging on the giant crocodile warship, Aqua Rose immediately grew serious, activating her Legacy Berserk skill before chanting an incantation. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield felt strong winds blowing at them. At the same time, gigantic whirlpools formed on the ocean's surface one after another. Over 100 whirlpools appeared in the blink of an eye, swaying every one of Miracle's ships violently. Attack! Wild Aggression shouted hurriedly when he sensed that the situation was amiss. Following the ranger's command, a black-white beam of light shot out from the giant crocodile warship, tearing apart the space around it as it sped to devour Aqua Rose. Go! At the same time as the light beam appeared, Aqua Rose raised her staff into the air. Immediately, the whirlpools erupted and transformed into gigantic waterspouts that moved to intercept the magic beam. Sea God's Wrath. This move was the strongest spell Aqua Rose currently possessed and was a curse that could be used only when she had her Legacy Berserk skill activated. Suddenly, over 100 waterspouts clashed with the magic beam, the intense shockwave resulting from the clash causing the ocean's surface to sink. The clash between the magic beam and the waterspouts continued for several seconds, then, the energy reserves for the attack finally ran out. In the next moment, the light beam dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a bunch of intact waterspouts. How is this possible? Wild Aggression's mind blanked out when he saw the giant crocodile warship's magic beam disappear without achieving anything. However, before the ranger could snap out of his daze, one of the waterspouts had already devoured him entirely. The waterspouts then extended their reach toward the distant giant crocodile warship. When the duration of Sea God's Wrath ended, aside from the giant crocodile warship, every one of Miracle's advanced and ordinary speedboats caught within range of the spell was destroyed. This outcome had the Water Ghost Legion members, who were fighting against Blue Phoenix's forces, gaping in shock. One attack had destroyed several dozen speedboats. This attack was even more frightening than any large-scale destruction spell they had seen before. I'm not fighting anymore. That woman's practically a king-class sea monster. I'm not going to die a pointless death here. Let's escape together. Right. Let's escape together. That way, the higher-ups won't be able to pin the blame on us. After a moment of silence, Miracle's members could no longer withstand the pressure they felt from Aqua Rose. Immediately, every one of Miracle's ships turned around and fled the battlefield, further stupefying the Water Ghost Legion members. How were they supposed to leave the battlefield without any ships? They would simply be live targets if they jumped into the ocean. Moreover, swimming in the ocean consumed a lot of stamina. We don't have any other choice but to try it. Realizing their current predicament, some of the Water Ghost Legion members chose to dive into the sea. Although the sea monsters were extremely dangerous, their chances of survival with the sea monsters were much better than if they stayed to fight against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, where death would be certain. As for the rest of the Water Ghost Legion members, they desperately tried using instantaneous movement scrolls to teleport onto the fleeing ships. However, Aqua Rose did not give these players any opportunity to escape whatsoever. Her combat power was originally already at the peak of Tier 3. After activating her Berserk skill, she could easily slaughter the Tier 1 and Tier 2 Water Ghost Legion members, needing only one hit per person. After just a short moment, the corpses of nearly 300 Water Ghost Legion members could be seen floating on the ocean. Meanwhile, as Aqua Rose was conducting her massacre, the distant Miracle members vanished without a trace. Even the glacier seal placed on the battlefield had disappeared. The sudden reversal of the battle thoroughly dumbfounded Blue Phoenix's forces. This situation overturned the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members' understanding of naval combat. They had never thought that one person's strength would be enough to change the outcome of a near-hopeless battle. Moreover, Aqua Rose had even defeated the Water Ghost Legion with relative ease. Only Feng found this situation normal. The first reason for this shocking outcome was the extreme weakness of the ships that players currently possessed. While these ships might be useful against low-tiered players, against players at Tier 3 and above, their effects would be negligible. The second reason was Aqua Rose having the Sea God's Legacy, one of the strongest sea-based legacies in the game. In the past, it was precisely because of this legacy that the Freedom Alliance had managed to become an overlord of the seas. Otherwise, with the Freedom Alliance's strength, it would have long since been devoured by the various superpowers. Following which, Feng started going through the spoils of war. In the meantime, everyone else rested and prepared to enter Savage God Island. Meanwhile, inside one of the dark canyons on Savage God Island, a 1,000-man legion from Miracle was currently searching for Phoenix Rain's group with everything they had. At this time, 1,000 Miles, the leader of the legion, suddenly received a message from one of the Water Ghost Legion members that had successfully fled the battlefield. We lost? 1,000 Miles's complexion darkened when he read the message. He simply could not believe it. Chapter 1930, Legacy Treasure. 1,000 Miles's expression sank even further after watching the battle video the Water Ghost Legion member sent him. How is she so powerful? The battle video showed Aqua Rose blocking the giant crocodile warship's main cannon all by herself. Moreover, she had even managed to damage the giant crocodile warship severely, as well as destroy several dozen speedboats. To make matters worse, she had done all these things with only one spell. Even large-scale destruction spells weren't capable of such a feat after all. Every speedboat had a certain amount of magic resistance. They were also made of very tough materials to be able to fight sea monsters. Nevertheless, Aqua Rose still managed to destroy the speedboats in one hit. This proved that her attack dealt additional damage to ships. Vice Guild Leader, did something happen? Silent March, who was currently dressed in a set of grey robes and had an aura of death surrounding her body, asked curiously when she noticed the grim expression on 1,000 Miles's face. Wild's ambush failed, 1,000 Miles replied as he forwarded the message he received to her. Moreover, It was a rout this time. Over 70% of the Water Ghost Legion's members died in battle. Several dozen ordinary and advanced speedboats also got destroyed, and 6 bronze speedboats and 1 mysterious iron speedboat got captured by the enemy. How is that possible? Silent March found 1,000 Miles' words incredible. Could the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion have come prepared this time and mobilized every one of its fleets for this battle? The 5 fleets Wild Aggression led were all expert fleets of Miracle. There was also the Water Ghost Legion. Unless the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion mobilized every one of its fleets, she couldn't imagine how Wild Aggression could suffer such a heavy blow. No. All of this is due to just one person, 1,000 Miles said, shaking his head. One person. Silent March could not help but be stunned. Mitchum. Enviously, 1,000 Miles said, even Wild Aggression with his advanced legacy was no match for her. I suspect that she must have obtained a sea-based peak legacy, as well as weapons and equipment unique to her class. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so powerful. Sea-based legacies were things that the various superpowers were currently scrambling to acquire. When the various superpowers clashed with each other out at sea, the battle would normally be between players only. Ships were mainly used to deal with sea monsters, as they were not as effective against players. Meanwhile, just obtaining a sea-based basic legacy could increase a player's combat power out at sea by at least 50%. As for advanced legacies, the improvements provided were even more exaggerated. Miracle had exhausted a lot of manpower and resources just to obtain one sea-based advanced legacy. However, 1,000 Miles had to admit that the return was worth the losses incurred. After gaining the advanced legacy, Wild Aggression's combat power out at sea was simply frightening. Whether the Ranger was going up against sea monsters or players, his advanced legacy provided significant help. Now that it seemed that Aqua Rose had acquired a sea-based peak legacy, how could 1,000 Miles not feel envious of it? Moreover, watching this battle had also reaffirmed for him the importance of sea-based legacies. Then, what should we do now? I'm afraid it won't be long before the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reinforcements arrive. Once that happens, we'll have a harder time killing Phoenix Rain, Silent March said worriedly. Since reinforcements have already arrived, there's no need for us to waste time here any longer. In any case, we have already obtained the legacy treasure and achieved our initial goal. Have everyone retreat. 1,000 Miles replied, smiling. We'll let Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing have their fun for now. Once we obtain this legacy, the entire Sea of Death will be Miracle's territory. When Blue Phoenix received news about Miracle's ambush on Phoenix Rain, they had already fought a battle with Phoenix Rain's team on Savage God Island. Meanwhile, by the time Blue Phoenix's fleet arrived, the battle had long since ended. Although they did not manage to steal everything from Phoenix Rain's group, they had still obtained the most important legacy treasure. If they had not wanted to obtain the remaining treasures, they wouldn't have bothered wasting time playing cat and mouse on the island with Phoenix Rain. Although the losses they suffered to Zero Wing were indeed unexpected, compared to the legacy treasure, these losses were negligible. Understood. I'll have everyone retreat from the island right away. Silent March started contacting the members scattered across Savage God Island and had everyone swiftly withdraw from the island. Pavilion Master, something strange is going on with Miracle's members. They're actually leaving the canyon, a level 57, Tier 2 Ranger using Eagle Eyes reported when she noticed that the Miracle members searching for them had started pulling out of Savage God Island. They've stopped chasing us. Phoenix Rain, who was currently recovering her stamina beneath a tree, asked curiously. Has Blue arrived? That's not right. With 1,000 Miles' personality, he wouldn't give up so easily. Did something unexpected happen to Miracle's forces? She knew very clearly what kind of strength Blue Phoenix's impromptu fleet possessed. It would be fortunate if Blue Phoenix's fleet could break through Miracle's blockade of Savage God Island. Even after Blue Phoenix's forces grouped up with her team, all they would be able to do was buy time for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's other fleets to arrive. 1,000 Miles should know this as well, so how could he possibly give up on this excellent opportunity to deal her a blow? Pavilion Master, something changed, an assassin hiding at the shore of Savage God Island reported suddenly. Miracle's ships stationed around the island are withdrawing. Miracle even removed the lockdown on the island? Phoenix Rain grew even more curious after hearing this report. Just what is Thousand Miles planning? It was precisely Miracle's blockade that prevented her team from escaping. Meanwhile, now that it was gone, they could leave at any time. However, Phoenix Rain could not understand why Thousand Miles would give up on such a good opportunity. Pavilion Master, another update. Miracle's giant crocodile warship is approaching the island. However, by the looks of it, the warship seems to have sustained heavy damage. 2 of its mainsails are in tatters. Moreover, the fleets following behind the warship seem to have lost a lot of ships. They must have just experienced a great battle. The Miracle members on the island seem to be preparing to board the warship and leave the island, the assassin said, shocked as he eyed the gigantic warship that had anchored close to the beach and the Miracle members approaching the warship. After hearing this assassin's report, Phoenix Rain grew even more confused. She could not make heads or tails of the situation at all. Miracle's giant crocodile warship was no laughing matter. It was much more powerful than even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's warship, akin to a mobile seaborne fortress. Hence, she found it truly hard to imagine that Miracle's prided warship would suffer heavy damage. Moreover, Miracle had even decided to abandon Savage God Island and retreat right after suffering such a humiliation. Everyone, get yourselves ready. We're going to leave the island now. Phoenix Rain decided after giving the matter some more thought. Pavilion Master, could this be Miracle's trap? Maybe they're pretending to retreat to get us to lower our guard, a female cleric said. With how strange this situation was, they had to be especially careful in their decisions. That shouldn't be the case. That's the giant crocodile warship we're talking about. Miracle doesn't need to damage its prized warship to such an extent just to deal with us. Miracle must have fought some other superpower and ended up eating a loss, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. While she had indeed considered the possibility of this being a ploy by Miracle, the likelihood was very low. Warships could not be repaired in ordinary repair yards. It would be utterly foolish for Miracle to damage its core combat power just to deal with her team. A short moment later, Phoenix Rain led the survivors of her team out of the canyon they were hiding in and carefully approached the shore of Savage God Island. Their journey there was incomparably peaceful, they did not encounter a single member of Miracle. Just which superpower started a fight with Miracle? Phoenix Rain could not help but wonder as she thought back to the uneventful journey her team just made. As far as she knew, there were no naval superpowers capable of forcing Miracle to make such a decisive retreat. Pavilion Master, look! It's Blue Phoenix's fleet, a Tier 2 ranger said as she waved excitedly at the ships approaching the shore they stood on. When Phoenix Rain turned to the direction the female ranger indicated, confusion covered Phoenix Rain's face. It was indeed Blue Phoenix's fleet that arriving. However, Miracle's ships currently surrounded Blue Phoenix's fleet, yet for some reason, none of Miracle's ships dared approach Blue Phoenix's fleet. They only watched the fleet edge up to the shore from afar as if they were afraid of something. When Blue Phoenix's fleet got closer, Phoenix Rain suddenly noticed the presence of sailboats and speedboats that were both unfamiliar yet familiar to her. This was especially true for the sailboat at the lead. Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain was filled with an indescribable sense of shock when she saw Feng and his guild members standing at the bow of the one-horned sailboat. Could it be their doing? Chapter 1931, Savage God's Treasure. Sea of Death, on the giant crocodile warship off Savage God Island. Vice Guild Leader, the results of our investigation are in. According to our spies, Black Flame is personally leading Zero Wing's team this time. As for why Zero Wing is here, we still aren't certain, Silent March reported as she pointed towards Zero Wing's members, who had just set foot ashore. Black Flame. Thousand Miles smiled upon hearing this. We're quite lucky this time. Since the guild leader of Zero Wing has personally come to a remote place like the Sea of Death, Zero Wing must be conducting a big operation. Although Zero Wing had ruined his plans, it would seem that he was soon going to earn back his losses. "I'll have 5 assassin parties secretly tail them," Silent March said, a smile likewise appearing on her face. She then started arranging for the necessary manpower. In God's domain, guild leaders of large guilds generally wouldn't lead a team of their own. However, when they did, it would definitely be an important operation. If one stalked such a team and properly took advantage of the opportunity, one could deal damage to the targeted guild and steal said guild's harvest. Only, it was very difficult to track the guild leaders of the various large guilds as they would generally take preventive measures to cover their traces. Make sure Zero Wing's members don't detect them, no matter what. 1,000 Miles reminded. Vice Guild Leader, rest assured, the parties I sent are the best. I am certain they will not be discovered. Silent March nodded. Meanwhile, on Savage God Island. After Blue Phoenix informed Phoenix Rain about the battle between Aqua Rose and the Water Ghost Legion, Phoenix Rain could not help but sigh ruefully. She had gone to great lengths to secure a clue leading to a sea-based legacy, yet before she could get the legacy, Miracle stole it from under her. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had somehow obtained a sea-based peak legacy without anyone noticing. With this peak legacy, even the naval overlords would not dare to casually start a war with Zero Wing. Big Sis Rain, does that mean the legacy treasure fell into Miracle's hands? When Blue Phoenix heard about Phoenix Rain's battle on Savage God Island, her originally happy mood instantly vanished. If not for 9 Dragons Emperor leaking information, you wouldn't have met such an ambush. Big Sis Rain, why don't we report this matter to the Great Pavilion Master? If we do so, 9 Dragons Emperor will definitely get his just deserts. The clue regarding the legacy treasure was something they had discovered in the Savage Wildland. Now, however, their efforts had ended up profiting Miracle instead. It's useless. We don't have any evidence. The Great Pavilion Master won't believe a unilateral claim. Not to mention, the competition is already at a crucial point. 9 Dragons Emperor might even be hoping I'll complain to the Great Pavilion Master, to use it to lower my standing, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. In the next moment, however, the corners of her lips curled up as she added, however, unfortunately for 9 Dragons Emperor, while it is indeed true that 1,000 Miles has stolen the legacy treasure, our side obtained the Savage God's treasure. The Savage God's treasure. Feng, who stood before Phoenix Rain, muttered in surprise. He had never imagined that Savage God Island would really have both the Savage God's legacy and treasure. In the past, he had only heard of these 2 things' existence, nothing more. When no additional information was revealed, many people took the news as fake. After all, both these 2 things were left behind by a god. How could there be absolutely no news about them after players acquired them? That's right. Phoenix Rain smiled. She then retrieved an ancient book from her bag and said, "This is the treasure left behind by the Savage God, a divine tome." The moment Phoenix Rain took out the divine tome, everyone present felt their perception vanish as the large book sucked the ambient mana completely dry. Impossible. A divine tome. Feng goggled at the book in Phoenix Rain's hands reflexively, an indescribable sense of shock flooding his heart. Current players would not have any accurate knowledge regarding divine tomes. However, Feng, who had played God's Domain for more than a decade, knew just how valuable a divine tome was. It was no exaggeration to say that it was worth more than a fragmented legendary item. Its value to lifestyle players could even rival a legendary item. This is a treasure that allows lifestyle players to enter the divine library and learn the recipes and designs left behind by ancient gods, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. Although there are only 2 entry slots available, if used properly, generating a fortune is definitely possible. While the legacy treasure could grant players frightening combat power, the Savage God's treasure allowed players to gain frightening wealth. After all, those recipes and designs were left behind by ancient gods. The items that could be created using those recipes and designs were undoubtedly amazing. Earning a fortune with those items would be very easy. Meanwhile, money just so happened to be the thing she lacked the most right now. She had invested practically every coin she earned into developing her naval forces. However, despite doing so, her naval forces were still significantly weaker than Miracle's. If she wished to surpass Miracle, then she required more funds. Moreover, while Miracle had indeed stolen the legacy treasure from her, obtaining the legacy itself was impossible in the short term. The player Miracle selected for the legacy would need sufficient strength. Meanwhile, in order to guarantee success, Miracle would definitely have to make a lot of preparations. Guild leader Black Flame, it is all thanks to you that Blue and her forces were able to escape tragedy this time. At the same time, you also saved my life. I hope that you can accept one of these 2 slots, Phoenix Rain said sincerely as she looked at Feng. While having allies was a good thing, not all allies would be willing to lend a helping hand during critical moments. Most of them would take action only after weighing their potential gains and losses. The fact that Zero Wing stepped forward when she faced danger was invaluable. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you are making too much of it. I only helped out as an ally. However, I am indeed very interested in this Divine Tome entry slot. While I will be accepting your goodwill, I cannot just take it for free, Feng said. He immediately took out 6 bronze speedboats and traded them to Phoenix Rain. Each entry slot to the Divine Library was worth roughly 1 fragmented legendary item, definitely far more than the help he provided this time. As for the bronze speedboats, these things currently weren't of much use to Zero Wing, as the guild was not particularly active in the Sea of Death right now. However, they were worth a lot to Phoenix Rain, who operated mainly in the Sea of Death. With a look at the trade window, Phoenix Rain understood that, like herself, Feng did not like owing favors. Hence, she simply nodded and accepted the 6 bronze speedboats. Using the Divine Tome, Phoenix Rain left a mark on Feng's palm. With this, he could either use the mark himself or transfer it to someone else. However, it could be used only once. Once the transaction was completed, Phoenix Rain decided against lingering on Savage God Island, as she still had a lot of work awaiting her. After instructing Blue Phoenix's group to continue guiding Feng to Kama Island, Phoenix Rain herself returned to Thunder Island. Feng headed deeper into the Sea of Death on the one-horned sailboat. While resting inside a cabin in the sailboat, Feng fell into deep thought as he looked at the mark on his palm. In the end, he decided to be the one to use this mark. Although there were other lifestyle masters in the candlelight trading firm, acquiring a recipe or design from the Divine Library required one to possess sufficient combat power as well. Otherwise, one would not gain anything. Meanwhile, if he waited until Melancholic Smile or Cream Cocoa became combat experts, it would be months or years before he could reap the benefits of the Divine Library. Following which, Feng activated the mark on his palm. Suddenly, the mana inside the cabin stirred. Shortly after, a spatial tear appeared behind Feng and sucked him into it. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the room, leaving behind only a silver magic array on the floor where he had been standing. Chapter 1932, Divine Library. After getting sucked into the spatial tear, Feng arrived in a dark and chaotic space. Standing at the center of this space was a majestic shrine that gave off such pressure that even the chaotic airflow actively avoided it. The moment Feng appeared before the shrine, he could feel a stifling suppression of his strength. The frightening divine might the shrine exuded also made his movements extremely sluggish. This pressure really is amazing. It's no wonder they said that players couldn't enter the Divine Library without having a certain degree of strength. Feng felt a little surprised as he moved his body tentatively. Right now, his body's physique and basic attributes weren't even at the standard of a Tier 1 player. His perception of his surroundings had also become non-existent. If he were to fight in such a state, he might have difficulty going up against a chieftain of the same level. If any other Tier 2 player were in his position right now, one could easily imagine how much weaker they would become, not to mention lifestyle players. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Feng approached the shrine, which was over a kilometer tall. Countless divine runes and magic arrays were engraved into the shrine's exterior, radiating a golden glow that gave the shrine a sacred ambience. Meanwhile, standing before the main entrance was a stalwart statue wearing leather armor and a helmet made out of dragon bones, the helmet exposing only a set of eyes. The statue also held an axe in each hand. The pressure the statue gave off was so powerful that Feng had extreme difficulty approaching it. When he got within 100 yards of the statue, his body refused to move even a step closer. What kind of statue is this? It's clearly an inanimate object, yet it still has such a powerful pressure. Most likely, even Tier 4 players can't walk up to its feet looking at this 10-meter-tall statue. Feng could feel that the pressure it gave off would increase exponentially the closer one got to it. After bypassing the statue, Feng quickly arrived at the shrine's main entrance. The entrance was so massive that even monsters over 10 meters tall could walk through it easily. As Feng approached the golden set of doors, the doors slowly parted, a blinding glow escaping through the gap between the doors. By the time the golden doors were fully opened and the intense light had dissipated, a sea of books appeared before Feng. Rows of bookshelves filled the hall before him with patrol squads of stone guards wandering all around the chamber. Similar to Feng, these stone guards were all level 69. As for their ranks, there were elites, special elites, and chieftains. Although the HPs of these stone guards were not as high as that of ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, the elites still had over 1 million HP, while the chieftain-ranked squad captains had 5 million HP. If Feng were to come across these monsters in the outside world, he wouldn't even have paid attention to them. However, in his current state, he had no choice but to take the many stone guards in the hall seriously. The chieftain-ranked stone guards were especially dangerous to him. While Feng was carefully observing the movements and habits of the stone guards, an armored, middle-aged man, whose body was translucent like a ghost, suddenly appeared at the center of the hall. Even when Feng tried using omniscient eyes on him, aside from finding out that the man was named Bernard, he did not get any other information. Adventurer of the human race, I am Bernard, the manager of the Divine Library. Since you have gained an entry slot from a divine tome, you may pick out one book from the Divine Library. However, the books here are not easy to acquire. They will not be given to people who lack ability, Bernard said after appearing before Feng. Like an emotionless machine, Bernard continued indifferently, there are a total of 5 floors in the Divine Library, and the higher you go, the fewer the books available. In return, however, their value will also increase. Even ancient gods would covet the books found on the top floor. There are a large number of guards on every floor. Your task will be to obtain the book you want from these guards. Once you get a book, I will send you back immediately. If you are killed by the guards, you will similarly be sent away. If you wish to reap a harvest in the Divine Library, you must not be greedy. Tread within the limit of your abilities. After saying so, Bernard vanished. Sure enough, this place is the same as the rumors made it out to be. Feng possessed a certain degree of understanding of the Divine Library due to its great fame in God's domain. Countless superpowers had fought desperately to acquire a divine tome in the past. Stored inside the Divine Library were various recipes and designs for lifestyle classes. There were even designs for powerful war weapons, defensive constructions, and magic arrays. Just like Bernard had said, even after reaching Tier 6, players would still lust for the Divine Library's contents. In the past, the most famous story involving the Divine Library had a Tier 6 God-ranked player obtaining a design for a war fortress from the Divine Library's 4th floor. The war fortress built using this design could resist even Tier 6 gods. Its deterrent force easily surpassed that of a Tier 6 player. The guild that acquired this war fortress also gained great assistance from it. God's domain had many forbidden lands that were so inhospitable that guild towns couldn't be set up within them no matter what, however, the war fortress could. Due to this reason, countless superpowers had tried desperately to obtain a divine tome so that they could acquire an amazing war fortress design themselves. With such a war fortress, they, too, could develop in the various forbidden regions and reap the bountiful resources and treasures there. Of course, while Feng also wished to obtain a war fortress design right now, with his current strength, reaching the 4th floor was utterly impossible. The difficulty of each floor in the Divine Library increased exponentially. A Tier 2 player would be fortunate to obtain a book from the first floor. Even the best among Tier 2 players would get only as far as the second floor. However, although the books on the first and second floor were not as valuable as a war fortress design, they were already precious. Let's try out these guards, Feng thought as he looked at the patrolling guards. He then used Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger test the waters. He had not been given a time limit for picking a book. Although his doppelganger was not as strong as his main body, even if it died, he wouldn't lose anything. At most, he would just have to wait a few minutes for the skill's cooldown to end. As Feng controlled his doppelganger to approach one of the patrol squads, the guards in the entire hall went into a frenzy, all of them surging toward his doppelganger. Although this situation surprised Feng a little, he still managed to have his doppelganger charge forward and cut at one of the squad captains. Peng! Before the doppelganger could even land a hit, however, Feng suddenly saw a flash stabbing at his doppelganger's body. The doppelganger went flying, its HP decreasing by 1/9. So strong! Feng could not help his surprise as he looked at the squad captain. Not only did the squad captain's attack contain great strength, but the way it moved its spear was absolutely flawless, without any excess action whatsoever. The squad captain's combat standard was already very close to rivaling refinement realm experts. All the captain lacked was a little bit of intellect. Before Feng's doppelganger could stand up, several squad captains nearby had already arrived before it, their spears stabbing the doppelganger one time after another. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, the squad captains had the upper hand. Despite activating its life-saving skills, Feng's doppelganger still did not last more than 10 seconds before getting killed. It did not even get to touch the first row of bookshelves. Chapter 1933, Book Acquired. The first floor's difficulty is already so high. Astonishment flashed across Feng's eyes as he watched his doppelganger's body dissipate into nothingness. Although he did not focus on getting his doppelganger to reach the bookshelves and simply had it fight, from the moment the doppelganger attacked the first stone guard until it died, less than 10 seconds had passed in total. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert had attempted the same thing, they most likely would have died an even more miserable death. At this moment, Feng felt very fortunate that he had not sent one of the other lifestyle masters of the candlelight trading firm to the Divine Library. Otherwise, this entry slot would have been wasted. After waiting for several minutes, Feng summoned his doppelganger again for another experiment. This time, instead of fighting the stone guards, Feng had his doppelganger focus on moving as far as possible into the hall. However, when Feng's doppelganger was still 30 yards away from the first row of bookshelves, the patrolling guards noticed his doppelganger. By the time the doppelganger was 20 yards away from the bookshelves, more than 30 stone guards had already surrounded it, blocking off its path forward completely. What a rapid response! Feng was surprised as he watched the stone guards rushing toward his doppelganger. However, while the movement speed of the stone guards was indeed very fast, the doppelganger was not slow, either. Immediately, Feng had his doppelganger use Wind Blade, its movement speed skyrocketing. The doppelganger then skirted the blockade and dashed for the bookshelves. Whenever the stone guards launched an attack at his doppelganger, Feng would have the doppelganger deflect the attack using its two swords. While it barely managed with the chieftain's attacks, it had no problem with the elites and special elites attacks. Leveraging this knowledge, Feng controlled his doppelganger to surround itself with elites and special elites, using them as shields to hinder the chieftains as much as possible. A short moment later, Feng's doppelganger arrived before the first row of bookshelves. The first row of bookshelves contained advanced recipes and designs, all of which came from ancient times, so they could be considered unique in the current god's domain. The sight of these recipes and designs tempted Feng greatly. However, he also understood very clearly that the deeper the bookshelves were located, the more valuable the books they held. Hence, he had his doppelganger continue deeper without hesitation. Second row. Third row. The deeper Feng traveled into the hall, the more effort he had to expend to get even further. The first reason for this was the continuous increase in the number of stone guards. The second reason was the elites and special elites taking the initiative to give way to allow the chieftain-ranked squad captains to attack. After Feng expended every skill his doppelganger possessed, the doppelganger ended up dying in the middle of the first-floor hall. So that's how it is. It's no wonder so many experts failed to obtain anything from the Divine Library in the past. Feng took in a deep breath as he mentally replayed the scenes of his doppelganger's attempt. There were several hundred stone guards on the first-floor hall, including over 50 chieftains. The deeper one traveled into the hall, the more chieftains one would encounter. Moreover, if players took the initiative to attack even one of the stone guards, every stone guard in the hall would swarm over to attack them, making it almost impossible for players to locate a book of their preference. In addition, the combat standard of the chieftain-ranked squad captains bordered on the refinement realm. A Tier 2 refinement realm expert would be fortunate to obtain a book from the first row of bookshelves. Experts that hadn't reached the refinement realm wouldn't even be able to touch the bookshelves. Moreover, players' greed would also play an important role when selecting a book. The further one proceeded into the library, the more valuable the books they would see. Hence, players that visited the Divine Library would definitely try to push themselves to their very limits. However, after they truly reached their limits, they would not have any opportunities to reach for a book on the shelves, as the patrol guards would have already surrounded them. Even if they did still have some energy left to grab a book, it would be nearly impossible to accurately grab a book suited to their own needs. Now that I've already grasped the basic movement patterns of the guards, it's about time I made a move myself. After Feng simulated the battle on the first-floor hall in his mind several times, he focused his gaze on the closest patrol squad. If he tried to advance into the hall by sneaking through the gaps between patrol squads, once he got discovered, multiple patrol squads would charge at him and quickly surround him. However, if he were to charge straight at the nearest patrol squad, it would take the other patrol squad some more time to reach him. In other words, for a certain period, he would have to deal with only one patrol squad. He wouldn't have to deal with the encirclement of multiple patrol squads right off the bat, which would, in turn, slow down his advance and allow more patrol squads to gather around him. After Feng was done planning, he immediately charged at the nearest patrol squad. Intruder, die. After noticing Feng's approach, the 10-man patrol squad quickly moved to surround him. Upon seeing this, Feng executed Purgatory Pentaslash without hesitation. In terms of basic attributes, he was significantly superior to his doppelganger. Moreover, unlike his doppelganger, he had the assistance of the 7 luminaries' rings aura of wind to increase his movement speed by a significant margin. After sending 5 elite stone guards flying, Feng used Wind Blade and rushed past the squad captain, bolting for the depths of the hall. In the middle section of the hall, more than 10 patrol squads managed to surround Feng. Faced with such a situation, even Feng felt that he was close to reaching his limits, his HP rapidly decreasing. He immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength skyrocketing, then executed Sword's Orbit to send the approaching stone guards flying. The boost in strength allowed Feng to advance with great ease. Only after he neared the staircase leading to the second-floor hall did he start feeling some pressure. Currently, dozens of squad captains surrounded him. Even though he had an advantage in strength, the squad captains charged at him without fear. Unlike before, when squad captains only tried to hinder his movements and buy time, they now recklessly traded blow for blow, fully intent on reaping his life at all costs. Hence, even though he had superior strength, advancing still took him a lot of effort. In the end, Feng decided to use 9 Dragon's Slash against the overwhelming number of attacks. With the help of the 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, he finally managed to get through the first floor and reach the second floor. Unlike the first floor, the guards on the second floor did not give Feng any time to prepare at all. The moment he appeared on the floor, the guards were already swarming toward him. Meanwhile, the guards on the second floor had clearly received a qualitative improvement, as even the weakest guards were chieftains, while the squad captains were high lords whose combat standard was at the refinement realm. Compared to the guards on the first floor, the guards here also coordinated much better with each other. To make matters worse, even with Heavenly Dragon's power activated, Feng was actually inferior to the High Lords in strength. By the time Feng arrived at the first row of bookshelves, he already felt himself close to reaching his limits. Right now, he didn't even have any energy to spare for grabbing a book. Sure enough, the second floor isn't a place Tier 2 players can casually visit. Feng could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he noticed 3 more patrol squads approaching. It seems I have no choice but to give it my all. He activated Blade Liberation, allowing his strength to skyrocket once more. With the activation of Twofold Berserk, his strength rivaled that of the High Lord-ranked squad captains. Following which, he stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Shadows then spread out from the magic weapon. Abyssal Curse. All the guards within a 50-yard radius were instantly immobilized. Next, Feng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger transform into a black dragon. He then split up with his doppelganger and took independent action. After Feng left, the pressure on him decreased visibly. Even after he reached the second floor's middle section, only 6 patrol squads were chasing him. In comparison, the Black Dragon had attracted the attention of over a dozen patrol squads. Lightning Slash. Shadow Blade. Although he had repelled a few squad captains with his skills, even more squad captains quickly took their place, the High Lords launching attacks at his defensive blind spots. Even though Feng perceived the attacks ahead of time, there were simply too many of them. There was a limit to the number of attacks he could deflect. As a result, he steadily incurred damage time after time. When he activated Void Shield, the shield's energy depleted rapidly. 80%. 50%. 20%. Just when his Void Shield was about to shatter, Feng gritted his teeth and activated Divine Steps. Immediately, he and his 10 new doppelgangers scattered, dashing in different directions, forcing the patrol squads to split up. By constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers, he managed to advance a considerable distance into the hall. Is this my limit? When Feng saw the 20-plus patrol squads charging at him from the hall's rear section, he understood that entering the rear section would be impossible. Moreover, his twofold berserk was about to lapse. Risking getting hit, he dashed for a dark gray bookshelf nearby. Just as he was about to look at the books there, however, an angry bellow entered his ears. Intruder, die. When the squad captains saw Feng approaching a bookshelf, they went berserk. Suddenly, over a dozen squad captains raised their spears and hurled their weapons at him. Xiao! 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 The spears created sonic booms as they flew at Feng. It was evident that the power contained within those spears was already at the Tier 3 standard. Seeing this scene, Feng no longer dared to inspect the books. Sensing the lethality of those spears, he grabbed one of the 3 books displayed on the bookshelf. The moment Feng took the book off the bookshelf, he disappeared from the hall. As for the dozen or so spears, they harmlessly passed through his former location and crashed into the magic barrier protecting the dark gray bookshelf, the magic barrier trembling slightly from the spear's might. Chapter 1934, Basic Combat Device. Sea of Death. In one of the One-Horned sailboat's cabins. The silver magic array carved on the floorboards suddenly lit with a brilliant glow. Feng's figure then emerged from the array. That was close. Feng looked down at the tome in his hands, ecstatic. He had very nearly lost his life back there. He never thought that the stone guards could go berserk. The power of their spears had undoubtedly been at the Tier 3 standard, and if every one of those dozen or so spears had struck him, he would have died instantly. But despite his near-death experience, he couldn't help but excitedly inspect his new treasure. All of the Divine Library's books were precious treasures. First-rate guilds would even drool over the tomes on the first floor, not to mention those on the subsequent floors. Feng tapped to open the tome's attribute panel, and the system displayed its information before him. As expected of the Divine Library. Even something like this was on the second floor. The corners of Feng's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the tome's name, awe flashing in his eyes. The tome he had obtained from the Divine Library was the production design for the basic combat device. The combat device was a special item that was similar to the strengthening device, which was a tool that increased equipment durability. The combat device, however, increased players' combat power. This increase to combat power was extraordinary. Rather than increasing its user's basic attributes, the combat device relied on powerful mana to improve its user's life rating forcibly. The ancient gods had created this magic tool, but since the combat device's production method had been lost to time, players could only find these devices in ancient ruins. Moreover, very few were generally hidden in such locations. The various large guilds in the past had treated the combat devices they had found like their own children. Now that he held the combat device's design, why wouldn't Feng be shocked? Even though it was only the basic combat device design, it was still enough to drive the various superpowers crazy. The basic combat device increased players' life ratings at Tier 3 and below by 1 rank. Although the improvement wouldn't boost normal players to the archaic species standard, it was still a formidable improvement, on par with upgrading a lord to high lord rank. When equipped, players would become boss-like existences among their peers. If an ordinary player equipped the combat device, their strength could rival an expert player of the same level and tier. If ordinary expert players used the device, although they would not be a match for peak experts, they would become slightly stronger than refinement realm experts. The combat device's only downside was that it couldn't be used in dungeons, even regional dungeons. In dungeons, equipping the device would have no effect. Even so, many players still dreamed of using the combat device. A basic combat device had sold for around 200 gold in the past, yet many players had fought over every device available on the market. If I can mass-produce these devices, I won't have to worry about a lack of experts in Zero Wing. Although the basic combat device design required precious materials, the total cost for producing each device was only around 60 gold. Unfortunately, the design required mana stones, which amounted to a large portion of the production cost. Fortunately, obtaining mana stones was no trouble for him since he had a 100% success rate when synthesizing them with the Philosopher's Stone. Zero Wing wasn't far from having as many elite and expert players as a true first-rate guild. Some first-rate guilds even had fewer elites and experts than Zero Wing. Only the range of Zero Wing's influence was inferior to these guilds, but that couldn't be helped since Zero Wing had started in God's domain with nothing. However, if he could mass-produce the combat devices, Zero Wing could expand its influence quickly without worrying about a lack of sufficient manpower to manage the guild's additional territory. Thinking up to this point, Feng's desire to obtain Kama Island's Manatite Island grew. Despite Zero Wing's recent developmental achievements, its magic crystal income had seen very little improvement. After all, there was a limit to the magic crystals a single area could produce. If the guild wanted to increase this income significantly, it had to occupy an ore vein that generated magic crystals. Returning his focus to the tome in his hands, Feng clicked to learn the basic combat device's production method. Only the player that obtained a book from the Divine Library could learn from it. They could not be traded. Hence, the various large guilds in the past had generally sent lifestyle players to the library since they could only put the books to good use by doing so. However, some guilds had dispatched powerful experts to retrieve the more valuable tomes. Those guilds had then invested a ton of resources in nurturing these expert players in the required subclass required to produce the book's items. Fortunately, Feng had gotten quite lucky since the book he had claimed contained a forging design. Had he chosen an engineering design or alchemy recipe, he would have had to invest in developing a new subclass. After learning the production method, Feng began to practice the required magic arrays for the combat device while he waited for the one-horned sailboat to reach Kama Island. Time passed quickly. Under Blue Phoenix's lead, Zero Wing's fleet avoided many unnecessary fights with sea monsters. Finally, after more than 10 hours, the fleet arrived before an island enveloped in death energy. Kama Island's twin peaks were intertwined, and from afar, the island resembled some kind of massive, howling beast. From time to time, deafening roars rose from the island, echoing in the nearby players' minds. Even from afar, Plenty of sea monsters were visible as they explored the island's surroundings. All of these sea monsters were level 60 or higher. Just docking on the island would be challenging. Guild leader Black Flame, we've reached Kama Island. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Blue Phoenix said. She couldn't help her confusion. Her gaze wandered to the island. She didn't understand why Feng wanted to visit an island doused in death energy and void of mana, but it wasn't her place to question him. God's domain had many secrets, after all, and for all she knew, Feng might have come here for some high-ranked quest. Thank you, Feng said sincerely. If not for Blue Phoenix's familiarity with the Sea of Death's inner area, Zero Wing's fleet would have seen a lot of trouble on the way to Kama Island. The one-horned sailboat had sustained considerable damage on the way here, even despite avoiding many battles. Without Blue Phoenix's guidance, Zero Wing's fleet might have been annihilated for carelessly entering a danger zone. Once Blue Phoenix and her subordinates had teleported away via return scrolls, Feng commanded his fleet to approach the island. Although many sea monsters surrounded Kama Island, Aqua Rose and the fleet's other players who wielded sea-based legacies easily removed the creatures from their path. In less than an hour, Zero Wing's ships docked on Kama Island's shore. After seeing to the necessary preparations, an inexplicable fluctuation in space slammed into Feng as he set foot on the island. It had felt as if a sonic boom had radiated throughout the world. Just as suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ears. God's Domain System announcement, players have triggered the new expansion pack, Return of the Survivors. The system will undergo a 24-hour update. Please prepare to log out of the game. Chapter 1935, God's Domain Shaken. Upon hearing the system announcement, Feng was stunned. Why has this happened so soon? Feng's expression darkened slightly as he read the system announcement. The Return of the Survivors was a massive expansion pack that affected the entirety of God's domain, but as far as he could remember, this expansion pack shouldn't have triggered until mainstream players had reached level 70. Most mainstream players were only level 50 right now. Most of the various large guilds didn't even have many Tier 2 players, yet the Return of Survivors expansion pack had just triggered. While this expansion pack was good news for the various major powers, the same couldn't be said for Zero Wing. Once the Return of the Survivors expansion pack activated, the ancient humans that had split away from God's domain's main continent due to the ancient war would return. Unlike the current human population in God's domain, these ancient humans retained some of the combat techniques and lifestyle techniques from ancient times. The return of these beings also meant the return of lost technologies. One could easily imagine the impact this change would have on current players. In addition to the return of the ancient humans, the Return of the Survivors expansion pack also reduced the teleportation fees between the continent's various countries. The price of guild transfer scrolls would also drop. Once the expansion pack took effect, both independent players and guild players would have a much easier time traveling between countries. As a result, competition within the various countries would become far more intense. However, these changes were only the tip of the iceberg. The expansion pack's real impact lay in the real world. When the Return of Survivors expansion pack activated, the main God system would also activate the mental assistance system, incorporating players' habitual movements and nerve reactions from the real world in the game. Players' control of their virtual bodies would become more comfortable due to this change, removing the disparity between players' virtual bodies and their physical forms. This latest expansion pack also introduced the EXP potion, the effects of which lasted for 6 hours and disappeared upon death, to the game. The potion would help low-level players level up quickly, doubling their EXP gain from monster kills. Of course, the EXP potion would only be effective for players below the mainstream level, which the main God system determined. To acquire the EXP potion, players had to increase their reputation with the survivors until they were respected and complete a series of quests. Only then would players have the privilege of purchasing the EXP potions from the survivor NPCs at the low price of 1 silver per bottle. Due to the EXP potion, new players had an easier time of quickly catching up to mainstream players. This also allowed experts to arise at a much faster rate, which, in turn, allowed the various major corporations to develop rapidly. Many major corporations had only invested in God's domain after they had realized the game's potential. However, the game's top players had reached a considerably high level by then. As a result, these corporations' experts hadn't been able to exhibit their true strength, even though so many powerful, real-world experts worked for these corporations. Fortunately for them, the EXP potion just so happened to mitigate this problem. In return, though, the EXP potion had increased the competition in God's domain by several times. Even the secret pavilion's God's domain experts list had changed so frequently that the experts in one edition would be gone in the next. Meanwhile, the Return of the Survivors expansion pack thoroughly eliminated the small advantages Zero Wing had accumulated over the game's various powers. Guild leader, the forums are going crazy over this new expansion pack. The game's official website has even published some information about it. According to the game developers, once the new expansion pack takes effect, human survivors from ancient times will appear in the various NPC cities. These ancient survivors can teach players advanced combat methods for their classes, with each learning attempt only costing 3 silver, Aqua Rose said, surprised when she read the information on the official website. Before this, players had been forced to experiment on their own to learn the combat methods most suited to their classes. However, many elite players had only grasped a few basic combat methods. The various large guilds kept their advanced combat methods a secret, yet God's domain was about to sell such combat methods to players directly. Advanced combat methods were nearly on par with basic combat techniques. With this new feature, players' combat standards in God's domain would drastically improve. This feature would bridge the gap between independent players and guild players by a significant margin, and when the various large guilds obtained these system-approved advanced combat methods, it would bridge the gap between their elite and expert members. The minimum requirements to be considered an expert in God's domain would also change. I'll need to accelerate my plans, Feng thought as he read the Sea of Death's official forums. The majority of independent players eagerly anticipated this new expansion pack, since it would undoubtedly bridge certain gaps between players. Feng needed to improve Zero Wing's nurturing system before the rest of God's domain benefited from this expansion pack and soon. Only by doing so could he guarantee Zero Wing's advantage. Meanwhile, in the Or Empire's Crimson Flame Fortress, Vice Guild Leader, although we don't yet know who triggered the new expansion pack, it has assured our guild's rise to glory. Previously, those super first-rate guilds and super guilds have relied on their long-standing foundations in the virtual gaming world to suppress us, but now that advanced combat methods will be available to everyone, the Blackwater Corporation's support will allow us to nurture a large number of experts in a short time. Snow Scar, who wore silver scale armor, reported to Xuanwu as she sat in the guild leader's office. The new expansion pack was undoubtedly good news for the various major corporations, and the Blackwater Corporation would reap even greater benefits since it had so many real-world experts under its command. Now that Blackwater had access to system-approved combat methods, nurturing a large group of expert players would be a piece of cake. How are things conning along in the capital's armory? Xuanwu asked the excited Snow Scar. Based on her indifferent expression, she didn't seem to think much of the new expansion pack. We have already moved past the outer area. Once we've prepared, we'll enter the armory's inner area. It would have taken us some time to secure the inner area, but with the expansion pack, I doubt it will be long, Snow Scar said. Good. Once we have secured the armory, formulate a plan to assault Silverwing Town, Xuanwu said. Looking at the map of the Or Empire before her, specifically Zero Wing's territory, disappointment flashed in her eyes as she muttered, I had thought that Zero Wing would be able to entertain me, but it seems that battle is over before it has even begun. What an uninteresting guild. Various large guilds and corporations also started to prepare to welcome the latest expansion pack. Meanwhile, on Kama Island, when it was almost time for the system update to begin, Feng ordered his team to log out to rest. The moment Feng logged out himself, he began to prepare for the Return of the Survivors expansion pack. He had Blackie significantly increase Zero Wing Workshop's recruitment efforts and try to recruit as many talented players as possible. With the EXP potions, new players would have a much easier time catching up to mainstream players, after all. Previously, he had been able to set recruitment aside, but with the latest expansion pack, other guilds would likely snatch up talented players before he got a chance if he didn't do so now. God's domain's various major powers had yet to learn about the EXP potions. Even after this new expansion pack released, they'd only learn about the potions once players had accumulated enough reputation. To become respected, players would have to quest for at least 2 weeks. Feng needed to secure as many opportunities as possible during the next 2 weeks. Meanwhile, while Feng was busy recruiting internal members for the guild, Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, good news. We've dealt with the training ground. The 5 companies have finally caved in and sold their shares. From now on, that training ground belongs fully to Zero Wing, Gentle Snow reported, smiling. Good. Wonderful. Feng was ecstatic to hear this. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Finally, Zero Wing had its own training ground. After disconnecting the call with Gentle Snow, Feng contacted Blackie and had him gather the Zero Wing Workshop's members in the workshop's main hall. Chapter 1936, Moving House. Hundreds of Zero Wing members had gathered in the main hall of Zero Wing's workshop, making the space feel a little cramped. Boss Blackie, has something happened? Why have you suddenly gathered us here? Don't tell me the guild is trying to replace some of us. The Zero Wing members in the hall bombarded Blackie with questions. Some of them were curious, while others were worried. Zero Wing had developed quite a bit recently. Not only did the guild's member count continue to increase, but the guild also ranked its internal members in various aspects. Competition between internal members was incredibly intense, and a large number of players arrived for interviews each day. The guild's workshop was only so large. There was a limit to how many internal members the guild could house. Hence, it wasn't unusual for the guild to cut off some of its present members for new recruits. After all, unlike other members of the guild, internal members received a significant salary. Stop making blind guesses. Even I don't know the meaning of this meeting, Blackie replied. But it should be something good. When the crowd heard Blackie's words, they relaxed. Shortly after the crowd had begun its discussion, Feng entered the hall. The crowd fell silent the moment they saw him, turning towards him with respectful gazes. The majority of Zero Wing's internal members didn't know that Feng was actually the guild leader, Black Flame. Very few of the upper echelons knew the secret. However, they were all aware that Feng was the Zero Wing Workshop's true manager. His position in the guild was the equivalent of first vice guild leader. Since everyone's here, let me explain why we've gathered you all. From today on, our workshop will be located elsewhere. We'll be moving to Ouroboros's main headquarters. This will become Zero Wing's branch workshop, and it will be responsible for recruiting talented players in Jinhai City. If no one has any questions, everyone should prepare for the move, Feng announced. We're moving to Ouroboros's main headquarters. What? Doesn't that mean our guild will have its own training ground like the other first-rate guilds? Amazing. I've heard that first-rate guilds generally use entire skyscrapers as their main headquarters. These skyscrapers are usually as large as a sports arena that can fit tens of thousands of people. We won't have to train in this cramped office anymore. That's not all. First-rate guilds' main headquarters are usually near or in the center of first-tier cities. And a lot of them come equipped with the latest facilities. Their rooms can even rival 4-star hotels. Some of the more impressive headquarters can even rival 5-star hotels. Does that mean we get to live in a first-tier city center? I'm not dreaming, am I? After listening to Feng's announcement, the crowd was elated. Even Fire Dance, Blackie, Yi Wumian, and Zero Wing's other upper echelons were stunned. Although they had known that Gentle Snow was working to acquire Ouroboros's training ground, the 5 companies that had supported the annexed guild had refused to budge. They had expected the matter to take a lot more time to deal with. They hadn't expected to secure the training ground so soon. Moving from a third-rate city like Jin High City to a first-tier city was a matter worth celebrating for the guild's internal members. However, acquiring Ouroboros's main headquarters held a deeper meaning for the guild's upper echelons. Now that Zero Wing had its own training ground, the guild could nurture experts with more ease. Moreover, the guild would no longer be limited by the limited size of its workshop and could recruit more internal members. With this, Zero Wing's development speed would increase by several times. After Feng had informed his players of the move, he had Blackie arrange the group for the relocation. In reality, they didn't need to do a lot for the move since the facilities at Ouroboros's main headquarters were top-notch. Ouroboros's headquarters offered even more virtual gaming cabins and training facilities than Greenwater Villa, but first, they needed to familiarize Zero Wing's internal members with the new training ground. As for the Greenwater Villa's facilities, they could transfer them at a later date. Naturally, the commotion at the Zero Wing workshop immediately attracted the Big Dipper group's attention. They're finally leaving. Xiao Yu, who currently sat in his office, could not help his rueful sigh when he received Liang Jing's latest report. Although he knew how extraordinary the Zero Wing workshop, which even had dealings with major corporations, was through Liang Jing's periodic reports, he hadn't expected the workshop to leave so soon. Moreover, the workshop had moved to a first-tier city, where talents gathered from throughout the country and competition was intense. He had dreamed of doing the same for many years, but even now, the Big Dipper group was stuck in Jin High City. The Big Dipper group wasn't stuck in the third-rate city due to a lack of funding, but because of a lack of fame and connections. If he tried to set up a training center in a first-tier city, stronger competitors would quickly target the center, and it would be forced to close its doors very quickly. Chairman, head instructor Sure has said that Zero Wing is willing to partner with the Big Dipper group. The Big Dipper group can use Zero Wing's fame to recruit members for its dojo. Zero Wing will also assist in training the Big Dipper dojo's members. However, in return, the dojo's talented members have to sign up to become internal members in Zero Wing, Liang Jing reported. Is that so? Xiao Yu could not help his growing excitement. He was no longer ignorant of God's domain. Through Liang Jing's reports and the game's growing popularity, he knew how famous Zero Wing had become. If he could utilize Zero Wing's fame to promote the Big Dipper dojo, he'd be able to attract many martial artists to join. Chairman, my scheduled flight will soon board. I have to go, Liang Jing said. Go. Continue to work hard with Zero Wing. And you do not need to continue to report back to me. You're already one of Zero Wing's internal members. You'll have a much better future with Zero Wing than Big Dipper, Xiao Yu said, nodding. When he had first tasked Liang Jing to serve as Feng's assistant, he had done so to get a better understanding of the mysterious man. He had been confident in her capabilities, but he had never thought that Feng would poach such a talented employee. But the outcome wasn't so bad. After all, Liang Jing owed him a debt of gratitude. If she became one of Zero Wing's upper echelons in the future, the Big Dipper group could benefit, as well. Thank you, Chairman. Liang Jing said sincerely. Meanwhile, below Big Dipper Tower. As the dojo's many envious members watched, Zero Wing's internal members left for the airport on multiple high-class buses. After several hours of travel, Zero Wing's internal members finally arrived before the building that had previously served as Ouroboros's main headquarters. As they alighted from the buses, the towering skyscraper drew their gazes upward, over 100 stories tall, leaving them astounded. Welcome, Gentle Snow greeted as she and her assistant emerged from the building. The rooms and facilities inside are ready for your use. We have also updated the virtual training system. Everyone can begin training right away. Let's forget about training for today and let everyone adapt first, Feng said, smiling as he glanced at the excited crowd behind him. We'll focus on recruitment today. I have already sent people to advertise the matter. I doubt it will be long before independent experts and workshops seek us out, Gentle Snow said, nodding. She understood that starting everyone on their work after arriving was a little rushed. Moreover, losing one day of training wouldn't affect Zero Wing's development significantly. When Zero Wing's internal members heard that Feng and Gentle Snow had given them a day off, they were elated. They dashed into the building to explore the new training ground. The building that had served as Ouroboros's main headquarters had 133 floors. It had been divided into multiple areas, covering offices, training areas, entertainment areas, and rest areas. Every internal member would receive their own living space, and they wouldn't be nearly as cramped as they had been in the Greenwater Villa, where they had shared a room with several others. When Liang Jing had finished touring the building, she had been stupefied. Every facility in the building was state-of-the-art. Even the simplest accommodation was as luxurious as a 4-star hotel, whereas the top-level rooms and suites were on par with 5-star hotels. Standing in the top-floor suite of the building, excitement bubbled up in Feng as he gazed at the night view from the French windows. He found it hard to believe that such a magnificent building officially belonged to Zero Wing, now the guild's main headquarters. Meanwhile, under Gentle Snow's management, it took only a day for Zero Wing's internal members to get back on track. Moreover, the Zero Wing workshop had recruited 500 new internal members in that single day. Every one of these internal members was extraordinarily talented, either with combat, management, or lifestyle classes. Once God's domain system update had completed, these 500 people would be integrated in Zero Wing's operation. At 6 a.m. the next day, God's domain system update had finished. Laying down in the newly installed virtual gaming cabin in his luxury suite, Feng logged into God's domain. Chapter 1937, Rapid Expansion Sea of Death, Island. The mental assistance system has finally activated. As Feng stood on the death energy-saturated beach and stretched, he could feel a tangible change to his virtual body. Before this update, he had always felt as if he were moving in a body that wasn't his. Now, however, he felt as comfortable in his skin as he was in the real world. It felt as if he had been transported into another world, rather than enter a virtual world via a virtual body. When the other Zero Wing members logged into God's domain and similarly immersed themselves in this new sensation, excitement welled within them. They had felt as if they had been casting spells and using skills from a third-person perspective, but now, they felt as if they used their abilities personally. It felt as if they had gained superpowers in the real world. Looking at the level 60+ demonic beasts on Island, the team eagerly charged at the monsters to test their new forms. Although the mana on Island was very thin, and the corrosive power of darkness lingered, with the help of the all-rounded device and darkness resistance potion, the team remained unaffected by the island's harsh environment. In just 8 minutes or so, the team had killed over 100 Lord-ranked demonic beasts. Guild leader, we've just received a report. Due to the system update, many players have begun to learn advanced combat methods from the ancient survivors. As a result, far fewer players are interested in joining Zero Wing, Aqua Rose reported. Then, in a quieter tone, she continued, moreover, the various large guilds have started mass recruiting members, and they've lowered their recruitment requirements significantly, especially Blackwater. Blackwater has improved the benefits it offers its elite members by a significant margin. Blackwater is now offering nearly 40% more than Zero Wing. Because of this, many of the players that had applied to join our guild at the Secret Stone Fortress and Silverwing Town have left to join Blackwater. Blackwater really is vicious. To think it would increase its benefit packages by so much. Aqua Rose's report astonished Feng a little, but once he gave the matter some thought, he wasn't overly surprised. The return of the Survivors expansion pack heralded a new area where every major power in the game would seek to recruit elite players. Currently, the Trial Tower was still used to determine players' combat standards. The higher a player climbed in the tower, the stronger combat standards they'd need to progress. Naturally, the fastest way to improve one's combat standards was by learning combat techniques. If players could grasp a single basic combat technique, they'd be almost guaranteed to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor, which would mean that the player had reached the realm of experts. With the ancient survivors' return, players only needed a small amount of money to learn advanced combat methods. Although these advanced combat methods might not be as helpful as a basic combat technique, they were close. In other words, elite players would have a high probability of reaching the trial tower's 5th floor as long as they learned these advanced combat techniques. After all, the various large guilds' elite members, on average, could reach the 4th floor. The only real between elite players was their progress on the 4th floor. Oftentimes, a guild's strength was based on the number of experts it had, since high-difficulty dungeons and quests had very high combat standard requirements. These challenges usually required expert players. Thus, expert players comprised a guild's key support pillar. Now that the Return of the Survivors expansion pack had activated, it was only natural that all of God's domain had become so frantic. This expansion pack was particularly beneficial to wealthy guilds like Blackwater. Recruiting elite standard players was much cheaper than poaching experts, and now that elite standard independent players had a much easier time reaching the trial tower's 5th floor, it was only natural that Blackwater spared no effort in recruiting them. Guild leader, should we lower our recruitment standards a little? Blackwater might steal the Or Empire's independent elite players otherwise. If that happens, contesting Blackwater will be quite difficult in the future, Aqua Rose said worriedly. The Or Empire wasn't like Star Moon Kingdom, it had become a hub for multiple kingdoms and empires. A large number of elite and expert players had gathered in the empire, so it was much easier to recruit players there than in other kingdoms and empires. Since Blackwater wants to claim the independent elite players, let it have them. Unlike Blackwater, we don't have the funds to play that game. Our recruitment standards will stay the same. Continue to prioritize the development of players with potential. We won't try to contest over the ready-made independent elite players, Feng said, smiling as he shook his head. While lowering the guild's recruitment standards would attract many elite players and increase the guild's overall strength, doing so without sufficient capital would yield the opposite effect. Most importantly, the standard of expert players would not stay the same forever. In the short term, mass recruiting independent elite players would boost a guild's expert count, but as more players learned advanced combat methods, the overall standard of God's domain's players would rise, as would the benchmark for expert players. Nowadays, one was considered an expert as long as they reached the early stage of the trial tower's 5th floor, but in the future, they would have to reach the 5th floor's middle stage or beyond. One day, players would have to reach the 6th floor to qualify as an expert. Rather than targeting the current elite players, Zero Wing would profit by setting its sights on low-level players with great talent. It wouldn't be long before leveling up was no longer a problem for newcomers. We're not going to compete with Blackwater. Aqua Rose was a little disappointed after hearing Feng's reply. However, when she thought about how Zero Wing had just acquired Ouroboros's main headquarters, which had drastically increased the guild's expenditures, she realized that Zero Wing didn't have much capital to spare. Hence, she had no choice but to give up on this opportunity and focus on recruiting players with strong potential. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's lack of action during this chaotic time confused the various powers and players that watched the guild. None of them understood what Zero Wing intended. The guild was dismissing such a golden opportunity to grow stronger. Are you kidding me? The various large guilds have clearly lowered their recruitment standards. Why hasn't Zero Wing? And I thought that I'd finally get to join the guild. In the end, I still can't meet their recruitment requirements. Why do you insist on joining Zero Wing? Blackwater is the best choice right now. Not only does it have full control of the Iron Empire, but the guild also controls the Crimson Flame Fortress, a vital path to the Or capital city. Moreover, Blackwater has announced that it is increasing its internal member count and that it will fill some of the slots with the guild's elite players. Now is the best time to join Blackwater. Sure enough, Zero Wing simply isn't a match for a superpower like Blackwater in terms of capital. The majority of the Or Empire's independent players sneered at Zero Wing's lack of response. For a time, applications to join Blackwater flooded the guild. However, Zero Wing hadn't fallen too far behind. Due to the increase in Zero Wing's internal member count, the guild's operating speed had skyrocketed. Because of this, the guild's management personnel, such as Gentle Snow, had a chance to relax and found more free time to tend to their own interests. In addition, Zero Wing's ability to investigate and recruit players with potential had improved substantially. For a time, the guild recruited many low-level players that lacked renown. Meanwhile, while God's Domain's various large guilds frantically snatched up elite players, Feng's group had arrived before a bottomless pit. Gray smoke filled the pit, robbing all life from the earth around it. Moreover, Zero Wing's team heard daunting roars from within, deterring any demonic creatures from approaching the pit. And yet, as if he hadn't heard the roaring, Feng approached the pit and descended the spiral pathway at its edge. As they ventured deeper into the pit, the team felt an intense pressure weighing them down. By the time the team reached the pit's lowest area, even experts like Shadow Sword felt stifled. As these Zero-Wing players began to fear the pressure that filled the pit, they noticed a colossal cave in a corner, leaving them stunned. A manatite vein? Aqua Rose stared with wide eyes at the numerous, dark silver ore deposits along the cave's walls. Chapter 1938, Magicbreaking Crossbow. The faint metallic luster and mana fluctuations in the dark cave stunned Zero Wing's team. Once they realized what they were looking at, they couldn't help their excitement, their breathing becoming a little hurried. Dark silver, and this mana fluctuation. There's no mistake. This is a manatite vein. Blackie's eyes glowed as he gazed at the dark silver ore. Guild leader, we're rich. Ordinary players might not know much about ores, but all of these players were guild experts. They had access to far more information than ordinary players on the subject, especially on precious ores that generated magic crystals as a byproduct like manatite. Such veins had already been the cause of plenty of struggles between God's Domain's various superpowers. Based on Blackie's knowledge, for major guild wars had been fought between superpowers over the discovery of an ore vein that generated magic crystals. Each war had involved multiple superpowers, with at least 4 involved in the smaller struggles, and up to 6 superpowers participating in the larger wars. These various superpowers had spared no effort while competing for the vein. The most impressive war had involved over 1 million players and nearly a full day of combat. By the time the war had ended, more than 600,000 players had been slain. The participating superpowers had suffered severe losses. Considering these wars, or veins that generated magic crystals were akin to a war horn, signaling the start of another mass battle. However, despite the extreme costs, the superpowers that eventually secured the veins had judged the benefits worth the cost. Magic crystals were a guild's foundation and an important resource for nurturing experts, which were essential in protecting a guild town. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, magic crystals would become even more important. Currently, players needed magic crystals to use the Divine Colosseum, trade with special NPC merchants, and fuel powerful magic tools. Zero Wing's teleportation arrays, magic towers, and defensive magic arrays were a few examples, all of which required a ton of magic crystals each day to maintain. Yet, while the various superpowers fought to obtain veins that generated magic crystals, Zero Wing had discovered one without attracting attention. Now, the guild simply needed to occupy the ore vein and send people to mine it in secret. It would be able to avoid paying a bloody cost. If Zero Wing had a stable magic crystal income, the guild could reach new heights in a short time. Blackie wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Aqua Rose was also ecstatic over the discovery of this manatite vein. Although the manatite vein wasn't as valuable as the attributed ore vein in the Flame Demon's Valley, the valley's environment was simply too harsh for players. Conducting a large-scale mining operation there was impossible. Fortunately, Karna Island was different. The thin mana here would not affect mining players overmuch. The only problem was the darkness corrosion, but that could be easily solved with darkness resistance potions. With the candlelight trading firm's current strength, mass-producing darkness resistance potions would be a piece of cake. Dispatching a large number of players to mine this manatite vein was definitely possible for Zero Wing. Once Zero Wing harvested enough magic crystals and nurtured a large number of experts, the guild wouldn't have to remain passive in the Orc Empire. It could take the initiative to face Beast Emperor and Blackwater head-on. As the team celebrated the manatite vein before them, nearly 100 dark-skinned, armed Demonkin The Demonkin were all level 65 and above, and the weakest among them was a lord. The strongest Demonkin was even a level 66 Grand Lord. The group radiated a chilling aura and moved like a well-trained army. What startled the players the most was the Demonkin patrol squad's heavy crossbows. The weapons were covered in runes, which gathered the surrounding mana to them. Even from some distance away, Zero Wings members could sense how dangerous those crossbows were. Magic-breaking crossbows. When Feng saw the Demonkin's weapons, he was astonished. Feng had known that the manatite vein was a Demonkin nest, and Pantheon had paid a high price to secure the vein in his previous life. However, he hadn't expected these Demonkin to be so powerful. A single patrol squad even wielded multiple magic-breaking crossbows. Magic-breaking crossbows were lightweight war weapons that individual players could control. They were similar to expendable tools, such as engineered bombs. Not only did the magic-breaking crossbows attacks carry Tier 3 power, but they were also incredibly fast. Even Tier 2 assassins would struggle to dodge the crossbow's bolts. Meanwhile, with this Demonkin patrol squad's strength, annihilating a team of 100 Tier 2 players wouldn't be much of a problem. It was no wonder why Pantheon had paid so dearly. Everyone, prepare for battle. This is a Demonkin nest. Don't let a single one escape. If any do, they'll notify their companions, Feng instructed as he watched the patrolling Demonkin. Fire, sneak over to the patrol squad with the assassin unit. Once the fight begins, focus on keeping the Demonkin with the crossbows under control. Do not give them any opportunities to use those heavy crossbows. Leave it to us. We'll make sure that they don't fire a single bolt. Fire Dance said, nodding as she eyed the crossbow-wielding lords. Feng then assigned tasks to the rest of his team. Once Fire Dance's assassin unit was in position, Feng sent Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian to start the fight according to plan. Go! The three MTs charged at the Demonkin patrol squad without hesitation. When the Demonkin noticed the MT trio, they responded by launching their own attacks, but Kola and his companions ignored them. Relying on their powerful defense and strength, the trio bulldozed through the Demonkin formation and straight toward the cave entrance, sealing off the Demonkin's path of retreat. It was then that Fire Dance's unit ambushed the crossbow-wielding Demonkin while the rest of Zero Wings members surrounded the monsters and prevented their escape, ensuring that the Demonkin couldn't flee to single their allies. Meanwhile, while Zero Wings members cleared out the Demonkin, a party of 6 assassins discovered the massive pit. Leader, I've checked their path with my advanced tracking skill. Zero Wings members should be inside this pit. Good. Let's head inside, the level 58, Tier 2 assassin clad in grey nodded before entering the pit. Zero Wings' actions thus far had rendered the assassin party speechless. The guild team had ventured through dangerous sea zones infested with sea monsters. Initially, their tracking fleet had consisted of multiple speedboats, but only a single party of players still lived by the time they had reached Karna Island. Sea monsters had killed the rest. Fortunately, they hadn't lost track of their prey and could continue their mission. Running along the narrow, winding path, the assassin party soon reached the bottom of the pit. Leader, look. Zero Wings members are fighting Demonkin. These Demonkin are so powerful. Even the weakest is a lord. It really makes you wonder what Zero Wings members are thinking. Did they really have to come this far just to grind and level up? Wait a minute. The ore at the cave entrance looks like manatite Oregon. There are so many manatite deposits here. Is this a manatite vein? Chapter 1939, Secret Exposed. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Leader, we're rich. Miracle's 6 assassins gazed at the manatite deposits around the cave entrance with sparkling eyes. They were very familiar with manatite veins, and they knew how valuable such veins were. Miracle had fought other superpowers over such a vein before. Magic crystals were becoming increasingly important to the various large guilds, and having a stable source had become the foundation for a guild's development. Hence, the various superpowers offered massive rewards to players for providing the coordinates of unclaimed manatite and other ore veins that generated magic crystals. If a player provided proof of an unoccupied ore vein, they would earn 10,000 gold and a single epic weapon. When the various superpowers had announced the reward, players had frantically searched for ore veins. For the majority of the game's players, 10,000 gold was an astronomical sum. If converted into credits, an ordinary person wouldn't have to worry about shelter or food for the rest of their life. Naturally, an epic weapon was fatally attractive to expert players, as well. Epic weapons were even rare among the various superpowers. They were god-tiered weapons to ordinary experts. As long as they wielded an epic weapon, their combat power would skyrocket. They might even be able to stand alongside peak experts. Players could only hunt for more resources with sufficient strength, after all, and as long as an ordinary expert had enough resources, becoming a peak expert wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Because of this, a large number of players had joined the hunt for ore veins. Unfortunately, even though a long time had passed since the superpowers had announced their offer, not a single player had claimed the reward. Of course, they had never thought that they would find a rumored manatite vein by simply following Zero Wing's members. If one of Miracle's members discovered an unclaimed manatite vein, not only would they receive the 10,000 gold and an epic weapon, but their rank in the guild would also increase by one level, bypassing the normal restrictions. Thinking up to this point, the grey-clad assassin serving as the party leader contacted Thousand Miles and reported on Zero Wing's current situation and the manatite vein. Many of the guild's upper echelons had gathered in a meeting room in Miracle's residence on Thunder Island to discuss the Savage God's legacy. It was, after all, of the utmost importance as it concerned the guild's development. Meanwhile, when Thousand Miles received the report regarding Kama Island, he displayed an ecstatic expression. He had never thought that he'd gain such an unexpected harvest by sending some of his assassins to follow Zero Wing. First, the Savage God's legacy, and now, the manatite vein. Thousand Miles chuckled at this double blessing. He then instructed the assassin party, "You have done well. Keep an eye on the manatite vein. I'll send the army to meet you immediately." He had already witnessed Zero Wing's naval strength, so he knew that if it really came down to an out fight between their guilds, they would likely suffer mutual destruction. However, it was a different story if the battle took place on an island. Players with sea-based legacies wouldn't receive a combat power boost on an island. Moreover, Kama Island happened to be within Miracle's range of influence. Zero Wing had only dispatched a 500-man team to the island, and annihilating such a small team would be a piece of cake. Following which, Thousand Miles gathered Miracle's fleet in the Sea of Death in preparation to secure Kama Island's manatite vein. Meanwhile, inside the Demonkin's nest, Zero Wing's members continued to clear out the patrol squads under Feng's command. While these Demonkin patrol squads might be difficult for any other expert team, but they were no challenge for Zero Wing's members. Ordinary MTs would not even be able to stop the first volley from the magic-breaking crossbows without breaking their stances. However, Kola could block 5 crossbow bolts at one time without issues. At most, he would lose around half of his HP, but by the time the Demonkin launched their second volley, Fire Dance's assassin unit suppressed the monsters. Kola then tanked the Grand Lord-ranked Demonkin that led the patrol squad, while Turtledove and Yuwumian tanked the Great Lord-ranked Demonkin. The rest of the team systematically dealt with the remaining Demonkin. The Demonkin granted more EXP than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, and they dropped relatively good weapons and equipment, all of which were level 60 and 65 bronze and mysterious iron rank. Occasionally, the Grand Lord-ranked Demonkin even dropped level 60 secret silver equipment. When the team had defeated the 4th patrol squad, a tattered piece of parchment dropped from one of the Demonkin. "This actually drops here." Feng was stunned as he inspected the tattered parchment piece. This leaf of parchment was a fragment of the magic-breaking crossbow design. If he could gather 6 fragments, he'd be able to form the complete design. Although the various large guilds were ignorant of the magic-breaking crossbow, Feng wasn't. In the past, small guilds had commonly used the weapons. Small guilds teams had even considered it necessary for grinding in the fields. At the end of the day, only a small portion of God's domain's player base would reach the realm of expert players. Very few would reach Tier 3, and even less would climb beyond that to Tier 4 and 5. Having Tier 4 and 5 players would be practically impossible for the various large guilds. So, what were these guilds supposed to do if they encountered hostile Tier 4 or 5 experts? The answer to that question was reliance on lightweight war weapons and tools like the Magicbreaking crossbow. The Magicbreaking crossbow's attacks carried Tier 3 power, and while that might not seem impressive, the weapon's attack speed was so high that even Tier 4 players struggled to evade its attacks. If a group of players fired Magicbreaking crossbows simultaneously, even Tier 4 players would be at risk of dying. However, the Magicbreaking crossbow design was extremely rare, generally only available in ancient ruins. Now that he knew that the Demonkin here dropped fragments of the design, why wouldn't he be surprised? Even in the hands of a Tier 0 player, the Magicbreaking crossbow would exhibit Tier 3 power and threaten Tier 4 players. If he could mass-produce these weapons, even dealing with an army of Tier 2 experts would be child's play. Thinking up to this point, Feng inspired his team to grind the Demonkin with far greater fervor. Unfortunately, after nearly 4 hours and constantly using divine providence, the team had only collected 3 fragments. They were still far from completing the design. As Feng prepared to lead his guildmates further into the Demonkin nest, Phoenix Rain called him. Guild leader Black Flame, just what are you doing on Kama Island? Phoenix Rain demanded with a serious expression. I've just received a report stating that Miracle is gathering a force of more than 30,000 players to head for the island. Over 7,000 of them are Tier 1 experts, and more than 400 are Tier 2 experts. She found it truly unbelievable that Miracle was mobilizing such a large force just to deal with Zero Wing's 500-man team. Miracle's gathering more than 30,000 players to take us out. The news confused Feng. Suddenly, he realized something. Has information on the manatite vein leaked? You should hurry and retreat from Kama Island now. Once Miracle's forces arrive, they won't let you simply walk away. Phoenix Rain advised. A 30,000-man army from Miracle was no laughing matter. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would have to take the force seriously, not to mention Zero Wing. Thank you for informing me, but Miracle will have to think twice if it wants to force Zero Wing to flee, Feng said, smiling before disconnecting the call. Although he hadn't expected this development, Zero Wing wasn't as weak as it had been in the past. If Miracle wanted to plunder Zero Wing's riches, he would make sure they lost a limb or two in the process. Chapter 1940, Feng's decision. Big Sis Rain, how are things on Zero Wing's side? Based on the latest update, Miracle's forces should arrive on Kama Island in 10 minutes or so, Blue Phoenix asked anxiously as she read the most recent report she had received from her subordinate. It might be fine if Miracle had simply sent 30,000 elite players, but a considerable portion of its army was expert players. This wasn't a trivial matter. If such a powerful team trapped Zero Wing's team, it would be annihilated. Aqua Rose's sea-based peak legacy couldn't help them either. The battle would take place on land, and Aqua Rose wouldn't receive a boost to her combat power. Based on Black Flame's attitude, I doubt that Zero Wing will leave Kama Island without a fight, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. She felt that Feng was simply too reckless. She then ordered, Blue, relay my commands. Have all nearby guild members gather on Kama Island. We'll hurry and reinforce Zero Wing immediately. I'll get it done. Blue Phoenix nodded. Meanwhile, in the Demonkin's nest on Kama Island, Zero Wing's members were horrified when they heard about Miracle's mobilization. They had never thought that the guild would be so ruthless as to dispatch an army of 30,000 players. This was the army of a super first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. Moreover, Miracle had only dispatched slightly fewer Tier 2 experts than the number Zero Wing currently had on the island. If they tried to stand their ground against Miracle's army, the battle would definitely end with their deaths. Guild leader, are we going to retaliate? Aqua Rose asked Feng. No. With our current strength, fighting Miracle would be suicide, Feng said, shaking his head. They might have had a chance if Miracle had merely dispatched ordinary and elite players. With Zero Wing's team of Tier 2 experts, they could use guerrilla tactics and have a chance of surviving Miracle's 30,000-strong army. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. The expert players Miracle had dispatched were far stronger than ordinary expert players, and if they tried to take these experts on while so drastically outnumbered, not even guerrilla tactics would save them from a miserable death. Miracle was a veteran super first-rate guild that could rival veteran super guilds in terms of overall strength. It simply hadn't earned the title of Super Guild due to lacking a legacy. Miracle's Tier 2 experts were of a far higher quality than those from first-rate guilds or recently risen superpowers. The quality difference wasn't a result of a gap in basic attributes, but due to a difference in combat standards. Refinement Realm experts were considered top-ranked players in first-rate guilds, but to superpowers, Refinement Realm experts ranked nowhere near the top. Naturally, the difference between a Refinement Realm expert and one who hadn't reached that realm wasn't easy to make up. Zero Wing had been able to stand against super first-rate guilds and super guilds because these powers had only dispatched a small number of their Refinement Realm experts or by relying on its players' overwhelming advantage in basic attributes. However, this situation was different. In an era where weapons and equipment drop rates had decreased, Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts no longer had as much of a basic attribute advantage. In a one-on-one fight, Miracle's Tier 2 experts would stomp on most of Zero Wing's. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. Miracle had secured its foundation after many years of hard work and investment. This was also why the various large guilds tried so hard to nurture experts. In God's domain, experts were a guild's true support pillar. Weapons, equipment, and tools were only one of the many means used to improve a guild's strength. Then, are we going to retreat? Aqua Rose asked. No. We cannot afford to do that. This is a manatite vein we are talking about, finding another one won't be easy, Feng said, shaking his head. Aqua Rose was speechless. If they weren't going to fight or retreat, what were they going to do? For now, you'll continue to lead the team and clear out the Demonkin next. Leave Miracle to me. No matter what happens, don't leave the cave, Feng said, chuckling in response to Aqua Rose's confusion. Guild leader, you're not planning on dealing with Miracle by yourself, are you? That's too dangerous. I'll go with you. Aqua Rose anxiously insisted after realizing that Feng intended to act solo. He might be alright if he were surrounded by dozens or hundreds of Tier 2 experts, but if Miracle used magic arrays or traps to suppress him, the army would even whittle his HP down to zero, regardless of how extraordinarily strong Feng was. The various superpowers were even capable of killing mythic monsters, much less a Tier 2 player like Feng. Do I look that stupid? Feng laughed when he noticed Aqua Rose's nervous reaction. Relax. I know what I am doing. After saying so, Feng left the Demonkin nest alone. Meanwhile, a large fraction of Miracle's members had gathered on Kama Island's beach. Even 1,000 Miles had arrived to command the battle personally. Miracle's 30,000-strong army occupied more than half of the island's beach. Even the lowest-leveled player present was level 56, and they were all well-equipped. As for Refinement Realm experts, just the ones participating in the expedition this time numbered more than 150, and every one of them was a Tier 2 player. Vice Guild Leader, the Manatite Vein is located in a massive pit in the island's valley. The leader of the assassin party that had tracked Zero Wing's team reported from 1,000 Miles' side. I've already stationed my party outside the cave entrance to deal with Zero Wing's members. Thus far, the guild hasn't shown any signs of retreating. Zero Wing must be suicidal. They still haven't fled. 1,000 Miles laughed. Haven't they made peace with losing their Manatite Vein? Miracle had not tried to hide its large-scale mobilization. With Zero Wing's connection with Phoenix Rain, how could the guild have possibly missed Miracle's movements? The only explanation was that Zero Wing was being stubborn. But it didn't matter. The difference between the two guilds' strength was already massive, and the Sea of Death's inner region was Miracle's territory. Zero Wing didn't stand a chance. Suddenly, the grey-clad assassin's expression darkened as he reported to 1,000 Miles. Sensing the change, 1,000 Miles demanded, "What happened?" "A moment ago, Black Flame abruptly charged out of the cave. Moreover, he discovered the 5 players I left to guard the entrance and killed them all," the assassin muttered softly. "Interesting. He dares to emerge alone. Does he plan to use guerrilla tactics with the power of a single player?" 1,000 Miles's lips curled into a smile. "Perhaps we should play along. Relay my orders. Have every team prepare a magic array and use it the moment they spot Black Flame. I want to see what he is capable of in the face of Miracle's army." After 1,000 Miles issued the command, Miracle's members swarmed Kama Island in 100-man teams, sweeping across the island like a fine-toothed comb in their search for Feng. With how closely the various teams operated, if one of them discovered their quarry, reinforcements would reach the scene quickly. Meanwhile, roughly 2,000 yards away from Miracle's army, Feng grinned as he watched Miracle's approaching army from the top of the island's valley. He then pulled a tome that radiated demonic energy from his bag. This tome was none other than the ancient Abyssal Book, an abyssal treasure that he could use to open an abyss passage. Dark Abyss, Descend. Chapter 1941, Abyss Descends. Within Kama Island's shriveled forest, Miracle's members advanced on the valley near the island's center. "Vice Guild Leader, I found Black Flame's tracks. By the looks of it, he has traveled past here before. It's very likely that he is ahead of us in the valley. Although the terrain here is complex, it is also a dead end. As long as we surround the valley's exit, he won't get away," the grey-clad assassin said, grinning at the tracks on the ground before gesturing to the valley ahead. Miracle had already sealed the island with magic arrays, so players couldn't use return scrolls or instantaneous movement magic scrolls to flee. In other words, the only way to leave Kama Island was on foot. While Feng would have the ability to employ guerrilla tactics from within the valley's complex terrain, he had also sealed off his own path of retreat. It might not have been a disadvantage if Feng were merely facing several thousand players, but what awaited him was an army of 30,000. Such a large force was more than enough to search every inch of the valley. Feng wouldn't have room for guerrilla warfare. As long as he revealed himself, he'd be surrounded and killed. Good. Since Black Flame is so eager to die, we'll grant his wish. Leave 50 Tier 2 players to guard the exit. Everyone else, search the valley. Leave no stone unturned. 1,000 Miles barked as he watched the dark, distant valley. Remember, start recording the moment you spot him. I want everyone to know what happens when you make an enemy of Miracle. I will also reward a piece of epic equipment to anyone who kills Black Flame. Miracle had suffered significant losses in the battle on Savage God Island, and although they had achieved their goal, securing the Savage God's legacy, the various large guilds had learned of the Water Ghost Legion's miserable defeat and the loss of dozens of ships. This had wounded Miracle's prestige among the guilds. Now that Feng was trying to cause trouble for his guild, 1,000 Miles was more than willing to slay the man, using the opportunity to restore some of the guild's lost reputation. When Miracle's members heard 1,000 Miles' orders, they bubbled with excitement. Although a lot of epic weapons and equipment had been found in God's domain thus far, even the various superpowers considered such items a luxury. Aside from the various superpowers upper echelons and peak experts, guild players had no chance of wielding an epic ranked item. Now that they had the opportunity to obtain a piece of epic equipment by killing Feng, why wouldn't they be excited? Under 1,000 Miles' command, Miracle's members swiftly entered the valley and searched through the island like a fine-toothed comb. Everyone hoped that Feng would appear before them. Shortly after Miracle's members began their search, a powerful storm brewed above them. Countless spatial tears ripped apart the dusky sky. Seeing this, Miracle's members slowed to a halt, watching the scene above them. As they all wondered what was happening, the numerous spatial tears merged into one massive black hole, nearly half as large as Kama Island. Darkness energy then poured out, making the space around the black hole muddy and violent. A spatial passage. 1,000 Miles, who was quite knowledgeable about God's domain, found the black hole similar to spatial passages he had seen before. Only, the one above Kama Island was on a much larger scale. As 1,000 Miles wondered about the spatial passage that had appeared above the island, deafening roaring drifted out of the pathway. A winged monster, covered in pitch-black scales, then pulled itself from the spatial passage. The moment this scaled monster appeared, Miracle's members felt the threat of death looming over them. When some of the players used their identification skills on the scaled monster, they could not help but gasp. This monster was actually a level 160 lord. How is this possible? Why has such a powerful monster appeared? These players' thoughts became chaotic when they learned the scaled monster's identity. A Lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent since it was only the equivalent of a Tier 2 player, but a level 160 monster was basically invincible to current players. While the army was stunned by the sudden development, another scaled monster emerged from the black hole. Not only was the second monster much larger than the first, but its aura was also leaps and bounds more powerful. To make matters worse, more scaled monsters followed, swarming out of the spatial passage. 1, 2, 3. By the time these monsters covered half of the sky above Kama Island, Miracle's members had gone from panic to full-on despair. One level 160 lord was enough to wipe out their 30,000-man army, much less an entire force of such monsters. Retreat! Everyone retreat immediately! 1,000 Miles shouted as he snapped out of his daze. Unfortunately, by the time 1,000 Miles had issued the command, the scaled monsters had descended on the players in the valley. They gave Miracle's members no chance for escape. Not only did the level 160 lords attack with unrivaled strength, but their speed was just as overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, several hundred Miracle members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished from the island. Several thousand players had died by the time Miracle's army had fled the valley, and plenty of Tier 2 experts had been among the slain. While Miracle's members ran for their lives, 1,000 Miles noticed a figure at the top of the mountain. He was very familiar with this figure. It was none other than Feng. Like an uninvolved passerby, Feng casually admired the massacre below. Damn it! It must be him. He must be responsible for opening that spatial passage. There's no way these monsters' arrival was a coincidence. Confusion and fury overwhelmed 1,000 Miles as he watched Feng. He actually summoned these monsters just to prevent Miracle from stealing the manatite vein, to prevent anyone from obtaining it? Insane. He is definitely insane. Chapter 1942, So What If I Am? A flood of monsters still surged out of the spatial passage above Kama Island. Moreover, as the swarm grew, stronger monsters emerged from the black hole. At first, only lords had come forth, but then, great lords and grand lords had begun to arrive. Now, even mythic monsters appeared from the passage. Like hungry wolves spotting fresh meat, these monsters descended on the fleeing Miracle members the moment they emerged. Level 160 lords were enough to instant-kill Miracle's members, not to mention the higher-leveled Great Lord, Grand Lord, and mythic-ranked monsters. Although Miracle's members had scattered and run the moment they received 1,000 Miles' command, the flying monsters were too fast to outrun. In the seconds after Miracle had initiated its retreat, over 3,000 members had transformed into streaks of light and vanished. Vice Guild Leader, these monsters are even chasing the members that have left the valley. They have no regional restrictions. With how fast the monster force is growing, I'm afraid that they'll annihilate us before we reach the shore. Silent March said, watching the monster-filled sky with a grim expression. An endless number of monsters flew out of the black hole above, and even though their forces had split up, the monsters wouldn't need long to eliminate them all. If the 30,000 players had only consisted of elite members, Miracle's losses wouldn't have been so severe, significantly harming the guild's operations, if they all died, but over 400 of these players were Tier 2 experts. If these players were slain as well, we can't break through. It seems that we have no choice but to use the Magicbreaker scroll to remove the seal on the island. Thousand Miles gritted his teeth as he watched his guildmates die, one after another. March, instruct our elite members to do everything they can to attract the monster's attention. Once I remove the seal, have our guild experts use return scrolls to get out of here as soon as possible. Very few magic scrolls in God's domain were capable of removing regional seals. Even a super first-rate guild like Miracle had only managed to obtain 6 thus far. Normally, these scrolls were reserved as life-saving tools to prevent other superpowers from ambushing their key forces. Since he was one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, he had been allocated one of these scrolls. If he used it now, he'd have to wait a long time before he'd receive another. However, he couldn't hold anything back with so many of his guild's Tier 2 experts at risk. Understood. Silent March nodded. Following which, Thousand Miles took an ancient, golden magic scroll from his bag and began to activate it. In response, a golden light pillar flew from the unfurled scroll and pierced the invisible magic barrier that enveloped Kama Island. The magic barrier shattered, and players on the island could once again use teleportation spells and tools. As the magic seal faded, Miracle's members breathed sighs of relief. With the barrier gone, they would not have to rely on their own feet to escape the island. Once they found a safe location, they could use a return scroll and leave this nightmare. However, just as Miracle's many experts activated their return scrolls to flee this godforsaken island, the scroll's loading bars were interrupted. What's going on? Why can't I teleport? No. We're still under the magic seal's effects. But didn't we remove the barrier? The development left Miracle's fleeing experts confused. Even Thousand Miles, who had just used the magic breaker scroll, was bewildered. Vice Guild Leader, look at Black Flame. I think he just used a magic seal, a ranger with sharp eyesight announced as he pointed to the mountain and Feng. Hearing this, Thousand Miles spun towards Feng. Multiple magic arrays hovered around the swordsman, all of which manifested to seal off Kama Island. Black Flame. You're courting death. Thousand Miles's gaze was frosty as he glared at Feng, his enraged bellow echoing throughout the valley. Every Miracle member in the valley stared at Feng with hatred and killing intent. They had already used their only magic breaker scroll, so only death awaited them if another magic seal enclosed the island. Courting death? Seeing Thousand Miles's wrathful expression, Feng couldn't help but laugh as he replied, so what if I am? In truth, Feng hadn't wanted to open an abyss passage on Kama Island. Once it opened, it would affect the region, and with the exception of himself, the ancient abyssal book's owner, the abyssal monsters would hunt down every player within range. Activating the abyssal passage had greatly affected his plans for the manatite vein. Although Feng had expected information on the manatite vein to leak and had prepared certain countermeasures, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Moreover, Miracle had intended to take the vein for itself, rather than negotiate. He couldn't afford to be courteous with the enemy guild. He would teach Miracle the price for trying to steal Zero Wing's manatite vein. Black Flame. Do you truly think Miracle will let you off the hook for this? Thousand Miles threatened as he watched the sealing magic array complete. Your entire guild will face Miracle's wrath, not just you. Guild leader Black Flame, many of Miracle's experts are on Kama Island. Our guild leader isn't exaggerating. If you complete the seal on Kama Island, Miracle will do everything it can to destroy Zero Wing. Silent March attempted to persuade Feng. Since you have developed Zero Wing to its current power, you should understand the various superpowers' strength. You should know how powerful our guild is. Do you really want to make an enemy of Miracle? Zero Wing had already become a noteworthy force in God's domain, but to a top-ranked, super first-rate guild like Miracle, it was still a trivial opponent. The only reason Miracle had not turned against Zero Wing thus far, despite the guild's multiple transgressions, was that it had much better things to do with its time and resources. However, if Miracle concentrated its strength against Zero Wing, removing the guild from God's domain wouldn't be difficult. You people really are interesting. You clearly came looking for trouble, yet you're making Zero Wing look like the bad guy here, claiming that our guild is trying to make an enemy of ours? Miracles members sure are skilled with one-sided plays. Feng laughed. I'll repeat myself once again. So what if I am? Chapter 1943, Zero Wings Wrath. Black Flame, you're going too far. 1,000 Miles shouted hurriedly when he realized that Feng showed no intentions of canceling the magic array. We no longer have the power to take the manatite vein. We have even lost several thousand elites. If you complete the barrier around Kama Island, you might be able to use these monsters to kill us, but only once. However, Zero Wing will have to face Miracle's full wrath in return. Wrath? Feng could not help but laugh at 1,000 Miles. I don't know how terrifying Miracle's wrath is, but you should have a taste of Zero Wings, first. Feng's voice echoed throughout the valley, and Miracle's members felt a chill crawl down their spines from the indifference and killing intent his tone contained. They had never thought that Feng was so ruthless. He actually ignored his guild's safety to ensure their deaths. Insane. He must be insane. He wants to drag us down with him. How can a guild leader like this exist in God's domain? Miracle's members were bewildered as they stared at Feng. The various large guilds' guild leaders would do almost anything they could to ensure their guild's survival in God's domain. They often set aside their personal feelings for the bigger picture. Feng, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about Zero Wing's survival in the least, acting entirely on his emotions. However, Feng hadn't lied. While they weren't sure how Miracle would retaliate, they were certain that they'd face Zero Wing's wrath right now. Good. Very good. Since you want to duke it out, show me what you're capable of. 1,000 Miles shouted, his eyes turning bloodshot. Everyone, heed my command. Attack Black Flame with everything you've got. The magic seal has a long activation time. If we can interrupt his channeling, he can't seal off the island. I will personally gift anyone who kills Black Flame a piece of epic equipment. The Vice Guild leader is right. Our deaths are not certain yet. As long as we can interrupt Black Flame, we still have hope of surviving. If we kill Black Flame, we'll even get a piece of epic equipment. Right. This battle's outcome isn't set in stone. We still have a fighting chance. Kill Black Flame. Hearing 1,000 Miles' orders, Miracle's members knew that their only hope of survival hinged on striking Feng with everything they had. Otherwise, none of them should think of leaving Kama Island alive. Fortunately, the magic seal needed 2 minutes to complete. They weren't completely out of luck. As their morale recovered, Miracle's members charged toward Feng while ignoring the abyssal monsters around them. The only thing on their minds was Feng's death. Like wild beasts that had awakened from their slumber, the auras of the remaining 20,000-plus players flared as they bared their teeth at their adversary. Retaliating even in the face of death? Feng sneered at the approaching mob. He stood just below the spatial passage, and as Miracle's members approached, they would encounter more abyssal monsters. With current players' strength, charging at these monsters was suicidal. But Miracle's players were in a frenzy. They disregarded all costs while charging at Feng, and even when their comrades fell beside them, they didn't pull their gazes from their target. Everyone, keep it up. Black Flame is still channeling the magic array and can't move. If even one of us reaches him, victory will be ours. Silent March cried, rallying his troops. While a magic seal was powerful, it had an obvious flaw: the player activating it had to remain in a safe place. If the caster moved in the slightest, the channeling process would be interrupted and would fail. Although there were indeed a lot of abyssal monsters between them and Feng, Miracle's players on Kama Island greatly outnumbered the monsters. Although the price of distracting the abyssal monsters was considerably high, it was possible, and it would allow a few players to slip by, reaching their target. Sure enough, 7 players managed to break through the abyssal monster's encirclement after a short moment, arriving within 60 yards of Zero Wing's guild leader. Even if I can't move, I can still use my skills and spells. Seeing the approaching enemies, Feng promptly activated Chilling Field. The moment chilling field activated, the 7 miracle members immediately felt a chill envelop their flesh. Both their movement speed and attack speed significantly decreased. Before the miracle members could move within 40 yards of Feng, icicles exploded from the ground, striking the 7 players as damages in the tens of thousands appeared above their heads. The mana on Kama Island was extremely thin, which limited the combat power players could exert, and with chilling field's movement speed reduction, dodging the icicles' attacks became impossible for the 7 miracle players. In the blink of an eye, the attacks killed 2 players. Only the 5 Refinement Realm experts managed to avoid death. However, while the 5 Refinement Realm experts had dodged the first wave of Feng's attacks, the swordsman was far from finished. As a constant stream of attacks bombarded them, the Refinement Realm experts were forced to halt their advance, focusing on defense. Unfortunately, they still took hits from time to time, continuing to lose HP. In the end, all 5 died before they could move within 20 yards of their target. Although Refinement Realm experts were frightening existences in first-rate guilds, their evasive and defensive maneuvers were unrefined before Feng. Die. Following which, Feng struck one group of Miracles members after another, mercilessly slaying every player that came within his attack range. None of them could get within 10 yards of Feng. Seeing this, Miracles' surviving members were dumbfounded. While Silent Mars came within 50 yards of the swordsman, she stopped her advance and took out a single target, Tier 4 offensive magic scroll. Numerous spiraling wind blades then formed around Feng. Under Silent March's control, these wind blades bombarded the immobile guild leader. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out in succession, the resulting shockwaves throwing dust and dirt into the air. He's finally dead. Silent March could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief as she watched the dust clouds surround Feng's location. She had used a large number of guildmates as bait to get within 50 yards of the swordsman and find an opportunity to use the magic scroll without her opponent noticing. But once the dust settled, it revealed Feng's unharmed figure. Golden divine runes circled his body, isolating him from the outside world. These runes were the result of the 7 luminaries' ring's absolute defense. However, rather than the runic barrier, everyone's attention was on the pitch-black magic arrays around Feng. The arrays had completed and sealed off Kama Island. Chapter 1944, Slaying 1,000 Miles, U. 1,000 Miles paled when he saw the fully formed magic arrays. Magic scrolls like the Magicbreaker scroll was the only way to remove the magic seal once it was complete and before its duration ended. It's over. We're doomed. When the rest of Miracle's army saw the magic barrier slowly spread out from above them, they were distraught. Thousands of abyssal monsters had already emerged from the spatial passage. They had thought it would be possible to reach the island's shores before their annihilation when there had only been several hundred, but that hope was gone. Several hundred more miracle members had died while the army had succumbed to their despair. Players only snapped out of their daze, fleeing like madmen, when the fallen players' weapons and equipment hit the ground. Although they knew that they had no hope of surviving this, they prayed for a miracle to save them. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? Silent March asked anxiously as she watched Miracle's Tier 2 experts fall, one after another. We're out of options now that the magic seal is complete. Have our experts bring up the rear. We're retreating, 1,000 Miles said, shaking his head. Now that the magic seal had taken shape, not even he had a countermeasure. Fortunately, he was one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, and his guild had allocated him plenty of life-saving tools. Unfortunately, he'd only be able to save a small number of players with the tools he had on hand. But, Silent March felt her heart bleed as she watched the abyssal monsters slaughter their guild's experts in the valley. Miracle had brought more than 7,000 experts to Kama Island. This was the first time their guild had suffered such a severe loss since joining God's domain. Enough. If you don't hurry, I can't guarantee our safe escape. 1,000 Miles snapped gravely. He, too, was reluctant to make the decision. He was, after all, responsible for this offensive operation. He wanted nothing more than to kill Feng, but he understood that with Feng's strength and the abyssal monster's interference, slaying the swordsman was impossible. All he could do was leave this godforsaken island as quickly as possible. Understood. Silent March nodded. As Silent March began her retreat, several hundred experts formed a tight circle around her, guiding Silent March and several upper echelons out of the valley. Black Flame, just you wait. It won't be long before I pay this back tenfold. 1,000 Miles bellowed as he glared at Feng, already thinking of ways to deal with Zero Wing. After ensuring that his guild's upper echelons had gathered around him, 1,000 Miles retrieved a dark purple globe from his bag. Countless divine runes had been engraved on this crystal globe, the globe itself giving off waves of pressure. This globe was one of the treasures Miracle had obtained from an ancient ruin _ the Wind God's Orb. The Wind God's Orb was a consumable that temporarily granted players the power of the Wind God. With the Wind God's power, players could fly freely through the sky for 5 minutes. Moreover, players' flight speed would be so incredible that not even flying ships could keep up with them. Whether one was using the Wind God's Orb for escape or pursuit, the orb was a very useful tool. Unfortunately, it could only be used 10 times. Once all 10 uses had been expended, the Wind God's Orb would turn into dust. Although the magic seal on Kama Island prevented teleportation, it did not prohibit players from flying. As long as they had the power of the Wind God, they could easily shake off the abyssal monster's pursuit. Moreover, 5 minutes of flying would be more than enough to escape Kama Island. Once they were off of the island, fleeing from the abyssal monsters would be a piece of cake. After taking out the Wind God's Orb, 1,000 Miles began to chant an incantation, granting him and the others the Wind God's power. With 1,000 Miles as the center, a gigantic, dark purple magic array formed on the ground, hungrily absorbing and devouring the surrounding mana. At the same time, a powerful storm enveloped 1,000 Miles and the others, preventing other players from approaching the group. The Wind God's Orb. Feng muttered. He could not help but feel a little astonished when he saw the dark purple globe in 1,000 Miles' hands. Miracle really is quite generous to have given him such a precious item, but you must be dreaming if you think you can escape with that. Feng then activated Gale Domain, transforming into a blur as he flew toward 1,000 Miles. The Wind God's Orb had been extremely famous in God's Domain, a masterpiece crafted by an ancient civilization. As long as there were no magic arrays that prevented flight in an area, even Tier 5 players wouldn't stop a player endowed with the Wind God's power. Only Tier 6 players would have the ability. Hence, the Wind God's Orb had been publicly acknowledged as one of the top 10 treasures for pursuit and escape in God's Domain in the past. However, the Wind God's Orb had an obvious flaw: it required a lengthy channeling time. Each endowment required roughly 15 seconds. Although Feng was currently around 800 yards away from 1,000 Miles, he could cross the distance in less than 10 seconds with the effects of Gale Domain. Of course, Miracle's members noticed Feng's movement. Black Flame. 1,000 Miles' rage burned even brighter when he saw Feng's approach. Escort team, block him with everything you've got. I'll kill him myself in a moment. He had called off the assault on Feng simply because he found the task troublesome. He had decided to ignore the man and let the hateful bastard live for a few more days. However, Feng ignored his benevolence and now targeted his life. Vice Guild Leader, rest assured, we'll make sure he doesn't leave your sight. We'll show this brat just how ignorant he is, a silver-armored, middle-aged man confidently declared as he watched Feng's approaching figure. After saying so, the middle-aged man, who led the escort team, and the team's 200-plus members vigilantly awaited Feng's arrival. Once the flying swordsman was within 100 yards, the escort team activated their berserk skills. A few members even activated a magic array, trapping Feng within a magic barrier. Shatter. When Feng was less than 60 yards away from 1,000 Miles, he activated Power of Darkness and swung down Killing Ray. Lightning Slash. A blue lightning bolt tore through the sturdy magic barrier, and by the time Miracle's players noticed it, the bolt had pierced through 1,000 Miles' body, devouring all of his HP. Chapter 1945, Miracle defeated. How is this possible? Silent March stared at 1,000 Miles' empty HP bar with wide eyes, shocked. That attack had been too fast and sudden. The escort team had clearly trapped Feng in a magic barrier that even a Grand Lord would need some time to struggle free from, yet Feng had broken free and killed 1,000 Miles with the same, single attack. Any player capable of rising to the position of Vice Guild Leader in a superpower had more than just strong management abilities but also had enough individual strength to convince others to follow them obediently. Although 1,000 Miles had been focused on activating the Wind God's orb, landing a ranged attack should have been impossible, but Feng had taken advantage of the moment 1,000 Miles had lowered his guard due to the magic barrier, claiming the man's life. God's domain had many spells and skills that quickly took effect, and by the time these abilities activated, even experts would be hard-pressed to dodge them normally. Players had to predict the attack's trajectory, taking preemptive measures to dodge or block the attack. However, Feng's execution had been so fast that she hadn't even noticed his movements when he activated the skill. Needless to say, it would have been impossible for 1,000 Miles, who had been distracted, to notice the attack. The other members around the Vice Guild Leader's corpse were just as stunned. They stared at the body with incredulous looks. 1,000 Miles was one of their guild's Vice Guild Leaders. Not only was he extraordinarily powerful as an individual, but the guild had also given him plenty of treasures. Even super guilds would have a difficult time killing 1,000 Miles. In fact, regardless of the several thousand abyssal monsters on Karna Island, they had never considered that the monsters might kill 1,000 Miles, yet their Vice Guild Leader was dead. Moreover, 1,000 Miles hadn't died at the hands of a superpower. He hadn't even died while surrounded by enemies, overwhelmed and outnumbered. Instead, a guild leader from a guild that had only recently become famous had claimed his life. If news of this spread, it would cause a sensation throughout God's domain. Black Flame. The escort team's leader turned ashen as he shot Feng a glare. From today on, neither you nor Zero Wing will have a place in God's domain. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can protect you. Had someone from another superpower killed 1,000 Miles, it would not have had much of an impact on Miracle's reputation. At most, the public would think that the offending superpower had grown stronger. However, the fact that a minor power like Zero Wing was responsible for the Vice Guild Leader's death was humiliating. If word of this got out, Miracle would become a laughingstock among the various superpowers. Others might even assume that Miracle had grown weaker, doubting its qualifications as a super first-rate guild. If Miracle did not annihilate Zero Wing after such an insult, it would have no hope of mingling in God's domain in the future. That's my business, Feng said while slashing the abyssal blade at the escort team. Lightning Edge. Countless arcs of lightning streaked toward the dazed escort members. Although a portion of the escort members had reacted to the attack quickly and dodged Lightning Edge's trajectory, the attack killed more than 70% of the team. I'll kill you. The escort leader, Nameless Hacker, gnashed his teeth in rage as he watched his teammates die. Nameless Hacker and the other survivors charged at Feng, killing intent flashing in their eyes. They would slay this swordsman even if they had to sacrifice their own lives. I'll support you. Silent March was just as resolved to kill Feng. After activating her berserk skill, she began to chant an offensive spell, aiming for the guild leader. Although Nameless Hacker was not a match for Miracle Dragon, he was a peak expert at the Void Realm. If he had 20+ melee refinement realm experts supporting him, not even a domain realm expert would dare to take him on. Furthermore, he had the support of a magical class expert, Silent March. She could make up for the melee player's flaws by launching attacks at Feng's blind spots, which the melee players could not reach. Die! As Nameless Hacker reached Feng, he raised his greatsword and executed a downward slash. The greatsword transformed into a rainbow that descended on Feng. As the rainbow passed, even space began to crack. At the same time, the other escort members circled to Feng's sides and executed their strongest skills. As they attacked, they paid no attention to defense. They were fully intent on trading blow for blow with Feng. Once Silent March saw Nameless Hacker use his ultimate move, she followed by releasing her channeled spell, the Tier 2 curse, Death Coffin. With Feng in the center, death energy filled a 30-yard radius, constantly corroding the players' lives. Silent March planned to use the escort team to buy time for death energy to detonate, killing the team and Feng. Meanwhile, Nameless Hacker and his comrades paid no heed to Silent March's spell. Now that 1,000 Miles was dead, they had no way to escape Karna Island before the abyssal monsters killed them, in any case. They were more than willing to sacrifice themselves if it meant Feng's death. In response to his opponent's suicidal attacks, Feng used Dragon Breath and 9 Dragon Slash. He had no intention of dodging the attacks. His basic attributes were far beyond Nameless Hacker and Miracle's members. He could simply stop the attacks with brute force. Boom. 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 The moment Dragon Breath collided with the descending rainbow, a massive explosion shook the valley. Dragon Breath shattered the rainbow and blew Nameless Hacker away. Abyssal Blade's phantoms, meanwhile, put a stop to the melee refinement realm expert's assault. Before the death energy Silent March had summoned could detonate, Feng used Instant Strike to appear before her and swung Killing Ray at the female necromancer. Although Silent March tried to block the attack with her staff, she was too late. Killing Ray shattered the magic barrier protecting Silent March and cut straight through her neck, instantly obliterating her HP. So fast. The escort team members were stunned. First, 1,000 Miles had fallen. Now, even Silent March had died before the rear-line healers could do anything about it. Feng's attack power and attack speed were terrifying. Without Silent March's assistance, Nameless Hacker and the others were utterly helpless against Feng. Even though they still had their healer's support, Feng killed one after another. With the abyssal monster's interference, the entire escort team had been eliminated in less than 20 seconds. Seeing this, Miracle's surviving experts, who had been rushing over to help, turned and fled, losing any motivation to attack Feng. Unfortunately, the flying abyssal monsters gave Miracle's members no opportunities to escape Karna Island. In less than 10 minutes, all of the 30,000-plus players Miracle had dispatched to the island were dead. None left the island alive. Chapter 1946, Impossible Outcome. After Miracle's forces on Kama Island were annihilated, the abyssal monsters circling above began to scatter to the surrounding areas. And Feng couldn't be any happier to see it. Although this turn of events would be a problem for players developing in the Sea of Death, it would benefit him. The abyssal monster's presence would deter anyone from approaching Kama Island. However, the abyss passage he opened above the island was small, unlike the medium passage in the Twin Towers Kingdom. As a result, its influence would be very limited. In the continent of God's domain, abyssal monsters couldn't roam freely since they were foreign to this world. Hence, the world's power constantly suppressed them. The farther they ventured from the abyss passage, the stronger this suppression would become. With the power of a small abyss passage, the passage's range of influence was very limited. Moreover, he could only use this method to deter players once. Each ancient abyssal book could be used to open only 2 abyss passages, a medium passage and a small passage. King's Return's Hell Fiend had already opened the medium passage to deal with immortal light in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and now that Feng had used the remaining small passage, he'd have to make sufficient sacrifices if he wanted to use the book to open another. To open another passage, he would need to sacrifice 50,000 players for a small passage, 300,000 players for a medium passage, or 1 million players for a large passage. Capturing so many players to sacrifice would be an immensely difficult task. He might be fine if his actions went undiscovered, but once other players found proof of his wrongdoing, the consequences would be horrendous. After watching the abyssal monsters venture away from Kama Island, Feng began to loot the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's temporary residence on Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, I've notified every fleet in the Sea of Death. Since we cannot command those under 9 Dragons Emperor, we only have 3 fleets heading towards Kama Island. They should arrive in half an hour at the earliest, Blue Phoenix reported. They had begun to gather their forces the moment they had heard of Miracle's interest in visiting Kama Island. However, the island was located in an extremely dangerous sea zone, and the various superpowers on Thunder Island didn't usually operate in that area. As a result, their fleets had been some distance from Kama Island when the situation had occurred, and even the closest ships would need some time before they'd arrive. Half an hour? Hopefully, they'll make it in time. Phoenix Rain nodded. While half an hour wasn't very long, it wasn't very soon either. If Zero Wing acted rashly, annihilating the guild's forces would be child's play for Miracle's 30,000-strong army. However, if Zero Wing's members split up and hid, they might last for another half an hour. Just what is Zero Wing trying to do? Despite knowing that Miracle has dispatched an army of 30,000 to Kama Island, Zero Wing is insistent on clashing with Miracle. Blue Phoenix was exasperated over Feng's decision. She had the feeling that Zero Wing must have fought so many first-rate guilds that it was treating Miracle like one of those old enemies. Zero Wing only had 500 members on Kama Island. Even if these members were all a part of Zero Wing's main force, they wouldn't even serve as a warm-up for Miracle's army. After all, they were talking about 30,000 elite and expert players. Moreover, all of those players were from a veteran super first-rate guild, not a first-rate guild. As Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix discussed the situation, the doors to the guild leader's office swung open, and two people walked in. The moment these two people entered the office, Blue Phoenix's expression darkened. Rain, long time no see. Nine Dragons Emperor greeted Phoenix Rain with a smile after entering the room. It seems you have secured quite a harvest in the Sea of Death. You've already replaced quite a few pieces of your equipment. Nine Dragons Emperor, why are you here? Phoenix Rain responded dryly. Nine Dragons Emperor was closely tied to the ambush she had suffered on Savage God Island. If not for her lack of evidence, she would have long since reported him to the Great Pavilion Master. Just the sin of setting her up would instantly get Nine Dragons Emperor banished from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unfortunately, Nine Dragons Emperor was too clever to leave evidence. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find any proof. This is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence. Is there some reason that a pavilion master, such as myself, cannot be here? Nine Dragons Emperor returned Phoenix Rain's question nonchalantly. Although this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, this place is under my management. I believe you of all people understand how the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion operates. Neither pavilion is allowed to interfere with each other's work. Or do you need me to remind you of the rules? Phoenix Rain asked coldly. Fine, I won't waste words with you. I am here on official business. The Great Pavilion Master has issued an order. Since this is such a crucial moment, you're not allowed to interfere with Miracle. Nine Dragons Emperor said, chuckling. If you still don't get it, I'll explain the order in greater detail. The Great Pavilion Master had stated that you are not to interfere with the situation on Kama Island, and you must recall all of the ships you have sent. Have I made myself clear? All matters on Thunder Island are under Big Sis Rain's management. Why would the Great Pavilion Master give such a command? Blue Phoenix refused to believe a word Nine Dragons Emperor said. I knew you all would ask that. Here is the Great Pavilion Master's order. He had intended to inform you directly via call, but fearing that you would disobey, he sent me here to carry his orders out, Nine Dragons Emperor said as he playfully displayed the system message Ku Rong had sent him. How could this be? Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw the message. Our guild is in a precarious situation, and Zero Wing has made too many enemies. All of the various superpowers have expressed their opinions on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After lengthy consideration, the Great Pavilion Master has decided not to interfere in the matter between Miracle and Zero Wing to avoid exposing the pavilion to even greater danger. If you refuse to follow orders, then all responsibilities on Thunder Island will be transferred to me. Nine Dragons Emperor said, smiling. Even if you sent reinforcements, it would be futile. 1,000 Miles is leading the operation personally. Zero Wing has no chance of survival. He was very pleased with Miracle's actions. Whether Phoenix Rain helped Zero Wing or not, Zero Wing would suffer severely, and Phoenix Rain would lose a powerful helper. Fortunately, this increased his chances in the next contest for Thunder Island. The naval power Zero Wing had displayed near Savage God Island had been too frightening, forcing him to take the guild seriously. But there was no need for that now. Now that Miracle had crippled Zero Wing, the latter would no longer pose a threat in the upcoming contest. Moreover, with Zero Wing's main force crippled and Ku Rong's current attitude toward the guild, he could take advantage of the situation to deal with Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Big Sis Rain, what should we do? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Phoenix Rain considered the matter, her expression ugly. She hadn't expected Ku Rong to interfere. Rain, you best decide quickly. I don't have that much patience. If you can't, I'll make the decision for you, Nine Dragons Emperor threatened. The twisted expression on Phoenix Rain's face delighted him greatly. You. Phoenix Rain frowned. However, before she could say more, she received a message. It had been sent by the spy she had planted in Miracle. How is this possible? Phoenix Rain was stunned as she read the message's contents. She simply could not believe what she read. Rain, are you trying to disobey orders? Nine Dragons Emperor demanded after Phoenix Rain's long silence. Inwardly, though, he grinned ear to ear. As long as Phoenix Rain refused to obey Ku Rong's orders, he would take control of Thunder Island. It would save him a lot of effort with his future plans. Sure. Of course, we'll follow orders. Phoenix Rain smiled as she glanced at Nine Dragons Emperor. Blue, notify the fleets to return immediately. Return? Blue Phoenix was confused. Are we really doing this? Nine Dragons Emperor stared at Phoenix Rain in shock. He had never expected her to be so decisive. Of course. The battle on Kama Island is already over, Phoenix Rain said. Including 1,000 Miles and Miracle's other upper echelons, the 30,000-man army has been eliminated. There's no longer a need to visit the island. Chapter 1947, Bountiful Harvest. Miracle's been annihilated? Nine Dragons Emperor was dumbfounded when he heard Phoenix Rain's announcement. How can this be? Miracle wasn't an ordinary super first-rate guild. Aside from its weaker legacy, it was stronger than some super guilds overall. Furthermore, 1,000 Miles had led the operation personally. If another superpower had to face Miracle's 30,000-man army, the battle would be bitter even if the superpower thoroughly prepared, much less annihilate Miracle's forces. Annihilating Miracle's army would be far more difficult than simply defeating it. If Miracle's 30,000 players decided to scatter and flee, no power should be able to eliminate them all even if the army were badly outnumbered. How could Zero Wing possibly achieve such a feat? Big Sis Rain, are you sure? Even if Zero Wing managed to obliterate Miracle's army, 1,000 Miles shouldn't have died. As one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, he should have plenty of life-saving tools on him. Killing him should be much harder than annihilating Miracle's army. How could he possibly die? Not even Blue Phoenix could believe the report. As a member of a superpower herself, she knew just how serious the various superpowers protected their upper echelons, especially their vice guild leaders. Even before God's domain, the various superpowers guild leaders and vice guild leaders had faced assassination in other virtual reality games. This wasn't new to them. However, as the various superpowers adapted to God's domain, they provided even better protection for their upper echelons. Take the ambush Phoenix Rain had faced on Savage God Island, for example. While Miracle might have had the ability to slay the main force members under Phoenix Rain, it hadn't been able to kill her. Had Phoenix Rain's subordinates faced annihilation, Phoenix Rain would have used the life-saving tools the guild had given her to flee the island. Of course, losing her main force members would have affected her plans. When Nine Dragons Emperor heard Blue Phoenix's question, he could not help but nod in agreement. He decided that the news must be fake. It would have already been impressive if Zero Wing's small team of 500 escaped Miracle's forces, but no matter how strong those players were, annihilating Miracle's army should have been impossible, not to mention slaying 1,000 miles. I wondered the same thing, but I've just verified the information. Miracle has issued a red annihilation order on Zero Wing. It's the highest-ranking annihilation order available in Miracle. Issuing this order means that there are no options for reconciliation between Miracle and the order's target, and only one of them will be allowed to live, Phoenix Rain said. Why would the guild issue a red annihilation order if Zero Wing didn't annihilate its army? That is a lie, right? Miracle's army had more than 400 Tier 2 experts. Such a severe loss will certainly affect Miracle's future plans. Blue Phoenix still couldn't believe the news, but faced with the facts, she had no choice but to accept it as truth. Miracle had issued the red annihilation order in the past, but only when the guild had expected a decisive battle with another superpower. No matter how she looked at it, now that Miracle had used the order on Zero Wing, it must have suffered a humiliating loss against the smaller guild. 9 Dragons Emperor, what a pity. It seems that my ally is quite reliable and no longer requires my help. If you have nothing else, I must ask you to leave. Unlike you, I don't have much free time. I still have to take care of many matters on Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain smugly dismissed 9 Dragons Emperor. Veins bulged on 9 Dragons Emperor's forehead. After taking a moment to calm down, he sneered and said, Phoenix Rain, don't get excited so soon. Zero Wing might have gotten lucky and defeated Miracle, but you know better than I just how frightening Miracle is. Zero Wing has ignorantly pushed itself onto the path of annihilation. It won't be long before Zero Wing is thoroughly removed from God's domain. After 9 Dragons Emperor finished, he turned and left the office in a huff. Seeing 9 Dragons Emperor's frustrated expression, Phoenix Rain felt refreshed. However, she knew that Zero Wing had gotten itself into more trouble than ever before. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to learn of Miracle's extermination. All of the various superpowers received reports on the battle on Kama Island. Ha ha ha. Zero Wing really is impressive to cause so much damage to Miracle. Even 1,000 miles was slain. The guild has dragged Miracle's reputation through the mud. Let's see if Miracle still dares to call itself #1 among super first-rate guilds. I had never thought that Miracle would suffer such an upset one day. If Miracle doesn't deal with this matter properly, it will become a laughingstock in the sea of death. Zero Wing is quite powerful. With such capabilities, it should easily rank among the top 5 of up-and-coming guilds. The news of Miracle's slaughter surprised all of the various superpowers, although they also pitted Zero Wing. With how much potential Zero Wing had displayed thus far, it was guaranteed to become a super first-rate guild if given enough time. However, now that Zero Wing had provoked Miracle, the guild had no future to speak of. Had Miracle's defeat been minor, it would have, at most, sent some guild experts to harass Zero Wing. As a superpower, Miracle had a lot on its plate, after all. It couldn't utilize its full strength to deal with some small guild. However, this situation was different. Not only had Zero Wing slaughtered Miracle's 30,000-strong army, but it had also killed 1,000 Miles, one of the guild's key figures. This was a great embarrassment for Miracle. If the super first-rate guild didn't obliterate Zero Wing and restore its reputation, even as a superpower, it wouldn't survive long in God's domain. Meanwhile, Zero Wing, which hadn't been particularly famous in God's domain outside of Star Moon Kingdom, had become a household name. Even the kingdoms and empires far from Star Moon Kingdom now knew the name Zero Wing. Meanwhile, back on Kama Island After working tirelessly for more than 2 hours, Feng finally collected the items Miracle's members had dropped. Miracle had dispatched over 30,000 players to Kama Island, and over 7,000 of them were experts. The guild had also sent more than 400 Tier 2 players. One could easily imagine how powerful the dropped items were. However, Feng did not store everything in his bag, which only had a limited amount of space. Hence, he only stored the best items, ignoring the common weapons and equipment. Even so, he still claimed more than 7,000 items, including over 500 level 50 fine gold weapons and equipment, and over 100 level 50 dark gold items. When exploring a corner of the valley, Feng noticed a crimson crystal globe on the ground. Within the globe burned a golden flame, and as if the flame had a life of its own, it transformed into a small, flaming dragon as Feng approached. Fire Spirit. Feng gasped when he saw the item. Chapter 1948, Special Epic Tool. Snapping out of his daze, Feng stepped forward and picked up the crystal globe. Although he had seen this crystal globe at an auction during his previous life, he found it hard to believe that the item before him was the same one. He had to verify his suspicion. Sure enough, it really is a fire spirit. Miracle is amazing. It actually got its hands on this. Feng could not help his elation as he inspected the crimson globe. Current players should be wholly ignorant of the fire spirit. Even if they managed to find one, they wouldn't know the fire spirit's true value. Based on the fire spirit's attribute panel, it was a weak epic tool that could only cast one spell, the Tier 2 spell, Fire Spirit. When cast, the spell would summon a Tier 2 fire spirit of the same level. In other words, obtaining the epic tool only granted players one additional summoning skill. While a Tier 2 fire spirit might be of some help to Tier 1 players, it was hardly of any use to Tier 2 players and above. Moreover, each fire spirit summon cost 5 magic crystals. Although the summoned fire spirit did not have a duration, to Tier 2 players, 5 magic crystals per summon was very expensive. Moreover, the summoned Tier 2 fire spirit wasn't even stronger than the summoners. Rather than wasting 5 magic crystals to summon a meat shield, it was cheaper to party with an MT. Because of this, the various large guilds paid no attention to the fire spirit, despite being an epic tool. However, Fire Spirit had one passive skill called Devour Mysterious Flame, which allowed the fire spirit to absorb mysterious flames, growing stronger. Unfortunately, no guild dared to use this passive skill. Mysterious flames were incomparably precious in God's domain, helping lifestyle players increase their production success rates. Losing a Tier 1 mysterious flame might not be so painful, but only a fool would sacrifice mysterious flames at Tier 2 and above to strengthen an epic tool. Tier 2 mysterious flames were, after all, just as valuable as ordinary epic items. Sacrificing a Tier 2 mysterious flame to upgrade the fire spirit was simply unprofitable. No one knew what the fire spirit would do after devouring the flame, and on the off chance that it received a minor basic attribute boost, the sacrifice would be an utter waste. Hence, the powers that obtained a fire spirit generally considered it useless. Even worse, the fire spirit would drop upon death. If one accidentally died after expending a mysterious flame to upgrade the fire spirit, they'd die a second time from regret. However, players hadn't yet discovered the fire spirit's frightening growth rate after devouring a mysterious flame, especially a high-tiered flame. Not only would feeding the fire spirit mysterious flames increase its tier, but its life rating would also improve. One guild in the past had become incredibly famous due to the fire spirit. The guild had been Thunder Family, a first-rate guild. A super first-rate guild had backed Thunder Family into a corner, and all of its territories, save the guild's main city, had been taken. Everyone had thought that the Thunder Family was finished, but the guild had summoned a fire spirit. The highest-tiered fire spirit in God's domain had only been Tier 3 back then. However, the Thunder Family had summoned a Tier 4 fire spirit. Moreover, it was an archaic species-ranked fire spirit. Fire spirits might not be as durable as ordinary monsters of the same rank and level, but as pampered children of fire, they had plenty of Tier 4 curses. A Tier 4 archaic species was already a challenge to take down, not to mention one with multiple Tier 4 curses. One could easily imagine what the influence the Thunder Family's Tier 4 fire spirit would have on a large-scale battle. In the end, Thunder Family had won the final battle at its main city. Afterward, the various major powers had paid more attention to the epic tools known as fire spirits. Although Thunder Family had remained a first-rate guild even after 10 years in God's domain, no superpower underestimated it. The guild had eventually nurtured its fire spirit to tier 5, and its life rating had risen to fallen angel. It had become almost invincible among opponents of the same tier, and even tier 6, god-ranked players had fled from one-on-one battles with the tier 5 fire spirit, including its many tier 5 curses. The fire spirit had become a terrifying adversary. One could say that obtaining a fire spirit was the equivalent of obtaining a capable tier 5 helper. It was unimaginably valuable. However, nurturing a fire spirit wasn't easy. Thunder family had practically bankrupted itself to nurture its fire spirit to tier 5. Even superpowers had a hard time getting their hands on tier 3 and 4 mysterious flames, and unless one obtained them in secret, countless problems would plague the player. Even so, the fire spirit was worth the cost. The fire spirit tool had another amazing aspect, as well. After devouring enough mysterious flames, the tool's rank would increase. Once it became a fragmented legendary item, it would gain an additional skill called Flame Refinement. The skill could grant a maximum often players the fire spirit's flames. Naturally, the strength of these flames would depend on the fire spirit's strength. The stronger the fire spirit was, the stronger the flames would be. In the past, various superpowers and first-rate guilds would frequently rent these flames from Thunder family, which, in turn, allowed the guild to make a fortune. Although Aqua and Snow failed to find any clues leading to Tier 2 and Tier 3 mysterious flames, they did obtain quite a few Tier 1 mysterious flames. I can use them to feed the fire spirit. Feng was quite satisfied as he gazed at the crimson globe in his hand. Tier 1 mysterious flames might not upgrade the flame spirit by much, but if it devoured enough of them, it would undergo a qualitative transformation. After Feng finished organizing the loot, he returned to the cave that contained the manatite vein. He then set up an abyssal barrier and a teleportation point outside of the cave. In the future, Zero Wings members would be able to teleport directly there without worrying about the abyssal monsters. From now on, the manatite vein belonged exclusively to Zero Wing. The guild wouldn't have to worry about competition from other superpowers, and it wouldn't have to dispatch players to guard the mine. The island's abyssal monsters would serve as a natural deterrence. Following which, Feng regrouped with Aqua Rose and the others, continuing to lead them deeper into the Demonkin nest, defeating one patrol squad after another. The Demonkin nest was quite large, and the pathways within were incredibly complex. As a result, exploring the nest was far more difficult than Feng had assumed. Guild leader, I found the nest's boss. Fire Dance excitedly announced. To mine the manatite vein, they first had to defeat the nest's guardian boss to stop the Demonkin from respawning. The Demonkin would only respawn once the guardian boss had, but the bosses based in or veins had very long respawn times. Although the guardian boss would grow stronger with each respawn, it wasn't a cause for worry since players would be much stronger by the time it did. Alright, I'll lead the team to you. Feng rejoiced when he heard Fire Dance's sudden declaration. He immediately led his team to her location. However, when Feng made it to the cavern Fire Dance stood in and saw the Demonkin, he was stunned. The Demonkin was 6 meters tall and fully geared in dark gray armor. Its back was decorated with all sorts of longswords. Currently, the Demonkin stood in the middle of the cavern with its eyes shut. A Tier Master. Chapter 1949, Tier Master. Everyone felt stifled as they watched the quiet Demonkin in the middle of the dark cavern with grim expressions. Demonkin King Ava, Mythic, Tier Master. Level 68. HP 600, 000/600, 000/000. What kind of monster is that? How is it giving off such intense pressure? Is that really a Tier 4 monster? I can already feel death loom over me just by looking at it. Why do I feel like I can't even hit it even though it's just standing there? Huh? What does Tier Master mean? Although none of them knew what a Tier Master was, after a long time fighting in God's domain, they had developed their instincts. Those instincts screamed a warning: if they set foot in this cavern, they'd get a one-way trip to hell. Naturally, Feng wasn't particularly surprised by his team's reaction. After all, their instincts were correct. If they entered Ava's cavern carelessly, their deaths would be guaranteed. The concept of a tier master was still foreign to current players. It was akin to a king among those of the same tier, but unlike ordinary archaic species or dragons, a tier master's strength didn't originate from extraordinary attributes. Rather, it came from the monster's extraordinary combat standards. Dealing with tier masters was far more difficult than dealing with archaic species that had high attributes. A fight against a tier master was a test of players' combat standards. If players' combat standards were lacking, they would die instantly. In comparison, players would have a fighting chance against an archaic species even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Moreover, when raiding tier masters, players would not be able to use their numerical advantage. In fact, raiding a tier master with more players than necessary would only increase the raid difficulty. Tier masters were capable of summoning an army of monsters, and they would summon more monsters based on the number of players participating in the raid. The summoned monsters might not have high attributes, but even the weakest combat standards would be at the trial tower's 3rd floor. This was why tier masters were so fearsome. Normally, tier masters only spawned after level 100. Feng had never considered that the boss guarding Kama Island's manatite vein would be a tier master. Guild leader, this boss is giving off a very dangerous feeling. We have quite a few players with us. Should we send some players in to test the waters? Aqua Rose suggested. When dealing with unknown bosses, particularly field bosses, teams usually dispatched a small group to test the boss's abilities and search for appropriate countermeasures to avoid excessive losses. After all, dying in the field meant losing a full level. Even when resurrected, players still lost half a level of EXP. Forget it. Compile a list of data on every member of the team. I'm going to reform a 100-man raid team, Feng said, shaking his head. There was no point in probing a tier master. Such bosses were straightforward. Unlike other bosses, which used many strange skills and spells, a tier master would only use normal attacks and the occasional team wipe move. If players could keep up with the boss's combat standards, they could defeat it. If they couldn't keep up, it didn't matter what strategies they employed, they'd all die. Moreover, the 500 Tier 2 players present were all true experts in the guild. Whether they lost half a level or a full level, it would deal a significant blow to Zero Wing. They'd be better off going all out on their first try. Following which, Aqua Rose gathered the details on the 500-man team and sent the information to Feng. She had collected data on players' basic attributes, weapons, equipment, and current progress in the trial tower. After planning for about half an hour, Feng finally decided on the 100 members that would take part in the raid. The weakest of the players he had selected had already reached the late stage of the trial tower's 6th floor. They would have no problems facing the tier master's summoned mobs in a one-on-one. Alright, Cola, start the raid. Feng commanded once everyone had their tasks. Cola nodded seriously. Although he was nervous, he willed himself to enter the cavern. The moment Cola stepped into the cavern, a bright light illuminated the space. Rather than a cavern, this place looked like an ancient temple. Faded murals covered the cavern walls, and stone pillars stood at intervals, supporting the cavern's vast ceiling. Although severely damaged, magic arrays were visible on the stone ground. Once Cola was within a certain range, the Demonkin king opened its eyes. The moment Ava's crimson eyes were revealed, Cola felt as if he had plunged into an icy hell as a chill seeped into his bones. Unlike other monsters, whose auras contained death and violence, Ava's aura was calm and indifferent. Before Cola could overcome the frosty sensation, Ava moved. Unlike other monsters they had faced, Ava wasn't lightning fast. They could all follow every single movement with their eyes, but despite the several hundred yards between the boss and Cola, each of Ava's steps rapidly devoured the distance. Crap! This monster's an expert. Cola had an incredibly bad feeling as he watched Ava approach. Hurriedly, he raised Titan Guard to defend himself. Dang! A crisp, metallic clang reached everyone's ears as dazzling sparks flew from Cola's Titan Guard. Kola stumbled back several steps before stabilizing himself. However, before he could catch his breath, another sword descended on him. This time, Kola instinctively raised his shield to block the attack. As they watched Kola receive a series of attacks from Ava, everyone could not help but gasp. Although Kola only lost around 13,000 HP from each attack, the Tier Master continued to push him back. In the battle between the expert MT and the Guardian boss, Kola was at a complete disadvantage. He had no opportunities to launch a counterattack, he could only defend himself. If he diverted his focus in the slightest, Ava's blade would likely find its mark. When the rest of the 100-man team came within 100 yards of Ava, the Demonkin King bellowed with anger. Multiple Demonkin then began to rise from the ground, ranging between level 64 and 66. By the time they stopped emerging, a total of 200 Demonkin stood before the players. Among them, the weakest was a chieftain, while the strongest was a lord. At first, Zero Wings members paid little attention to these monsters due to their low ranks, but after clashing with them, these expert players were stunned. These Demonkin commanded incredibly high combat standards. The weakest Demonkin could easily reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor, while a few Lord-ranked Demonkin could reach the 5th floor, the publicly acknowledged expert standard in God's domain right now. Of course, Demonkin's attributes were already higher than players. Combined with expert combat standards, the Lord-ranked Demonkins instantly slew several Tier 2 players. Fortunately, Violet Cloud managed to rescue some of them in time, reducing the number of casualties. Thank goodness. It seems this Demonkin King is only at the late stage, 5th floor standard. Defeating it shouldn't be a problem. After watching Kola fight Ava for some time, Feng had a rough estimate of the Guardian boss's combat standard, and he could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Not all Tier Masters were equal. The weakest among them were close to reaching the Trial Tower's 6th floor, in other words, the 5th floor's late stage. In a large guild, a player with such a combat standard would be considered a relatively strong expert. As for the stronger Tier Masters, some had even reached the Void Realm. Fortunately, Ava was one of the weakest Tier Masters. Had it been slightly stronger, Kola would have died instantly even if he met the attribute requirements for this raid. The only reason Ava was able to suppress Kola was its mythic ranked attributes. Although Kola's life dangled off the side of a cliff, Ava couldn't push the MT any farther. Furthermore, Kola could activate his Berserk skill to bridge the gap between them. Under Feng's command, Kola activated his Berserk skill, instantly decreasing the raid's difficulty. Meanwhile, with Turtledove and Yiwumian tanking most of the mobs, the rest of the team was free to attack the Demonkin King, decimating its HP. 90%. 70%. 50%. When Ava only had 1% of its HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and finished the Demonkin King off with Shadow Blade and Lightning Slash. As soon as the Guardian boss fell, a system notification reached everyone's ears. Chapter 1950, Demonkin King's Loot. System, congratulations. You have killed the Demonkin King, Ava. Due to the Demonkin King's death, all Demonkin in the area will not respawn. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill on the Demonkin King Ava. Rewards doubled. Guild popularity plus 500 and humanity reputation plus 20. When they heard the system announcements, Zero Wings members cheered in joy. Now that they had killed the Demonkin King, the Manatite vein had finally come under Zero Wings' control. Their guild could now mine the vein freely. Currently, only a few superpowers had possession of or veins that produced magic crystals. Once the system notifications ended, the Demonkin King's corpse burst into countless particles of light. Items began to manifest in the air, falling to the ground one after another. These dropped items glowed with colorful lights, dazzling the watching players. By the time they stopped appearing, a small mountain had formed on the ground. As expected of the first kill reward. The loot is frightening. Feng was a little astonished as he gazed at the small mountain of loot. Although the Demonkin King hadn't dropped as much loot as the Void Serpent, it still surpassed ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. After Feng had the healers start resurrecting the dead, he began to organize the loot. As his team watched expectantly, Feng spent more than 20 minutes inspecting the items. The Demonkin King had dropped a total of 176 items. Although more than half consisted of materials, there were still 33 weapons and equipment, a considerable amount. As many as 17 were level 60 secret silver weapons and equipment. Level 60 secret silver equipment was better than level 55 fine gold equipment at this stage of the game. Even level 50 secret silver equipment was extremely rare among the various large guilds, let alone level 55 fine gold equipment. Without hesitation, Feng held an internal auction for the 17 level 60 secret silver equipment pieces. Although level 60 secret silver equipment was too high-leveled for most of the players on the team, there were level reduction gemstones in the guild warehouse. They should be able to equip level 60 weapons and equipment after equipping the gemstones. Everyone on the team fervently bid for the weapons and equipment. As for the 8 level 60 fine gold and 6 level 60 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces the Demonkin King had dropped, he had no intention of distributing them via internal auction. Instead, he stored them in the guild warehouse and made them available to the guild's core members for purchase. Not only did these items cost a large number of GCPs, but players also needed to contribute sufficiently to the guild. After all, weapons and equipment of such level and rank could even tempt superpowers. He would not allow other guilds to claim the items by spending a few GCPs. The Demonkin King had also dropped 2 pieces of epic equipment, a pair of cloth armor boots and a leather armor belt. Both pieces offered excellent attributes. The boots granted magical class players a chance to reduce their spellcasting time by half, while the belt increased physique by 5% and granted players the leap skill, which gave players greater flexibility. After some consideration, Feng decided to give the boots to Aqua Rose and the belt to Fire Dance. Both women's combat standards ranked among the top in Zero Wing, and they could best utilize the power of these 2 epic equipment pieces. At this point, Zero Wing lacked peak experts more than anything else. Compared to the various superpowers, the guild's number of peak experts was pitiful. Moreover, as the various superpowers gathered more peak equipment, Zero Wing's attribute advantage would decrease. Hence, instead of splitting the guild's peak equipment among its many experts like the various superpowers, Zero Wing needed to concentrate its resources for greater effect. After Aqua Rose and Fire Dance equipped their new epic equipment, their basic attributes soared. Among the two, Fire Dance's current equipment lineup was simply dazzling. Fire Dance currently wore 6 pieces of epic equipment, as well as the fragmented legendary weapon, 1000 Transformations. Not even a super guild's guild leader was a match for her equipment now. Even if she encountered a superpower's apex experts, she'd have a high chance of triumphing. However, the Demonkin King's remaining items delighted Feng far more than the materials, weapons, and equipment the boss had dropped. No matter how many Demonkin patrol squads they had killed, he hadn't been able to get his hands on the last fragment of the Magicbreaking crossbow design. Fortunately, it had finally dropped from the Guardian boss, completing the design. So, this is the Magicbreaking crossbow. Sure enough, its production method isn't easy. It's no wonder why only superpowers had managed to mass-produce the weapon. Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the complete design in his hands. The Magicbreaking crossbow had been the perfect tool for ordinary players to combat experts in the past. Even ordinary, Tier 0 players could defeat Tier 3 and 4 experts with the power of this weapon. Because of this, the various large guilds had treated it like a precious treasure. Unfortunately, the Magicbreaking crossbow design was incredibly rare, and as a result, most guilds, those that hadn't acquired the design, had only amassed a small stockpile of the tool. Even Shadow had only collected around 500 crossbows after spending a long time accumulating them. Even so, a 100-man expert team that was fully equipped with Magicbreaking crossbows could kill a Tier 4 player, much less 500 crossbows. The only downside to the Magicbreaking crossbow was that it was a consumable item. It would disappear once its durability ran out. Hence, guilds avoided using the weapon unless they had no other choice. But now that Feng had the complete design, this flaw wouldn't be a problem. Although crafting the magic-breaking crossbow required very rare materials, a master engineer, a master forger, and a master alchemist, these requirements weren't a problem for Zero Wing. After Feng stored away the magic-breaking crossbow design, he shifted his attention to a small, magic crystal box. Among the items the Demonkin king had dropped, this small box's value was only second to the magic-breaking crossbow design. This item was a bloodline box, capable of randomly generating a single bloodline when opened. The bloodline this box would generate would range between basic and advanced rank. The box was no less valuable than an ordinary fragmented legendary item. Hopefully, it gives me something good. Once Divine Providence's cooldown had ended, Feng took a deep breath and activated the godly skill. He then activated the bloodline box. Chapter 1951, Superior Vein. After Feng clicked to open the bloodline box, a loading bar appeared before him. Once the loading bar was full, the bloodline box slowly opened, brilliant, colorful light escaping from under the lid. The colorful glow instantly attracted the attention of Zero Wing's players. However, as their gaze rested on the strange box, an imposing aura washed over them. Despite the aura's weak pressure, the players instinctively cowered in fear and reverence. They felt like lowly ants standing before some great being. The party members only relaxed after the colorful light faded, revealing the bloodline box's bounty before Feng. A crystalline bottle laid inside the bloodline box, the silver liquid within radiating a cold, tranquil feeling. Curious, Feng inspected the bottle. He had only come across a few bloodlines in the past, so he couldn't determine what kind of bloodline the silver liquid was based on appearances alone. However, upon seeing the silver liquid's attribute panel, Feng was stunned. Space-time bloodline. Feng's hands nearly trembled as he gazed at the silver bloodline. Although he did not know much about bloodlines, he knew that those with the three supreme attributes, illusion, space, and time, were incomparably rare in God's domain. Although the bloodline before him was only basic rank, it was far more valuable than any ordinary advanced bloodline. Space-time bloodline. Reduces all spells cast time and cooldown. Improves vitality, followed by intelligence, endurance, agility, and strength. Amazing! Feng was flabbergasted after reading the space-time bloodline's introduction. While increasing magic damage was extremely important to magical class players in God's domain, their spells' cast time and cooldowns took precedence. Stronger spells had longer cast times, but enemies, be they players or monsters, wouldn't give players a lot of time to cast spells. As a result, magical class players preferred items that could reduce their cast times over items that increased magic damage. Moreover, reducing a spell's cast time would also reduce the casting difficulty, which would, in turn, increase a player's spell completion rate. Guild leader, what is that? Its aura is almost like divine might, Blackie asked curiously as he looked at the crystalline box in Feng's hands. It took a lot of effort for even the slightest move when subjected to that aura. Fortunately, the aura had only washed over him for several seconds. This? It's something that can guarantee expert players a straight path to the apex of God's domain. Feng said, chuckling. Take a look at its attributes for yourselves. Saying so, Feng shared the space-time bloodline's attributes with Blackie, Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud. Amazing! Whoever gets this bloodline will have no trouble completing their Tier 3 promotion quest once they get that far, Aqua Rose muttered as she stared at the space-time bloodline, entranced. She had never expected to find such an amazing item in God's domain. Its effects could practically rival a legacy. Alluring Summer and the others nodded in agreement. Just the basic attribute growth the bloodline granted could greatly affect the user's future. In addition, the reduced cast time and cooldowns would improve as a player reached higher levels. With this bloodline, even an ordinary magical class expert could become a peak expert with enough time. If the guild provided further resources, a somewhat talented player wouldn't have any issues reaching Tier 4 in the future. Looking at the four people before him, Feng could see the burning passion in their eyes. He suggested, "We can't let this bloodline just sit around. Why don't you discuss among yourselves and decide who will take this bloodline?" The space-time bloodline was incomparably valuable. Regardless of which player he gave it to, they'd have no issues reaching Tier 4. Unfortunately, relying on a basic bloodline wouldn't be enough to reach Tier 5, they'd also need luck and individual strength. "I already have my Sea God's legacy. Let someone else have this bloodline," Aqua Rose said after giving the matter some thought. "I'll pass, too. I'm normally busy with the guild's management. I won't be able to put this bloodline to good use," Blackie said as he swallowed his desire. He also felt that someone else should have it. "Let's give it to little sister Violet. She only has an advanced legacy. Her current equipment isn't that great either, but she has the highest combat standard among us," Alluring Summer suggested. "If Violet uses this bloodline, it'll be a great help when raiding dungeons or in PvP in the fields." "I agree," Aqua Rose said. Healers were inconspicuous to most players, but as a team commander, Aqua Rose knew how important these players were. If a team had a powerful healer, it would alleviate the pressure on the team's MTs. While Violet Cloud's current weapon and equipment were considered high quality in the various superpowers, the items weren't anything special in Zero Wing. Compared to her and Alluring Summer, Violet Cloud's equipment standard was lacking. If Violet Cloud obtained the space-time bloodline, Zero Wing would have one extra peak expert it could rely on. "Since everyone has already decided, this is for you, Violet," Feng declared as he handed the space-time bloodline to Violet Cloud. Considering his companion's points, he agreed with the wisdom of the decision. Violet Cloud, who hadn't said anything, was speechless. However, she was quite happy to receive the space-time bloodline. With this, her basic attributes would no longer be so much lower than the other main force members. After dealing with the Demonkin King's loot, Feng had fired Dance lead a small group of players to eliminate some of the scattered Demonkin in the nest while he led the rest of the team to take care of the remaining Demonkin patrol squads. He also had Aqua Rose survey the manatite vein and calculate the mining volume so they could determine the suitable amount of manpower to dispatch. Although teleporting here would be convenient, each teleportation would consume a large number of magic crystals. Hence, it was best to plan properly to maximize their profits. Moreover, as it was still necessary to keep the manatite vein a secret, it was best to inform as few players about it as possible. After about 4 hours, they finally killed the last Demonkin near the manatite vein. In the end, many of the team's players had risen from level 57 to 58, and Aqua Rose had completed her survey of the vein. "Guild leader, we're rich," Aqua Rose excitedly announced. "Based on the information I've obtained, the various superpowers manatite veins required between 1,500 and 2,000 players to mine at maximum efficiency, and their chances of obtaining magic crystals are between 5% to 7%. Meanwhile, after our experiments, we'll only need around 1,600 people to mine at maximum efficiency, but we'll have a 7% to 9% chance of obtaining magic crystals. Our vein is almost a superior vein. Alright, dispatch players to mine this vein immediately. I'll leave the management to you. Keep the vein confidential," Feng said, nodding. This outcome didn't particularly surprise him. He had long since known that Kama Island's manatite vein was a superior vein. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to capture it first. "Also, guild leader, I received a message from the secret pavilion some time ago, stating that Miracle has issued a red annihilation order on Zero Wing. Moreover, Miracle has secretly dispatched a large number of experts to the Black Dragon Empire. The guild likely plans to attack our branch guild members," Aqua Rose said worriedly. "They have trouble striking us in Star Moon Kingdom, so they're starting with the Black Dragon Empire?" Feng chuckled. He then said, "Alright, I got it for now. Just focus on the manatite vein. I'll prove to Miracle that Zero Wing isn't just unshakable in Star Moon Kingdom, but in the Black Dragon Empire, as well." Chapter 1952, Dark Tidings. Black Dragon Empire, Lakeheart City. Due to the teleportation gate to the Ice Crystal World, Lakeheart City had become one of the most popular cities in the Black Dragon Empire. A flood of players visited the city each day to travel to the Ice Crystal World and obtain its unique resources. Moreover, it was much faster to level in the Ice Crystal World than on the continent of God's domain. Even adventurer teams eagerly rushed to the new Otherworld, not to mention the various large guilds. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor sat by a window in a high-class restaurant not far from the teleportation plaza, quietly watching the teleportation gate with a grin. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man approached with hurried steps. He was none other than Blood Dragon, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild leader in the Black Dragon Empire. Pavilion Master, good news. I've discussed the situation with Miracle. As long as we provide information about the Zero Wing members in Lakeheart City, Miracle will take care of everything. Once the matter has been dealt with, we will secure Zero Wing's possessions in the Empire, Blood Dragon respectfully reported. Miracle sure moves quickly. Nine Dragons Emperor smiled upon hearing Blood Dragon's report. I knew Miracle wouldn't let things slide. I had planned to remove Zero Wing from Lakeheart City quietly, but now, I won't have to put in the effort. Based on the information I've received, Miracle has dispatched at least 20,000 expert members and 80,000 elite members, Blood Dragon said. To ensure the total annihilation of Zero Wing's branch in the Empire, Miracle's elders have decided to send their first vice guild leader to command the battle. By the looks of it, Miracle plans to end the battle swiftly, restoring the guild's reputation as quickly as possible. They've even sent Shredded Soul. Nine Dragons Emperor was slightly surprised by the news. He had only met Shredded Soul a few times, but almost everyone in the virtual gaming world knew about the man. One could say that he was a mythical figure. Since his rise, Shredded Soul had been responsible for numerous, miraculous feats. He was no doubt the most capable subordinate under Miracle's guild leader. Some time ago, Shredded Soul had led Miracle's forces in a victory over a super guild on the western continent of God's Domainal, and occupied a neutral city. This incident had caused a huge sensation among the various superpowers and was the reason that Ku Rong, the great pavilion master, wanted to avoid a conflict with Miracle. Miracle was simply too strong. If not for its lacking legacy, it would have already been crowned as a super guild. The fact that Miracle had sent Shredded Soul was utterly unexpected. They didn't only send Shredded Soul. To put a swift end to Zero Wing, Miracle also dispatched 12 of its guild elders. Zero Wing's doom is assured, Blood Dragon said. Those capable of rising to the position of elder in a superpower had a list of impressive achievements in the virtual gaming world. They also had to display certain individual combat standards. Without sufficient strength, after all, no one would listen to their commands. In Miracle, a player had to reach the Void Realm at the very least to become an elder. Since Miracle had dispatched so many experts, the guild had certainly prepared plenty of trump cards, as well. It was clear how furious the guild was with Zero Wing. Good. Keep an eye on Zero Wing's people. Notify Miracle the moment you notice any changes, Nine Dragons Emperor instructed, smirking as he watched the numerous Zero Wing members on the street outside. I had thought of involving Beast Emperor, but it seems that won't be necessary. Meanwhile, in Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing City. After Feng had assigned Aqua Rose her tasks, he used a return scroll to teleport to Zero Wing City. As soon as he exited the guild residence, he could tell that the city's player population had slightly decreased. The city wasn't as lively as it had been during his previous visit, and there were far fewer guild players in the city. When Feng reached the candlelight trading firm, he noticed that the shop's business had slowed considerably, as well. Guild leader, you're back. When Melancholic Smile noticed Feng enter the shop, she hurriedly reported, the invites we've sent to the various corporations have all been returned. Even some of the corporations that had previously expressed interest in our auction have lost interest. They've declared that they are only willing to purchase Zero Wing City's virtual stores. None of them are willing to rent. Feng was surprised by the news. Has something happened in Witch's Hill? Hmichum. 3 hours ago, 2 guilds established towns in the area. Although both are only basic towns, they have received support from the kingdom's various large guilds. All of these guilds intend to share responsibility for the two towns' development. Moreover, both towns are selling a large number of virtual stores and are currently negotiating with the various corporations, Melancholic Smile said, nodding. Based on our investigations, a few major corporations and first-rate guilds have expressed interest and plan to invest in the towns, as well. If they reach an agreement, it will severely affect Zero Wing City's development. Why don't we sell a small number of our virtual stores, guild leader? We've recently moved to a new training ground, and we have to spend a lot of money on multiple aspects. With our current daily income, we can't afford to support the training ground. Not bad. They actually set up towns in Witch's Hill so soon. Feng chuckled. Don't worry about selling the virtual stores for now. If we really need credits, you can sell some of Candlelight's lower quality weapons and equipment. Sell them in batches and don't reduce the price too much. We'll store the higher quality items in the guild warehouse. After saying so, Feng transferred all the weapons and equipment he had looted from Miracle's members to Melancholic Smile. When Melancholic Smile saw the items, she was dumbfounded. Of the 7,000 plus weapons and equipment Feng had just given her, even the most inferior was level 50 secret silver equipment. Although mainstream players had already reached level 50 equipment was still difficult to come by, especially for secret silver rank and above. Even if she only sold 1,000 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment, she'd earn enough credits to sustain the guild for quite some time. After all, many players and the various large guilds, in particular, preferred to purchase items with credits, rather than spend their coins. Guild leader, I can really sell these items? Melancholic Smile asked. Normally, Feng objected to selling God's domain's resources for credits more than anyone. Doing so was putting the cart before the horse, after all, yet Feng actually wanted her to convert so many important items into credits. Do it. Just make sure that you don't sell them for too cheap, Feng said, chuckling as he shooed Melancholic Smile away. Normally, he wouldn't agree to something like this since Zero Wing needed resources, but since the guild had secured the Manatite vein, things had changed. Moreover, while level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment were precious right now, after a little more time, they wouldn't be. Rather than wait for these items to depreciate, selling them for credits to sustain the new training ground was a wiser option. Once she had Feng's confirmation, Melancholic Smile left excitedly with the weapons and equipment. She then sorted the items and selected those with inferior attributes to sell in the Candlelight trading firm's various branches. However, these items would cost credits, not coins. Chapter 1953, How Dare They? Zero Wing City, Candlelight Trading Firm's first floor hall. Although many of the guild players that had resided in Zero Wing City had shifted their operations to the new guild towns in the Witch's Hill, the city was still independent players' first choice when visiting the area. The two guild towns weren't a match for the city's level of convenience or its wonderful environment. While players browsed the merchandise in the first floor hall, a new counter appeared. According to the sign hovering above the counter, it offered weapons and equipment in exchange for credits. In NPC cities' shops, items could only be purchased with coins or traded for certain special items, such as magic crystals. There was no function that allowed players to purchase items with credits. However, guild towns and cities were a different story. The owner could freely determine what currency they'd accept. The new counter attracted the attention of every player in the hall the moment it appeared. What's going on? Candlelight is selling weapons and equipment for credits? They're not garbage weapons and equipment, are they? I doubted who would buy them if they were trash. I bet that they're ordinary weapons and equipment. After all, Candlelight is Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm, and multiple lifestyle masters work for the firm. The new items are probably these masters' failed products. Even so, it's better than nothing. I have wanted to replace my level 45 equipment for a while now. However, I don't even have enough coins to buy a piece of ordinary level 50 equipment. Indeed. If Candlelight's asking price isn't too high, I might buy a few pieces for myself. Everyone quietly discussed the new counter. Many among them had already approached out of curiosity. They wanted to know what kind of weapons and equipment Zero Wing was trying to sell. Several dozen level 50 weapons and equipment had been laid out on the counter, and every one of them gave off the glow unique to secret silver items. The dazzling sight dumbfounded the players that investigated the counter. What's going on? These are level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment. Am I hallucinating? Did Zero Wing make a mistake when it set the currency requirement? Even large guilds' internal members have a hard time obtaining a piece of level 50 secret silver equipment, yet Zero Wing is selling them? And they're only selling the pieces for credits. Amazing. Scram. I was here first. I'm buying 5 pieces. I want 10. The players that had only planned to window shop went into a frenzy. Regardless of whether they could use these weapons and equipment right now, they intended to buy as much as they could. Each piece of equipment only sold for a few thousand credits, while the weapons sold for over 10,000 credits. It was much easier to buy these items with credits than with coins. Relatively well-off players, in particular, immediately purchased an entire set. In the end, it took less than 3 minutes for the 100-plus secret silver weapons and equipment to sell out, and Zero Wing instantly earned over 600,000 credits. Crap. They've already sold out. I knew I shouldn't have hesitated and bought more. I could have made a small profit by reselling them. The moment the weapons and equipment sold out, many of the independent players who had hesitated regretted their decision. They hated themselves for acting quicker. However, after another 10 or so minutes, another batch of weapons and equipment appeared on the counter. Like the first batch, every piece was level 50 secret silver rank. Is Zero Wing insane? It's selling more. Out of the way. I'm going to buy as many as I can this time. Upon seeing the new batch of weapons and equipment, the independent players' eyes turned bloodshot as they charged over to the counter. This time, the items sold out in less than a minute. Meanwhile, news of the Candlelight trading firm's level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment quickly spread, shocking many powers. What's going on? Our guild has had a massive headache over acquiring more level 50 secret silver equipment, yet Zero Wing is selling such items in large quantities. Is Zero Wing going to disband soon? Is Zero Wing's warehouse overflowing with these items? Quick! Send someone to camp the Candlelight trading firm. As long as Zero Wing sells these weapons and equipment for credits, buy as many as you can. Although the various large guilds had already raided level 50, 100-man team dungeons, they had been limited to normal mode. None of them had any progress in hard or hell mode. Only the various superpowers had the power to challenge these modes. Hence, level 50 top-tier weapons and equipment were still extremely rare. Normally, players could only obtain such items by defeating field bosses or completing high-difficulty quests. At this point, the various superpowers didn't even have enough level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment to gear their expert players fully. Yet, Zero Wing had so many of these items that they were selling them so cheaply to the public. However, while most of the various large guilds assumed that was the case, the various superpowers knew otherwise. Zero Wing was simply offloading the loot it had taken from Miracle. News of the battle between the two guilds had only reached the various superpowers thus far. Most first-rate guilds had no idea of the incident, let alone those weaker than first-rate guilds. Black Dragon Empire, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants. Uncle Yuan, is this Zero Wing's way of complaining that Miracle isn't killing it fast enough? Purple Jade was astounded when she read the latest report. Even newly formed superpowers would not dare to provoke Miracle to such an extent, yet Zero Wing was so bold as to throw fuel on the fire. I don't know, but based on my understanding of Shredded Soul, he won't let Zero Wing get away with this. He'll employ the most ruthless methods to deal with the guild, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. However, this has definitely made our trip here worthwhile. Even if we don't see Miracle's true strength, we should at least witness 3/4 of it. They had come to Lake Heart City to investigate Miracle's power. This was only the third time Miracle had launched such a major assault on another guild, and every major operation was a golden opportunity to investigate a guild's strength. Meanwhile, inside Miracle's temporary residence in Lakeheart City, Miracle's upper echelons and durs currently filled the residence's spacious meeting room. However, the room was deathly silent as everyone focused on an emaciated, middle-aged man. Although he appeared frail, none in the virtual gaming world dared to look down on this man. He was Miracle's first vice-guild leader, Shredded Soul. Damn it! Damn Zero Wing! How dare they? I will tear their corpses to shreds. Thousand Miles's expression had twisted in an ugly mask as he read the latest report on the enemy guild. Zero Wing. A cold glint flashed in Shredded Soul's eyes as he read the report. How courageous. They dare to sell our items so openly. It seems it has been so long since Miracle has taken action in the eastern continent that even an upstart guild dares to look down on us. If any of Miracle's members find Zero Wings outside of an NPC town or city, regardless of their rank in the guild, they are to kill them all on sight. Chapter 1954, Basic Combat Devices Affect Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. As the crowd in the candlelight trading firm cheered the level 50 secret silver equipment sales, a disturbance occurred among Zero Wing's internal members. There hadn't been much level 50 secret silver or fine gold equipment in Zero Wing's guild warehouse, but suddenly, a massive stockpile had appeared. There were even plenty of level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment now, tempting many of the guild's internal members. They, too, went into a frenzy to purchase the new items. Level 50 secret silver equipment wasn't very difficult to obtain for Zero Wing's members since the guild's various raid teams returned with some of these items from time to time. However, level 50 fine gold and dark gold equipment was a different story. Many of the guild's tier 2 experts didn't even have full sets of such equipment. Many guild members chose to convert their rare materials into GCPs to purchase the new equipment, which not only increased the guild's material stockpile, but also increased the overall strength of these guild members. At this point, Feng had arrived at the candlelight trading firm. He immediately headed to his exclusive special forging room and was greeted by the sight of various rare materials, all of which he had instructed Melancholic Smile to prepare. He then dived into crafting the basic combat device. Feng was very familiar with the combat device's power. Although the design he had obtained was only for the basic combat device, the basic version was most suitable for current players. Even an ordinary player could become as strong as an ordinary expert after equipping the basic combat device, and if given to ordinary expert players, they wouldn't be far from rivaling peak experts, if at all. The basic combat device was what Zero Wing needed most right now. If he could mass-produce the device, he could mostly solve the issue regarding Zero Wing's weak foundation and expand the guild significantly in a short time. As for the Magicbreaking crossbow, he had left the tool's production to Cream Coco and her comrades. After all, he was Zero Wing's guild leader. He had a long list of duties each day, and he simply didn't have the time to stay cooped up in his forging room. He only forged the basic combat device personally because the design was bound to him. Dense mana filled the quiet special forging room. Using the Philosopher's Stone, Feng began to synthesize one mana stone after another. He then collected the necessary materials and began his first attempt at crafting the basic combat device. Smelting, extracting, engraving. Before 5 minutes had passed, a Rubik's Cube made of pitch-black iron took shape before Feng. Since this was the first time he had crafted a basic combat device, Feng couldn't help his growing nerves as he waited for the system to appraise the iron cube. The basic combat device was a special tool that only basic master forgers or above could produce. Moreover, the tool was quite difficult to craft. Even a basic master forger would not have more than a 50% production success rate. Once the loading bar was full, a melodious sound echoed throughout the forging room. System, basic combat device has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtained 274,000 EXP. So, this is the Divine Library's basic combat device? Feng stared at the basic combat device's attributes in astonishment. Basic combat device. Increases the life rating of players at Tier 3 or below by 1 grade and skill and spell completion rates by 2% for 12 hours. He had already known that the combat device increased its user's life rating, but he hadn't expected this device to increase skill and spell completion rates as well. In the past, the basic combat devices he had obtained from ancient ruins had provided additional defense, at most though he had never found one. He had heard that the more powerful devices increased attack power or movement speed, but the basic combat device he had just forged actually increased skill and spell completion rates. This bonus attribute was far more valuable than any of the bonuses he had heard of in the past. In God's domain, the higher one's skill or spell completion rate was, the more power they'd exhibit with their skills or spells. This was one of the major factors that differentiated players. The difference between a skill with 90% completion rate and 100% was massive. This improvement was particularly useful in PvP, in which players usually fought at top speed, especially experts. Even a split-second difference could decide a battle's outcome. Having a completion rate boost would increase skills and spells tolerance, and players' execution wouldn't have to be as precise to get the same results. Excited, Feng immediately began to forge more basic combat devices. After crafting nearly 20 basic combat devices, Feng received an unexpected call from Gentle Snow. Guild leader, the situation in Lake Heart City has changed. A large number of experts have suddenly arrived and started hunting our guild members in the fields. Over 500 of our players have already died, Gentle Snow reported, her head aching slightly. All of these ambushing players have very high combat standards, and although I've sent teams to deal with them, they've turned the tables on our members. Miracle can't sit still any longer, huh? Giving the matter some thought and considering the previous reports, he assumed these players were from Miracle. Only, he hadn't expected the guild to act so soon. Do you know how many people they have? We've confirmed around 50,000 enemies, Gentle Snow replied weakly. Although Zero Wing's development in the Black Dragon Empire had been progressing smoothly, the branch guild did not have many expert and elite members. Overall, there were a little over 2,000 experts and 90,000 elite members. Moreover, the majority of the expert players were her subordinates from Ouroboros. They sure mobilized their forces quickly. The number surprised Feng slightly. After the battle on Kama Island, he knew that Miracle wouldn't let him or Zero Wing get away unscathed, but he had thought that it would take the guild some time to muster a large force after so many of its expert and elite members had died. He had never thought that Miracle could gather 50,000 players in so little time. He truly hadn't expected this situation. He had thought that Miracle would, at most, transfer a little over 10,000 players to the Black Dragon Empire to harass Zero Wing. Transferring more than that would leave Miracle's other territories undefended. If Miracle weren't careful, it could easily be ambushed by other powers. Guild leader, what should we do? Gentle Snow asked. Do we fight? Fighting Miracle's 50,000-strong army directly would incur serious losses for Zero Wing. Depending on the severity, the guild's development might even grind to a halt. However, if they avoided fights with Miracle's forces, the enemy guild would continue to ambush Zero Wing's teams. The guild couldn't afford that either. Of course, we're fighting. Moreover, we have a big surprise for Miracle. Feng said, smiling faintly as he thought about the basic combat devices he had just completed. Chapter 1955, Foothold. A surprise? Gentle Snow watched Feng on the screen in confusion. Naturally, she welcomed the confrontation with Miracle, but it was a very powerful super first-rate guild. Moreover, based on Miracle's reaction, the guild seemed quite intent on Zero Wing's destruction. Defeating their 50,000-man army wouldn't be easy. There was also a huge difference between the number of experts in Zero Wing and those in Miracle. Hmichum. In a moment, I want you to visit Zero Wing City's candlelight trading firm. I've got something good for you, Feng said, nodding. If this had happened before he had obtained the basic combat device design, he wouldn't have dared to drop all pretenses with Miracle on Kama Island. Any superpower was terrifying once it got serious, after all. He had watched superpowers slaughter many large guilds in the past, including plenty of first-rate guilds. Top-ranked first-rate guilds might put up a fight against super first-rate guilds and super guilds normally, but in a serious confrontation, they had no hope of surviving. Alright, I'll head there now. Seeing Feng's solemn expression, Gentle Snow understood that the item he spoke of was immensely important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told her to make the trip personally. After Gentle Snow disconnected the call, she took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Zero Wing City's residence. She then donned a black cloak and made her way toward the Candlelight Trading Firm. Candlelight Trading Firm, Feng's special forging room. As Gentle Snow entered the workshop, she could feel the strange mana in the room. It felt particularly violent. Logically, players should feel clear-headed in places with high mana density, but she felt her blood boil and her heart pound as she entered the room. What are these? Gentle Snow asked as she around the room at the pitch-black Rubik's cubes. She could sense that these cubes were the cause of the strange mana. These are basic combat devices, and the items I wanted to give you, Feng, who was in the midst of forging another basic combat device, explained as he stopped his work. The magic arrays engraved on the basic combat devices were extraordinary, capable of changing the nature of mana. If he hadn't been an advanced magician, he wouldn't have been able to complete the devices. Despite their passive state, the basic combat devices were still effective. Even though the effects were much weaker in this state, they changed the room's mana as the pile of cubes increased. Basic combat device? This was the first time Gentle Snow had heard of this item. You'll know once you inspect them, Feng said as he traded one of the completed devices to Gentle Snow. Outsiders couldn't inspect or take items in a workshop in God's domain to prevent theft. After all, the materials within workshops were extremely valuable. Gentle Snow was dazed as she inspected the basic combat device's attributes. Not only could one of these devices increase a player's life rating by 1 grade, but it could also increase skill and spell completion rates. She had never heard of such a tool. The various powers had already investigated the life rating feature and understood its implications. After equipping the basic combat device, players would become boss-like existences among their peers. They'd receive an overall increase to their strength. Guild leader, are all of these cubes the same? Gentle Snow could not help but ask, shocked, as she surveyed the pitch-black Rubik's cubes around the room. Although Feng had said as much, she needed confirmation. The revelation was just too shocking. Most tools that increased players' combat power only improved one or several aspects. Take a tool that increased players' strength, for example. The strength boost might increase a player's combat power, but if the player couldn't land an attack, it would be meaningless. Unlike most tools that increased combat power, the basic combat devices increased their user's life rating, which was far more effective than increasing several attributes. A life rating boost wouldn't just improve a player's basic attributes, but it would also sharpen players' 5 senses and qualitatively transform their physique. With such an overall boost, players could better exhibit their combat power. Gentle Snow couldn't believe that so many of these valuable items existed. Not all of them are the same. Pointing at the 2 Rubik's cubes on his work table, Feng said, these 2 are strengthened basic combat devices. Although there's no change to life rating, it provides an additional 10% to physique. It will help players better exhibit their combat power. These 2 strengthened versions were a result of his black steel insignia's effect, which improved an item's attributes by a fixed percentage. 10% to physique. Gentle Snow gaped at the items. Basic combat device was already impressively powerful, yet there were strengthened versions of it as well. While a 10% boost to physique might not seem like much, it significantly increased a player's actual combat power. I have only started production. Take these and use them for now. It's best if you let the guild's Tier 2 experts test them, Feng said as he traded the 22 basic combat devices and strengthened basic combat devices to Gentle Snow. I'll deliver more basic combat devices later. However, do not engage Miracle in any large-scale fights before you get the next delivery. Although he wanted to use the Hell tanks, they were necessary to fend off Beast Emperor and Blackwater. If they found out that the Hell tanks had been moved to the Black Dragon Empire, they'd take advantage of the opportunity to strike at Zero Wing's territory. The best he could do was rely on the basic combat devices. I understand. Gentle Snow nodded. Thus far, Zero Wing's forces had used guerrilla tactics against Miracle, and the basic combat devices were perfect for that strategy. Zero Wing had the upper hand numerically, only lacking quality experts. Besides, Miracle's ordinary experts weren't the cause of her headaches, its peak experts were. Peak experts could exhibit far greater combat power in small fights than in large-scale combat. However, if Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts equipped the basic combat device, they might be able to put up a good fight. Following which, Gentle Snow returned to Lake Heart City with the 22 basic combat devices. She then recalled all of the guild's Tier 2 experts in the area, anxious to test the device's effects. Meanwhile, in one of Lake Heart City's high-class restaurants. Boss Soul, we've just received a report from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Zero Wing has sent a 100-man team to quest in Blue Wave Rock, a level 58, Tier 2 assassin reported after approaching Shredded Soul. Zero Wing still won't give up. Shredded Soul chuckled. Notify the nearby teams and get rid of them. Teach Zero Wing that it no longer has a foothold in Lake Heart City.